All right, last time we opened with another flashback. This time it was to one of Hunk's happiest memories, seeing all three of his girls together on the couch watching TV before his other kids came in to talk to him. Then we flashed to the Fourth Reich, sitting up at the newly finished Eagle's Nest. They had discussions about their plans before Cliven, Rommel, and Skardolf decided that Ricky was an enemy of the Reich. Later, after leaving, they were called back to the Eagle's Nest to see the Führer in a rage. Karen lives, and as such, the Führer and Rommel decided that they had a mission to do. They snuck back to the museum, and after an assault on it, killing multiple guards, they made off with Liberty Prime, all without the Stooges knowing. On the frontier, Ash and Sam tore through multiple Strat outposts, much to the stress of JJ and Saris. JJ and Saris would end up having multiple conversations on how to deal with what's going on, JJ being very upset with seeing Sam in that way. They decided to take a break for the weekend after the final base of the day, with JJ and Sam having a very good conversation together. The rest of the squad, save for Elizabeth, was up at the apartment trying to have as good of a morning as they could. Memory Ann made sandwiches for everyone, and they talked for a while until Sasha came and brought them to the office with her. Down on the lane, the Rainfall elders, as well as the little ones, were at Pequod and Julius's having as good of a morning as they could. Icy was sleeping with Elizabeth, and Julius had gone to check in on them. She told Julius about the drugs and that she needed more. Meanwhile, Pequod gave a hint to Davine and Hunk to check on Icy. In the office, Julius and Pequod arrived later, just in time to see that there was a xenomorph outbreak on another colony. Sasha, wanting it done, decided to let Julius off the leash alongside the kids. Pequod came with, and they all boarded the ship. Once on the planet, Julius went to deal with one swarm on his own, while the kids and Pequod stayed to help a group of EarthGov troops defend against the other. They were able to do so quite well, including Carter killing a Praetorian to save Memory Ann before the king that was on the planet made his presence known. After injuring Pequod, Julius came and wiped every one of them out on his own. While that was going on, Hunk and Davine went up to the office and entered the room where Icy was concentrating on resurrecting Benny to see drug paraphernalia everywhere. After talking to her, they came to an agreement. She gets 1 more week to try and resurrect Benny, no drug use, and if she can't, Benny is wiped from Elizabeth's mind. Everyone arrived back on Gateway and had a bit of a conversation before going their separate ways. Back on the lane, everyone had as good of a night as they could, but Hunk and Davine made their ultimatum known to everyone. While they tried to brainstorm on how to help everyone deal with the coming week, at the Eagle's Nest, Zap was brought there and threatened by Cliven, Rommel, and Skardolf to help them restore Liberty Prime. He decided to comply. Finally, on the main drag, Pequod and Julius went to find Nicole and Elizabeth. They were found in the arcade at Nicole's house, sleeping together in the Jurassic Park machine. Julius allowed Icy to sleep in the ball pit before he and Pequod joined Elizabeth and tried to drift off to sleep. And I believe that is everything.
Davine thinking back in her mind to General Lorelai's big house years and years and years ago, walking with her family, a young Elizabeth who can now walk, and the ranger guards taking them down to see Icy. It's been like 2 months since they've seen her.
Davine holding on to Hunk's hand as she smiles at him. We're going to see her today. We're going to see Istrom today, Mark.
About time. I just hope she hasn't spurted up yet.
Oh God! If I can't hold my little girl as she was last I saw her one more time, I would absolutely hate it.
Pequod uses Julius's sleeve to wipe tears out of her eyes.
Julius looks down at her, puts a hand on her cheek. Are these good tears or bad tears, honey?
Tears of joy. It's been 2 months, Julius.
I know. He gives her a kiss and smiles at her. But we're gonna see her real soon. He looks up at the guards, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Nodding his head.
Yeah, see? He smiles back down at Pequod. Real soon, we're gonna be able to see her, and she's gonna give you a hug, and it's gonna be spectacular, honey.
She'll hug me first.
Julius, who had a smile on his face, this smile just widens as his eyebrows go up, and he nods. I'm sure she will.
Everything I've done for her, clasping her hands together.
Of course, honey. Yes, of course. He gives her another kiss. She'll hug you first, and then he just looks back at his father with that same expression on his face.
Holding Elizabeth, looking at Julius, he'll shrug and shake his head.
Julius just nods sadly and then looks back at Pequod, smiling at her still.
Bringing the party down here, the guards put their hands out. Wait till she's done.
Of course, darling, of course. We wouldn't want to interrupt anything important.
They see Icy slowly staggering up the stairs, having to carry 2 RC crystal blocks, 1 in each arm, and then 1 chained to her ankles.
Oh, Jesus.
What are those? Squint.
Julius leans forward a bit. RC crystal blocks.
Icy stumbles a little bit, and Lorelai will kick her in the back, and she screams.
Davine goes to lurch forward to protect her little girl.
Putting his arm out in front of Davy.
Davine looks down at the arm, looks up at the guard, and then takes a couple steps back.
It's just training, honey. She missed out on basic.
I know. I just don't like to see my little girl hurt like that.
Yeah, Lorelai goes hard, right, Julie?
Extremely hard. Extremely hard. She, honestly, she might be taking it a bit easy on her today, seeing as she knows that we're going to be seeing her today.
She comes over here, stand up and destroy the blocks. I see, panting like crazy. Destroy them. She clasps her hand together. I see, why do we have to do this, General? Because you will be the defender of Earth and all of her colonies. The time to stand behind Julius Rainfall is over. Well, me and Julius make a good team. The guards will just disperse, knowing Davine won't lurch forward. We make a really good team. He's a man. Men are weak, stupid, and unwise. Doesn't know Julius is in earshot.
Julius just purses his lips and nods. I mean, she's not wrong.
Men are made to be broken. We are forever. Icy will let out a scream and shatter the block. Excellent. She starts clapping.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I guess we are forever. Walking up to Lorelai. Lorelai, yes. As I said, you'll be the defender of Earth and all of her colonies for millennia to come. Huh? She looks confused. Pequod, oh, old cryptic Lorelai, I hate it.
Classic cryptic Lorelai. What the fuck could that even mean?
I didn't think any spell could keep people alive that long. Looking up at Lorelai. You'll see. Oh. She looks over seeing Julius.
Julius waves at Lorelai. Hi, it's the man you were talking about.
Weak and unwise. Izzy ring a bell? Icy rolls her eyes so hard looking at Julius.
Julius just clicks his tongue. Well, goddamn. Did not need to bring that one up, Lorelai.
Oh shit! She notices Mom and Dad starts running, jumping over the fountain. Lorelai, go ahead, not like I can stop you. Pequod comes right up here and puts her arms out.
Davine does the same. Actually, no, she'll stay a couple steps back, puts her arms out, and tears start to build up in her eyes.
She'll jump with some type of magic spell right into Davine's arms. Teleport.
Davine grabs her up, picks her up, and spins her around, giving her Eskimo kisses. Oh, my little Istrum, it's been far too long.
I see. Giving Davine Eskimo kisses. Way too long. How long has it been? 2 months.
Just about 2 months. Julius looks at his father. Yeah, my wife's not going to be happy about this.
Pequod's arms still out, jaws locked.
Yeah, look at her. She's frozen.
Her
Jesus.
head slowly turns, glaring at Davy.
Oh, this is not going to be good, Dad.
I think there will always be a little animosity between your wife and my wife, son. It's not like your mother doesn't deserve it, I suppose, but yeah.
Julius's head slowly turns towards Hunk. A little animosity? Look how she's looking at her.
Just, slightest animosity.
Right. A slight amount of animosity. That's what's going to be going on between those two.
A mother's love is a mother's love, son. And your wife is her sister, not her mother.
I know, but still. She's not going to be happy about this, I can promise you that.
Lorelai coming up, poking Pequod in the cheek. She just keeps staring at Davy.
Davine, holding Icy still, gives her one last big kiss on the cheek. Oh, you look tired, darling. Have you been working hard?
Incredibly hard. Hunk coming up, petting Icy on the head. Pequod's still frozen.
Julius will also walk up. He puts both hands onto Pequod's shoulders and rubs them. It's okay, honey. It's okay. She wanted to see her mom.
Pequod does not move. As flashing a little bit forward in time, Icy eating sandwiches, drinking coffee. Pequod, she goes hard on you, doesn't she? Icy, incredibly hard.
Julius takes a bite of one of the sandwiches. I didn't even know you could destroy those things. Those were huge blocks of RC, dude.
I didn't know I could either. Looking at the sandwich in her hands. I didn't know a lot about myself till we started training.
Julius leans back. So is destroying RC like the most crazy thing you can do, or like what else has she been teaching you, dude?
Destroying RC is nothing. Looking blankly at her iced coffee. One day you'll see, I think. She clears her throat awkwardly. Like what? Destroying a universe? Maybe.
Julius blinks a couple times. Oh, you're not kidding, are you?
I'm an Ovian. She shrugs. Ancient Anovian somehow. But looking confused at her.
Julius just shakes his head. No. But because, like, I've been told over and over again that, like, ancient Anovians, cease to exist. Obviously you... Ancient Anovian?
We did DNA testing. Yeah, I am. I have a... She looks at the sandwich. A bonus genome. Tested compared to bone samples found on a nova. What?
I don't know what to say.
Did you travel through time? I don't know. She shrugs. I don't really care, honestly, but yeah.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh, come on, you have to let me at least keep that. I'm the only one, well, other than Mom, in this house that's traveled through time. Please, Icy, let me keep that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a time traveler. She looks at her hands. I really don't.
Julius looks at her, looking at her hands, sets down the sandwich, and is going to reach out and put his hands in hers. You know what she said about you not standing behind me and stuff? You know I'm always going to be here to protect you. Even if you can kill me with a single snap, right?
I get she's just trying to prepare me for the worst, but we always work better as a team, and I prefer it that way.
Julius smiles. Yeah, who else will you yoke up to absolutely destroy some bitches?
Definitely not Ash. Sipping her coffee. Remember that time she hasted him? He cried, smiling at Julius.
Julius nods. He did cry. Malcolm never did once cast haste on him, so it was a first for him, and it brought up some pretty bad memories, I think.
And that time he was getting jumped by Crying Wolf. And I teleported him away from Crying Wolf. He cried too. Pequod laughs loudly.
Ash was not very loved. We all know that he was not very loved, but yeah. When we say he was hated, he was definitely hated.
Yeah. How is he now? Pequod out on the frontier with Colonel Curtis where he needs to be for a while.
Julius nods. Probably learning some very useful things, probably making himself an asset. I'm happy he's doing better, but yeah, no, he needs to stay on the frontier a while, I think.
Let home life get a little more stable. They have a son now, very young son, blah, 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 blah. Sipping her coffee, blah, blah.
Julius nods. Yeah, hopefully everything turns out, okay for him and Saris and Integra, and Julius snaps a couple times. I think they said his name was Ricky, right?
Yeah, named after Dad. Very
Yeah.
good choice. Nodding her head.
An amazing choice, in fact. Julius nods. But yeah, hopefully everything, starts to get better with them. I only wish them the best.
Pequod sets her coffee down. So can we revisit the whole hugging Davine thing first? Icy, here we go. Rolling her eye.
Ah, Jesus, I knew this was gonna happen.
Because last I checked, I didn't sit in a gym for X amount of months, as up here. Hunk, do you have to be so hard on her? Yes. Walking this direction through her garden. Well, I tried to.
Davy nods, and she looks at Lorelei. If you don't mind my asking, why is it required you be so hard on her, ma'am?
Because she spent the majority of her successful portion of her military career hiding behind your ill-gotten son. Oh.
Davy grimaces a bit and nods. Well, that is very understandable, but I'm sure she's told you this many times before. They've always worked quite well together.
And I do think and hope they continue to do so. However, she should be prepared to surpass him in every way, shape, or form. He's a man. She shakes her head. An incredible one. Not a very intelligent one. But most men fall into that category.
Davy nods. By what you mean by ready for anything and surpassing Julius in every way, shape, and form? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to get her to control whatever she was using when she had her little freak out moment?
Precisely. That blood that courses through her veins, playing with Elizabeth's hand, is a birthright of an ancient civilization. Looking confused at Davy and then Lorelei. Double back a second. She shrugs.
Davine squints her eyes. An ancient society, darling? Do you mean Nicole has ancient blood flowing through her veins?
Indeed. DNA testing proves.
Davine looks at Hunk. So that means she's ancient Anovian, I would be guessing.
The pale complexion, the skin, the very stunted growth spurt compared to people like, I don't know, contemporaries like Suletta, or even myself? Yes. The freak out to end all freakouts where she could have blown up that planet and crashed the sun into it? No spellcasters have ever been that. Had this much potential. Lorelei gesturing over to them.
Davy nods. Is her freak-out moment, I apologize, I don't know much about spellcasting. Is her freak-out moment like the maximum her power can go, like one sudden surge of it to show how powerful they could truly be?
Oh, you have no idea what she can do. Grinning at her. Oh.
Davine's eyebrows go up. Then what can she do, darling? I feel that at least me and Hunk should be prepared for it, seeing as we're her parents.
Horrid things that mortal eyes were not meant to see.
Davy just blinks a couple times. Oh my, she looks at Hunk. This is not very comforting, is it?
Clearing his throat. Well, it in fact should be, because whatever our dispassionate universe decides to throw at you, I assure you, when her time's done here, she'll be ready to handle.
Well, that's certainly comforting, but I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about. Has she been doing okay? Like mentally, I suppose. If you're pushing her this hard.
Oh, excellent. She's been doing excellent. In fact, I would dare say she's my best student that I've had so far, anyway.
Oh my, that is most certainly high praise from you, General Lorelei.
We'll be done soon. Another month or two. No more. I don't know. No more keeping her away from you, if that makes you feel better. But just know you're in very capable hands with her protecting your family.
Davy nods. Thank you, darling. I do appreciate that. And she looks at Julius and Icy and she smiles. I'm very glad that my children are as capable as they are. Icy and Julius, and Pequod for that matter, capable in her own right.
The new Primarch, gesturing over to her. Hunk, so is she a time traveler? I don't know. Crossing her arm.
Do you think we'll ever find out?
There is such a thing called the time tombs.
Davy nods. She scratches her chin. We could always go there to find out, but she looks at Hunk. Do you think we really need to?
I have always wanted to find who her biological parents were and beat them up. Ha! She laughed.
Damien starts to laugh. Oh, I think that's a wonderful idea, Mark. We should do it, but only if I am allowed to come with you, my darling.
Of course, putting his arm around Davy. I'm sure Suletta can help you with the enchantment on the stone, but yeah. Elven foresight only goes forward, not backward. So, she'll shrug. I have no idea.
Davine smiles and nods. Well, that's no issue. We have ways of finding out later on, and she looks at Icy. I keep on saying it, but I'm just so glad she's doing okay and is so capable, as you are saying.
I'm gonna allow her to come home this weekend, if that would make you feel better.
Of course. Yes, of course. I would love for her to come and visit over the weekend. I would love for her to eat dinner with us, please.
Yeah, she's missing a lot. Elizabeth learned how to walk. Lorelai, playing with Elizabeth's hair. Uncanny, the resemblance.
Oh, isn't it? She takes a step next to Elizabeth and puts her face against Elizabeth's and smiles.
Well, you'll have her this weekend, and about a month, maybe another month, and she'll levitate a coffee over here. Start drinking it, she'll be back home full time. And then, speaking louder, Earthgov will have a 1-2 punch. Mushin boy. Gesturing dismissively at Julius and the spellcaster. Damn right, Mushin boy.
Julius just chuckles. He looks at Pequod. You know, I never really thought she would gesture dismissively towards me. Do you think I should take off my shirt?
No, Pequod putting his shirt down.
Julius starts to laugh.
No, keep it down. She's just... Icy finishes Pequod's sentence. Found a new toy. One more fun. Me. I'm more fun to train with.
Julius chuckles. I bet. I guarantee she doesn't have to hold back with you.
She's really good at bringing out the best killer instinct in people. Coming over here, taking his...
Julius's eyebrows go up. Well, that is very true. She always has been quite good at... He looks over at Lorelai. Training in that way.
It's what you'll need to navigate our dispassionate universe. There's still enemies out there. There always will be. Hunk, check this out, Nicole. Look, he'll set Elizabeth down.
Elizabeth giggles looking at Icy and will start making her way over towards her with her arms outstretched.
She can walk? Coming over and picking her up.
Davy nods, smiling. Yes, she can. Our little Elizabeth, while you've been away, has learned how to walk.
I've missed so much. Putting Elizabeth's head in her neck.
Elizabeth starts giggling again, hugs around Icy's neck, and starts kicking her feet while she's holding her.
You'll be going home this weekend, and besides, yes, you've missed so much, but there'll be an infinite amount of time. Sipping her coffee. Huh? Pequod just looking confused at it.
Julius shakes his head. She keeps saying that. What the hell does she mean?
I don't know. Looking at Icy and Elizabeth hug as Hunk looks back to Davine, and Davine snaps out of her remembrance, tapping her finger on the table.
She's tapping her finger on the table. She looks out the window, blinks a couple times, and looks at Suletta. I'm sorry, did you say anything? I wasn't listening.
No, I've just been watching you tap your finger on the table since we've sat down 30 minutes ago.
She looks down at her hand that's still tapping the table and stops, puts her hand up, and makes a loose fist with it and nods. My apologies. She looks at her wrist computer, checking the time, and covers it back up and shakes her head. Last day, Letty. Last day.
Something on your mind? Sipping your tea?
I was just. You remember the time where me, Hunk, Julius, and Pequod went down with little baby Elizabeth, and we went down to see Nicole training, and then she came back for that weekend?
Yes, the following month was Cancun. How could I forget?
Davian just groans and rubs her cheek. I was just thinking about that day. How she ran up to me and hugged me, and then when we put little Elizabeth down, and she looked so happy, and she just started walking towards her and hugged her, and Davian sighs and shakes her head. And then looks up at Suletta with a sad smile on her face. One way or the other, all this hardship is over today.
Do you feel like you're choosing between one daughter for the other?
Davy nods. It is not a good feeling as a mother, most certainly. She shakes her head. I know as parents we're not supposed to have favorites and choose between them or anything. We're supposed to love them equally and everything, but I try to think of a world where I don't have both Elizabeth and my Istrum, and I can't handle that thought. And then I think of a world where I ruin my relationship with Elizabeth, or if she forgets, eventually she finds someone else, and then I have to look her in the eyes, and I feel like I've ruined my relationship with her. And then a world where I don't have my Istrum. She looks down at the table and messes with the fork. And I keep on going towards the first thought in what I would rather. Me feeling like I've ruined my relationship with her, even though she most likely won't remember anything about it.
Life is a gift. The act of life being created in and of itself is a gift. One has to want to live.
Davy nods. I know that, but still, it's...
Prioritizing the living is only rational.
And Istrum is certainly living at this moment.
Though, and she is prioritizing the living, unfortunately. Grimacing.
Davine sighs and rubs her cheek. Yes. Yes, she is.
Everything I've been through in my life, I've always gotten up the next day and lived. Whether it be losing friends, Snarf. Losing my husband, Benjamin. Watching my husband go crazy because of my dim-witted son-in-law, I still persist. Because life is a gift. My mother drilled that into my head when I was a child. It's a gift. We might not ask for it, but we are given it. And with all of science's advancements, it can't quite be explained. So that would lend to some... Well, I'll leave it at that, but either way. If one does not want to partake and live, that is their choice. Your daughter makes the choice every day. There's no such thing as being too depressed to push on, not in my book. She just doesn't want to because she's not strong enough.
Davy nods and scoffs. Far too much like her stupid mother.
I would agree. Looking right at Davine. Far too much.
Davine sighs and nods, checks the time again, shakes her head, and reaches out to hold Suletta's hand.
I mean, I was quite happy with Clive. He'll never be my first husband, but he was wonderful. All I ever wanted was a good man. And Clive was, I should say. Life presented another opportunity.
I'm sorry that Carter ruined that opportunity for you, darling. I truly am. And me as well. I I had my part to play in it.
Well, yes, but the point is, if she doesn't want to continue to live for that next opportunity, then, that's on her. And to be frank, it's quite selfish. She's got a large family that loves and cares for her. Military duty that she's been neglecting only because she's your daughter. Anybody else would have been thrown in jail. She really is too much like you.
Davin sighs and
Do you think my duties stopped at the Marauder Academy when my husband died? Sure, I was given a week off for bereavement. 2, in fact. And then I think General Rico offered me a 3rd and a 4th if I needed it, but what good does sitting around crying do? Or looking at one's reflection in a television? Or balling up like a ridiculous raccoon creature at the bottom of an arcade cabinet? And I had a daughter to raise. Your daughter had a job. I actually don't know where she stands, but had a job lined up, a career, and she just chooses to sit there and let the world fall down around her. One thing I cannot stand about you, or your daughter, is you act as if you're the only people to ever lose anybody. Snarf, Benny.
Davy nods.
When in fact you sit on the highest horse in the universe ever, because you'll never have to lose anybody. Sure, neither will I now, but there was no Nicole Time Deity back when my husband died. I don't know if it's just a Galleon Wood Elf thing, that internal selfishness, but it's why my, I don't know, sympathy for Elizabeth has waned over these couple weeks. She won't even get up for a walk. She has to be forced to bathe. I'm sorry, but it is pathetic.
It most certainly is. Trust me, I don't blame you for your sympathy waning. I truly don't. I'm sure everyone's sympathy was waning when it came to me and Snarf, after not even a while, after probably the first couple weeks.
I believe most people's sympathy for her now is waning currently, except for your other daughter, you, and your husband. Because everybody else has to continue on and suffer through the grief and loss of their friend and still go to work, still report for duty, still do their job. Meanwhile, she can sit in her room, refuse to eat, have to be force-fed, force-bathed. It is a wonder how your subset of species of wood elf survived in Gallia, if it was as harsh as we saw.
I don't necessarily think it's a wood elf Galleon thing. I think it's just more a defective personality might be a good way to put it.
Well, I too suffer from negative personality traits, but I suppose that's not one of them for me.
Davy nods. No,
If she had a daughter right now, do you think she'd do anything or just hide in her room?
She'd most likely just be hiding in her room.
And she thought she was cut out for the military.
Davy nods. I suppose it took something quite serious like this to finally show her that she wasn't. To show her that, like me, she isn't necessarily cut out for the military.
Well, there are all different types of strength. People would call me a strong person. People would call Julius a strong person. God, I'd hate to see the hooligan if Patricia somehow died.
I do believe he would be, beyond inconsolable? Hell, I think his hair follicles on his face might find a way to grow back and then he'd go back to being the pubinator.
No, thank you. Sipping your coffee. I never want to see that again. Either way, my point being is, this might be the last day, but it's only the beginning of the battle with your daughter.
Davine sighs and nods. Don't I know it, but a start is a start, and it's going to be the last day of something and the start of a new thing, so she shrugs. At least it'll be different, and it might be something that we can all get through more easily than the death of Benjamin.
If she continues on this track, she'll have to be fed through an IV.
Davine shakes her head. If it gets to that point, then...
Erasing. Coming in here with food.
Exactly. Erasing. Immediate erasal of Benjamin from her mind.
I can't. I personally just can't. Setting down some lamb and eggs for Davine. I can't deal with it anymore. I never lost a wife, but I lost a lot of friends. Sitting down next to Davine, I just, it's apples to oranges, but I just...
Davine reaches out and holds Hunk's hand. It's still loss. Loss is loss and grief is grief, no matter which way you look at it and however close the person was to you that died.
I just wish she'd get up and go for a walk or something, but you can't even get her to do that.
Davy nods. No, we can't. But perhaps if we, force her to do it, maybe she would, but...
Yeah, and end up with stuff like this, showing a huge scratch on his neck.
Oh, darling. She reaches out and gently touches it. Do you need another band-aid for it?
No, it's good. It's good. She's turning into quite the little goblin.
Davine sighs and shakes her head. Maybe we should have taken up Julius on his offer to cut her fingernails when we had the chance.
That we probably should have, but the fact that my son has to limit break to get her to do anything, he shouldn't have to go through that, neither should his wife. I don't think they've slept in their bed for at least a month and a half. He's been dead. Something like that. But no, Nicole hasn't.
Davine shakes her head. It's certainly been tough on them as well. They've truly stepped up in helping take care of her and everything like that, but I truly wish they wouldn't have to go through all of this that they are currently going through with Elizabeth.
Well, back in the day, it was... And again, it is different, but when you lose somebody in SIS, or, mostly SIS is where I had my losses in combat, you would carry on for the sake of the team, because you become like a tight-knit family. So you would think if you actually have a family, you'd find a way to dig deep and at least carry on and get yourself through it, as hard as... But I have never met somebody like her. Well, he looks at Davy. I've met one other person like her.
Davine grimaces and nods. And we both know from experience how difficult I can be when it comes to that sort of thing.
It was horrible. Yeah, it was horrible.
Positively horrible. She shakes her head.
You were nothing but muscle and bones when I got you. He shrugs. It was terrible. You look like you'd only been eating rabbits. You get wasting sickness.
I wish there was a way that we could just pluck that part out of her mind and allow her to be, mentally strong like someone like Suletta or you, honey, and just not like me. Please, God, I wish she wasn't like me.
Mental strength comes through preparation at a young age. She didn't have any of that. No, she didn't. Feeding Davine some lamb. She was my baby girl. I spoiled the hell out of her.
Davy nods. And I certainly had my part to play in that as well. I always did encourage the spoiling of her by you.
We all did. Nicole did, Julius did, Pequod did. It was like having a mini Davy. Why wouldn't you? And then she got to around 13 years old and started talking about joining the military, and I wanted to just put my head through a wall.
We should have just refused. No matter how much she begged and pleaded, we should have just refused. It would have solved so many issues.
Eating the avocado on our plate, you should have put her head through a wall, and then asked her if she can deal with that over and over and over and over and over for the next 4 years. And she would have said no, because she was too weak, and she wouldn't have joined. He sighs, looking at his plate.
Davine sighs as well. She looks down at his plate, picks up his fork, and pokes some lamb and some eggs and puts it up to his mouth. We must eat, darling.
Yeah, I guess we do have to eat. I just... Lately, he'll take a bite. I have no appetite.
Neither do I. It's...
You go home, you see Elizabeth, all she does is stare at herself in that blank TV, or lay there and cry. Then you see Nicole the way she is. I see Julius with bags under his eyes. Patricia with bags under their eyes.
I suppose, in my opinion at least, it's just a part of being a parent. When your child or children are feeling bad or upset about something, well, in all technicality, they are a part of you. Whether through blood or through soul, connections you've made with them. So when they're feeling bad, you feel just as bad as well, and you wish you could take on that pain and everything, but you just can't, and that's the worst feeling you can have as a parent.
Besides this, pointing back to the large wound on his neck. She got me good.
That is really bad. She looks at it. I mean, I cleaned that thing like 3 times and it still looks that bad. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, Mark.
Pulling her sleeves up. Yeah, Seletta's got him too. Trying to give the little goblin a bath. Alright, goblin's a little harsh. Is it though?
Davine grimaces, looking at Hunk. Wouldn't you have described me as a bit of a goblin back in the Alpha 9 days as well?
A hot goblin, yeah. Smiling at Davine like a hot one, except for the muscle and skin. You look way better with some weight on you.
Thank you. She reaches.
You were always like that. You never ate, just like Julius. I remember the first time I saw Julius. I looked Ash up and down, and I looked Julius up and down. We were riding down the elevator before Nicole gave me a heart attack. Yes, I actually had a heart attack. Anyway, and I thought, Ash is good-looking, fit young guy, you know. Julius was muscle and skin. I was like, does Integra not feed this guy? No. She tried, I'm sure. So did Patricia.
Davy nods. That was the same for him. As long as I've been with him, at least. He never did eat very much, even after we escaped the cult, so...
I remember the first date we ever went on, we came here, and it was Fernando. He was like, what do you want to drink? And you said, just water. God, what? Just like Julius. I would take Julius and them out to eat, and they would all get fountain soda, and Julius would get fucking water. Siletta laugh.
Davy laughs.
Try a Coke. I would tell her, try this is Coke. Have you ever heard of Coke? And he would just blankly stare at me. Try a root beer. You like that? You ever hear a root beer? You little turd. And he would just stare at me.
Davy laughs. God, our son was such a little dick back in the day, wasn't he?
I mean, I'm paying. You ought to get something you like. And he would just get water and blankly sit there.
Davine sighs and rubs at one of her eyes. Yet another thing I do believe I've given one of my children.
You both needed a little weight on you. That's what you first did, basically. You started feeding her. Yes, good food. Hearty food, healthy food.
Davine smiles and nods. Oh, that coconut soup that you gave me right before our first date at the lighthouse, honey. She rests her head on his shoulder. Oh, I'll never forget it.
Puts his arms up slightly. Just, I could never wrap my head around the not wanting to enjoy yourself trait. Thankfully now you do. And Julius, but geez, back then.
Davy nods. And
Should have seen the first time we got Julius popcorn. Patricia got him it, and he just looked at it. Like, it's popcorn. You put it in a microwave or a popcorn machine and it pops. And he stared at the machine at the movie theater. I didn't go into the movie with them. I was just like dropping them off type of deal. And I was like, God, this kid, what in the where did this guy come from? He's like a fucking alien. Time traveler, alien, yes.
David starts laughing. He just stared at the popcorn machine?
I don't think he'd ever seen one before. No, I mean, they didn't get out of Antarctica much until I came into the picture. Do you think Laz was taking them anywhere? No. Well, she took them to that old officers club that got closed down. But that's about the only place, maybe the beach every once in a while, but I was the one who would take them to places normal people their age like to go. Except maybe Ash. Can you imagine Ash in a Hot Topic? I can, because I've seen it.
Oh god, I just imagined Sherion with like eyeshadow and his hair straightened, hanging over his face, covering up one of his eyes. I did not like that image.
He didn't look very comfortable there.
The three other children, Julius, Pico, and Icy, I could totally imagine them going into Hot Topic and enjoying themselves there, but Ash? No siree.
Emo Nicole, that's what was one of my biggest fears. Thank God that never happened.
What would you do, Mark, if one day you walked in and Julius and Nicole and Pequod all were in the cliche emo drab, the ripped up black pants, the many layers on the cuff, the spiked cuffs, everything like that?
Are we talking about them now or back then?
Either or. Back then, actually, back then.
Okay, well, I will answer now. Now I would tell them I'm all greatly disappointed in them. So let them laugh.
Davey starts to laugh.
Back then, I would have tried to reprimand Nicole and she wouldn't have listened. Yeah. I would have told Patricia it's not a flattering look on her. And Julius, I would have said, you know what? It actually kind of suits you.
Damon starts to laugh even harder.
Because given the attitude he had, it definitely would have suited him. Little eyeliner. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure if he grew up in this day and age that he most definitely would have been drawn towards the emo cliche.
Emo Thomas. No. Putting his hand out.
Please, God, no, don't let that happen.
I don't think it will. He'll turn out all right. Education is valuable.
Extremely valuable. Education is extremely valuable. Take it from a galleon who did not get much education and, well, fucked up as much as she did.
You know, for like 2 minutes there, I completely forgot Benny was dead. We were just having a good talk. He looks out the window. Like, before.
Davine just stops.
We were just having fun. He shrugs. I forgot the whole resurrection thing was going on. The internal countdown in my head. Shakes his head.
At the mention of the resurrection, Davine looks down at her wrist computer and checks the time again, shakes her head, and turns it back off.
Life goes on. If you allow it to. If you don't, then you die with it.
Davy nods. And today, that is what we're going to do. Whether by hook or by crook, we are going to allow life to go on, one way or the other.
She's a talented young girl. I mean, she has her mother's fighting spirit, for better or worse. I wouldn't say she's cut out for a career in the military, but who cares when you can successfully run a company? I can't successfully run a company. Yeah. Patricia did kind of fire her, though, when she walked away from Benny. I'm sure that can be forgiven.
I'm sure it can be. Most definitely, I'm sure Pequod will eventually forgive her for that. Forgive might be a strong word, but reverse her decision on that.
Yeah, she forgives, but never forgets. I think. Except in one person's case.
Yes, my case.
Yep. Remember that time we went to visit Lorelai and Nicole was like running at both of you and she was just talking about that or something similar.
I was just thinking about that, yes. And then she ran to me instead and hugged me. I didn't even mean to, like, I don't know, show Pequod up or anything. I just wanted to hug my daughter.
Well, internally in my head I was cheering when she ran to you first, so. But I didn't want to cheer aloud, let's just put it like that.
David starts to laugh. And I'm sure Julius, in his mind, was sighing the entire time he saw that happen.
Yeah. I think he knew it wasn't too great, but I was happy, very happy.
Davine smiles and nods. Oh, trust me, I was also quite happy that she ran to me first.
Get a one-up on your other daughter.
Get a one-up on my other daughter, and it's just nice to know that she wants to hug me the most.
Oh, a mother's love is a mother's love. Shrugging. Can't be beaten, I suppose. And contrary to certain past mistakes, elven mothers seem to be the best. Or at least the most adored by their children. I would agree. Except in Elizabeth's case. Well, she hasn't scratched you to death yet, but yeah.
Davine sighs. Oh, trust me, if she stays like this, I'm sure in one place or the other I'm going to get a couple scratches on me.
We're gonna go up to Gateway. I was back there making breakfast. We're gonna go up and sit in that office, and we're gonna wait. I don't think that's quite necessary.
Davine looks at Suletta, then at Hunk. You know what, Mark? I think that is the perfect idea.
Just for that couple moments there, it was like normal. I don't want to say old times because it was only like a month and a half ago, but you catch my drift.
Most definitely, I catch your drift. It's changed as of late, and for those few moments it felt normal, and I quite enjoyed that feeling.
As I said, life goes on if you allow it. And you have to.
Davy nods. She holds Hunk's hand even tighter. We're going to go up there, and we're going to give the children some food, and we're just going to keep an eye on things. Hell, I'm sure they would love to spend the day with us, yes?
Maybe I can whip up some more plates of lamb and eggs and get one for everybody up there, Sasha and them, and because we're gonna spend the day up there. She's got till 6 o'clock ish.
5 to even better than 8 p.m. 5 to 6. I like that idea quite a bit more.
I'm just ready for things to go back to normal. I hate to say that. I would give my left arm, right testicle, right leg, whatever of my body is required to bring Benjamin back. I'd give it willingly. But what else can we do than what we've already done? Besides, maybe move on.
I think that is the only thing that we can do. Just move on. As terrible as that sounds.
He'll kiss Davine, passionate.
Davine returns the passionate kiss and wraps her arms around him very tightly.
Just want to go back to normal. Waking up on Sundays, seeing my pool house messed up and trashed because my children smoked dope in it the night before with their aunt. Sighing slightly.
Davine starts to giggle, and you're supposed to be the good influence, Letty.
Well, that part of me's gone ever since my husband turned into a Nazi. I'm gonna go make more food. Letting go of Davine, going into the back.
Davine just grimaces, reaches out, and holds Soletta's hand.
You know, I've always kind of wanted to joke about something with you. Looking at Davine.
Well, please, Letty, let me hear it.
Do you remember when you ruined him so much you had to force feed him? What did I give you? Xanax.
Davine nods. Yes, I do remember that.
You were, in fact, experimenting on him. Pointing with her fork at Davy!
God damn it, Letty.
That was so pathetic.
It was quite pathetic of me to do.
The Florida Gators.
The Florida Gators, She just shakes her head. I can't... I have difficulty watching any sports now, especially baseball. And I'm sure I don't need to explain why.
I only thought about it because Blaze presented me a letter today from the New York Yankees. They'd like to get into talks with your husband. I had Blaze destroy the letter.
Oh, thank God, Letty. Thank God you did that. I do not want to go to a Yankees game.
I mean, it was addressed to your husband with the Players Union stamp on it, so I think there's probably more than just going to a game.
They probably want him back for him to pitch for them, yes.
Did look so good in those socks. The high socks and the pinstripes. Such a lucky bitch.
Oh, I know I'm the lucky bitch. She smiles with those high socks and that hat, darling. You remember that hat?
Yeah, oh yeah. How sweaty it was already, and he'd only been out there for maybe like in the dugout for like 45 minutes. It was a hot day. And dumbass Clive was in the dugout too.
Davine chuckles. Both of our husbands in the dugout together. Isn't that funny?
Your husband pitching a flawless first inning, very handsomely, and mine with a baseball bat threatening a hobbit.
Threatening a hobbit who killed his previous wife, darling. He had good reasoning to do so.
Did he? It's not like he remembers her anymore.
That is quite true. He does not remember her anymore.
I've told you, but before he went ultra crazy, I started noticing he'd be like, "Who's that? Who's this woman and me? Who's this dwarf?" And I'd say, "That is your former wife. You remember, right?" And he would insist he'd always been married to me and Memrian's biological father. All the pictures of that poor dwarven woman are stowed away under our house in the underground bunker. I, for her memory's sake, would like one day to be able to put them up again.
I would like that too. She certainly deserves it. She smiles at Soletta, and I am sure that day will be coming. Don't you worry about it, darling.
Her family didn't drive him to madness.
You cannot blame yourself for that. That is entirely mine and Carter's fault. And Julius's. Don't forget Julius's. Although we can't blame him for that, especially since he can't remember any of it.
Ignorance is bliss for the little weasel. Flashing! Normal Clive, speaking of the devil, riding a horse down an apocalyptic street. Oh my god. Street!
Normal Clive looking around. The horse's hooves clopping loudly, echoing throughout the empty streets. Looking down at all the dead bodies and ruined cars and rubble and trash strewn about the place. He continues riding forward for a couple streets as he comes up and ends a few feet away from a sheriff's car. As Norman Cliven looks out, "Goddamn, cowboy. You look like shit. Come on, get in." Normal Clive looks scared, almost, as he swings his leg over the horse, walks up slowly towards the cop car, opens the door, and sets in the passenger seat. "What is this?" What is this? Clive, come on, look around. You know what this is. Is this what happens if Cot and Thomas take over? Atta boy. There was always one of them. Everyone knew it, even though he had them mind-controlling powers. Carter. Yeah. I just wish I could have helped them out of the mind control. But you know as well as I do, the only way to do that is put a damn plate in your head, and none of them would have ever gone for it. Would have changed a lot if we were able to stop it, though. Clive nods. There's two boxes filled with a burger and a thing of fries in it. Normal Clive reaches out and starts eating from the fries as he looks at Norman Cliven. I'm trying to protect my family. He shakes his head. But it's a truce. You know, because of Benny. Oh! Is that what's wrong with you? You know, that's my family too. One could argue that they are more my family than yours. How's my little girl doing? She still got my eyes? Clive shakes his head. We both know she's got Suletta's eyes. And thank the unit for that. God willing, she doesn't get my teeth, though. You are such an asshole. As he reaches out and takes some more fries. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You know, same as you, though. You think I'm the asshole? Oh, I don't think, Clive. I know. I really do think an asshole is someone who doesn't want to execute the perfect plan that he himself set in place to kill that devil Carter. Just because of a little truce. That's an asshole right there. You took on that responsibility when you swore yourself to the unit, whether you like it or not. It's Clive, normal Clive. He starts to tear up as he looks out the windshield and shakes his head. You know, I really didn't want to do those things, right? But you did, didn't you? Man, those things you did on that volcano, at that fire station, hell, the museums were works of art, in my opinion. I'm proud of you, brother. Took pages right out of my book. It had to be me. It still has to be me. You see, Clive, that's where I think you're wrong. Has to be Rommel. It has to be Rommel. Yeah, it has to be Rommel. The only way this gets done. He can do what you can't. I already proved it a few times now. Would you have been able to shoot that museum worker? No. No, I don't think I would have been able to. Just like how you don't think you can do what needs to be done just because of, again, a little truce. But what Rommel does, that's the shit I need. That's the shit I am talking about. And that I've known that you've always had in you. You want to know what this is all about? Why you're here with me right now? Yeah, I would like to know. It's time. Kneel down. Dig deep. Find it, Clive. The rage, the hatred, the loyalty. Find it. It's in there. There's a job, Clive. It needs to get done. It has to get done. You need to understand that, Clive. You could do it, brother. As he sits back in his seat, takes some of the fries away from Clive's bag and starts to eat them. He looks out the window, starts chuckling and nods. You know something, Clive? You know what you gotta do? What's that? You gotta Well, it's quite simple. You gotta wake up!
Wow, waiting for Clive. What the fuck he doing? Clive not here. Quite yet. Don't know.
I have no idea. He looks forward, or past the other two to Skardoff. Mein Führer, do you know where Clive is?
Nine. Shaking his head with a concerned look on his face as his hand is held up.
Oh god. Usually he's the first one here, but you don't think something happened to him, right? Like, he looks towards Samuel with a happy look on his expression. You don't think he went into like a coma or something, do you, Samuel?
We could never be so blessed.
No, you're right. Especially if he, like, turned back normal or something like that. That would be too lucky for us. As he looks down at his feet and kicks a rock across the courtyard.
Mein Gusa Generein ved Vinheines Vershafen. My greatest general will never fail.
Yeah, that's right. Your greatest general will never fail. He puts his hands into his pockets and shakes his head. I sort of wish he would, though, honestly.
Well, what are we doing here anyway today? What's the big idea? Angufferheiden Kata. Attacking Carter. Oh, it's that day. Great.
Wait. Everything's been set in place. Are you sure we shouldn't, practice a few more times or anything like that?
I think I could use some more practice. Not me ready to fight. God, elbowing Krellin.
Fudwick looks forward, looking at Krellin with a what the hell, dude, look on his face.
Carter Zeist ist gekommen. Carter's time has come.
Great. I guess we won't be able to get any more practice in, as he just sort of...
Putting his hand up, seeing Clive coming out of his private barracks room at Munich.
Clive starts to walk forward, marching how the Nazis usually did, as he walks forward in front. He walks forward right in front of his troops, clicks his heels together, and salutes them all. Hail Skardoff!
Hail Skardoff! Oh, hail Skardoff! Putting his hand up.
Hail Skardoff! Gentlemen, he puts his hands behind his back. If you do not mind, mein Führer, I would like to speak to my troops for a good second here.
Da.
He nods towards Skardoff as he starts pacing in front of them. Mine troops, the best of the best. It is a fact of life that it is natural to be scared. But do not let that fear in you prevent you from doing the things that you must do in life to protect those you love, those you care about. Today we are going to take on Carter. The Carter bust, if you will. Today, we are going to take him down once and for all. The perfect plan has been set in place. I would not lie to you. I have had doubts about this plan, if it is natural to do this, especially after making this truce with him. But then a thought came through my mind. If not us, then who? Krillin, Herr Himmler. If not us, then who? Answer me.
Nobody.
Exactly. Nobody. We must prepare for this assault. And assault him we shall. We will take him down once and for all. He will be crying out to his mommy and to his daddy, while we shoot him in the face. And finally, once and for all, save Memory Ann. Save all of mine goddaughters and godsons. And once and for all, saves this planet from Carter. Can I get a Hail Skardolf?
Hail, Skardolf, clicking his boots together proudly.
Hail Skardolf, as he just clicks his boots together but doesn't put his hand out.
Benny Sol Garite Ruhaden. And he starts clapping in Clive's direction. Benny shall be avenged.
Benny shall be avenged. Let me hear you say it. Mine soldiers. Mine Reich. Victory at any cost.
Going to shoot Carter in face.
Going to shoot Carter in face. That is the spirit I like to see, Himmler.
Lass this Angriff beginnen. Raktas Manis des Reiches. Let the attack begin. Move out, men of the Reich.
Yeah, move out, men of the Reich.
Oh, flashing here. Pequod coming in with pancakes. Seeing Julius balled up on the floor of the machine, with Elizabeth and Icy lying on the seating portion of the machine. Wake up, Julius.
And Julius's eyes flutter open. He rubs one of them with his hand as he sits up. He looks up at her and smiles. You know, it always gets better. My day always gets better when I get to wake up and see your face.
Are you sure about that? Because it's about to get worse.
Oh, God. He looks down at his lap and then up at Pequod. Why is that, honey? Why is it gonna get worse?
It's Sunday. Is she asleep? Elizabeth's out of.
And Julius looks down at her and nods. The fucking Nevermore being summoned couldn't wake her up.
It's the final day.
Julius sighs as he stands up and scratches his cheek. Oh, great. Well, he looks around. Yeah, no, this day is gonna be absolute shit. I can already feel it.
Sasha and Towns are up at work doing paperwork with all the xenomorph invasions, cracking planets, moving troops so we can go up and help them out.
That sounds like a plan. It'll at least get mine and your minds off of everything that's been going on.
Wake up Icy and then come eat. Leave her in there, let her sleep. I'm not getting scratched again.
Julius nods. He pulls down her scarf a bit and gives her Scratch a kiss. I'm sorry about that, honey. It should have been me.
Just tired of it, Julius. Looking down at Elizabeth.
I know. He looks down at Elizabeth, pushes the lower part of his back with his hand, and it audibly cracks multiple times. Getting pretty tired of it too.
I'm tired of living like this. Walking away.
Oh, trust me, I am too. He carefully reaches over and pats Icy on the cheek a couple times. Nicole, hey kiddo, wake up.
What?
Hey, it's okay. He puts a finger up to his lips and then points down at Elizabeth. Pequod brought us some breakfast. We should probably go eat something, yeah?
Oh, alright. Looking down at Elizabeth. What day is it?
It's Sunday.
Oh, God.
Julius nods. It's the final day. He reaches out. You want me to pick you up?
Oh, no, I got it. She staggers out of the machine. Why did it have to come so quick?
He puts his hands on his hips and shakes his head. I don't know, sis. I really don't.
She closes her eyes, looks over at Pequod. Come on and eat, please.
Yeah, come on. He nods over towards Pequod, offers his hand, and then will go up and sit next to Pequod.
She'll walk up with Julius's hand. Should we wake her up? No, let her sleep.
Julius nods. I'm sure we've all gotten enough scratches to just know to let her sleep.
Ugh. Looking back at the machine, she's like a little cat.
A little raccoon. A little... I hate to say this about her, but a little rabid raccoon. Especially Goblin. Yeah, no. I was saying rabies because of how much she hates water. It's like she's allergic to it.
buttering Julius's pancakes. She's a goblin, just as her mother before her.
Julius just groans and shakes his head. He looks at Icy. I know this is a difficult talk to have early in the morning, but he leans forward to her. How do we want to go about this?
By winning, shrugging.
He nods. Do you think you can win today?
Yeah, if people aren't coming in bothering me, like has been happening a lot this past week, bothering me, breaking my concentration, talking to me over the cameras the town set up that have two-way voice communication, smacking her lips.
Julius leans back with his arms crossed and nods. They have been bothering you quite a bit, haven't they?
And I'm perfectly okay with it, but it's part of the deal I made, but what I'm trying to do takes a lot of concentration, and I need that. The afterlife isn't a river. It's not like time. Time flows like a river. The afterlife is not like that. The afterlife is all over the place. All over the place. It's not like Rainfall Lane where there's a biome where you know to find frost tyrants and a stone drake and sand drakes or giraffes from a nova that Suletta had to have. It's completely different and wacky.
Julius nods. So with adequate concentration today, you'll be able to find him?
Well, I found your friend. Look here, Julius. O'Keir, if you remember him.
Of course I remember Oak here. He leans forward. How is he? Is he doing okay?
He was sitting there drinking beers with Bash. And they were having a good time. Spirits flock together that knew one another in the afterlife, just like real life. I'm sure he's around somewhere.
Julius smiles and nods. I'm glad to hear those two are doing good. They certainly deserve it. And that's good news. That's good news. If you found them, that means you could probably find Benny.
Doesn't mean they're death. Sometimes I look at Carter and just... Do you remember how much of a little... Well, we always say it, but a bitch. But do you remember his face when Adonis called him a cracker? I see, who could forget?
How could I forget that, honey? Please.
Now, Carter, if you called him that, I don't think he'd even laugh.
Julius's smile goes down and his face becomes almost a blank expression and he nods.
I mean, he lost Bash. Technically speaking, they weren't under his command, but O'Keir was. Bash wasn't. O'Keir was, and now Benny. Their squad definitely suffered way more casualties than we ever did.
Yeah. Yeah, they most certainly did, and it's, he shakes his head. It's certainly not good for those kids' psyches. He bites his bottom lip and nods.
But our son still gets up every day and does his job. She shrugs. I see, well, Elizabeth is different. Looking over his shoulder.
Carter, well, our children, he looks at Pequod. None of them have mom's side to them. Because, I mean, we all saw it. Even if she loses just a friend, she went catatonic. And I'm sure, I hate to say this about her, but I'm sure that if she just lost Colt, for example, she would also go catatonic. He looks down at his pancakes and scratches his chin. I think if our kids lost their significant others, they'd probably go haywire. I know I would, but if they just lost a friend like they already have, they can certainly push through that and handle that at least.
And they have. Eating her pancakes. And they have. Most of them, anyway. Looking back at the machine.
Julius groans, looking at the machine, and rubs his face. That doesn't matter. He looks at Icy and smiles, because we're gonna win today, right?
And if we don't, we beg Mom and Dad for more time. Yeah, that's not gonna work, and I'm not gonna be on your side to do so.
Julius shakes his head. Even without the drugs and everything like that, Icy, it's still not good for your health. I can't in good conscience advocate for getting more time. I think it's completely fair, the 1-week rule that they set in place.
It's not good for anybody's health. Look at the lane, look at the family. Everybody's on a knife's edge of hoping something a miracle happens. And you know what? I hope a miracle happens too, but it doesn't allow people to move on.
Julius nods. I'm sure if you went up to Oz or Laz or any of them and you asked them, do you still have a hope that Benny comes back? They would answer immediately. He snaps his fingers. Yes, I have a hope that they come back. And if we keep giving them that hope, and I'm not saying it would, but if it never comes to fruition, that would just end up hurting them even more over time. I think if we don't do it today, he shakes his head, it shouldn't happen, Nicole.
I mean, it's not like God, I hate to say it, and maybe we should have, but it's not like we tried with Okier or Bash, Nicole. I mean, you didn't have a body with Bash, but we had Okier's body. Fair point. Looking at our pancakes, sadly. I would have if somebody would have asked. They were allowed to grieve, though. They were allowed to grieve through it together and apart. Nobody's been allowed to do that yet. Except her. Gesturing over here. And that's never gonna end. This is her forever. Unless we take the adult steps to either make her move on.
Which we will have to. That's no way for a person to live. That's like keeping a person who's been in a coma for 30 years on life support because there's the slightest chance that they're going to wake up. That can't continue. That's just inhumane if we let it happen.
But it's unfair, looking back at the machine. I mean, what if Pequod died?
Julius closes his eyes.
There would be no only 1 week. Well, I would hope there would be, so my children and husband can grieve. Shrugging.
I would be destroyed, Nicole. Positively, utterly destroyed. He opens his eyes and looks at her. Probably worse than that? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. He leans forward a bit. But for the sake of my children, I wouldn't mind if there was a 1-week rule put in place. Because I know they would need it to recover. And by proxy, eventually, somehow, someway, I would start recovering as well.
Assuming you ever became catatonic again, yeah.
Julius nods. Exactly, yeah. He leans back and looks at Pequod and holds her hand. It's the right decision, Nicole.
Which is now a real possibility on the table, since your wife is only a woman. Looking right at Pequod. She likes to fight xenomorphs. She sighed.
Julius just groans, and I like to think over the week he has not taken the bandage off, but like taken off her coat and looked at the bandage just to make sure it didn't need to be replaced or anything, and he does the same thing now, just looks at the bandage.
Believe me, I would rather not. But when the time comes, a leader has to step up.
And she is very brave for doing that. And yeah, no, it definitely scares me each and every time she does it. I won't lie about that.
Well, hopefully I won't be doing it much. She takes Julius's hand, but I have a bad feeling I will be before the end.
Julius chuckles and he squeezes her hand. If you do go back out there, I'm never going to allow you to go out there without me right behind you, okay, honey?
Oh, I don't want to go out there without you, believe me. No, I felt safe with our children and Ash's son. Like I told Ash, I really did. I didn't have to worry about them.
That's good. That is very good. I am extremely proud of them for making you feel safe like that. He chuckles as he leans in a bit closer to her. We gotta admit, it was pretty hot how I took all of them out that quickly.
Not really, Julius. You want to know why? Because I can't see anything you do. I see laugh.
Julius just starts laughing. Right, I forgot about that.
The act in and of itself very attractive, but the fact I couldn't see anything and it was like a flash and it was over. Julius, my eyes can't track you. Nevermore, on the other hand, I can see. Not that I want to.
Nevermore is a lot more flashy, isn't it?
Also makes the hair on your back of your neck stand up. Goosebumps. It's death. Yeah.
Yeah.
It triggers primal fear in your brain. At least that's what Lorelai said the first time it happened. She was even afraid.
Well, honestly, who wouldn't be? He shakes his head.
Wow, big demon. Ah!
Julius starts laughing. If there's one person who wouldn't be scared at first, it would be Krellin, probably.
Oh, shoot! Frederick and Samuel running.
Julius starts laughing. Oh god, the damn Stooges.
Yeah, I'll take that thing on, no problem.
Oh no, you're doing the wrong one. I will take on that one. Do not worry, mein Reich.
Da.
Speaking Russian, who Adolf famously did not like.
Is it bad to say I miss Clive and Norman? No.
No, it is not bad, because, you know, at least with Clive and Norman, we got to see him in some, like, desert EDUs and everything like that, and he was dressed somewhat normally. Now he's just dressed like a Nazi.
All the time.
All the damn time, as he just shakes his head.
What are we doing about the whole attacking people and... Well, they've been quiet this week, so...
Julius nods. Yeah, no word from any fire stations or anything like that of them being attacked or anything, which is, you know, equally a good and a bad sign, knowing the unit.
I should have never started doing drugs. And I'd have unlimited time. I just came to that realization, which is very pathetic. But God, is it so stressful doing this. Because I know she will never actually recover unless we did something abhorrent, like erase people from minds. And it gives you PTSD flashbacks to Mom sitting there in the gym. Like, what? It's burned my sympathy for her. Pequod puts up her hands. I can't relate at this point.
Julius just sighs and scratches his cheek.
My son, your daughter, don't even get to see their grandparents anymore because of this. I mean, the whole world does not revolve around Elizabeth at the end of the day. The whole universe does not. Whether she wants it to or not, Nicole. Icy plays with the fruit on her pancake.
What is it that Aunt Suletta always says? Prioritize the living?
Eating the strawberry on the pancake.
Julius sighs as he looks at Icy. You still got today. If I know that any one person can do it, it's certainly you, Icy. But If it doesn't happen, we both know she's not going to recover as long as she has Benny in her mind. So it might come to erasing him. You know that, right?
It won't be me. I refuse. Then Lorelai will do it.
If that's what comes down to it, Lorelai will have to do it, yeah.
Would Benny remember her walking away from him when he proposed if he were to, hypothetically speaking, come back? Yeah.
Ugh. Hypothetically speaking, he comes back. What's the last thing he would remember?
Dying.
Oh. Yeah, that's enough to give you PTSD forever.
Probably the look on Carter's face.
Yikes. Julius looks down at the pancakes and messes with a couple pieces of fruit on them.
And shortly after, probably whatever his last memory was of the day there, it's hard to say. It's not like I'm an expert at this. But he would definitely remember the most traumatic moment of his life. And dying wouldn't be it. It would be when she walked away from him. Which I'm personally still angry at her for, but instead of having no sympathy for her, no sympathy. It's time to move on. As a family. We've stopped the universe for her for long enough, Nicole. And our lives.
Think of it this way, and this might sound a little heartless, but think of it this way. Would you rather save a city full of people or an entire planet?
I'd rather find a way to do both. Grimacing back at the machine. And considering the fact that, oh, I'm so powerful, I'm a Novian, I should be able to find a fucking way. Or at least that's what Hot Tits for Julius would tell me.
Julius scoffs and nods.
Hot Tits for Julius. Rolling her eye.
That's a new one. That's a new one. Most definitely.
She used to always... She would talk... Well, when we were trained, she would talk about you all the time, and it was like, God, this is weird. She'd be fanning herself as she made me work out, as if she was the one working out.
Julius chuckles as he leans back with his arms crossed. Really? She wouldn't just call me, what was it again? A useless man, stupid, unwise, everything like that?
She always said Galleons were the dumbest species she's ever met. But that doesn't... Intelligence does not equate to attractiveness in terms of facial and body features.
That sounds like Lorelai, alright. Julius chuckles as he shakes his head.
Why couldn't she be fixated on Ash? Be quiet, looking around. I don't know.
Julius throws his hands up. You want to know my actual reasoning why I think she's been so focused on me this entire time? Because she's a cougar.
Most of us are. Gesturing back to herself, Icy. Most of us are, yeah. We like them young.
Yeah, you have no room to talk.
I mean, Soul and Colt are not too far apart, surprisingly. But in another world where Soul was like 7 years older than him, or 10, yeah.
My daughter would be robbing the cradle just like her auntie.
And just like Lorelai wishes to.
Yeah, she's never gonna, though. She is never going to.
I think she'll be fixated on Thomas. Pequod crossing her arms. I see. Yeah. Just look at Thomas someday and then look at your husband. A younger photo of your husband.
Julius nods. He reaches into his like wallet and pulls out the little picture of that he used to have in the locket and sets it down in front of Pequod.
Well, I'll have to teach Hale how to keep Hot Tits for Julius at arm's length. I'm sure my daughter would appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sure she would. I'm sure if anyone were to touch, quote-unquote, her man, they would not be in for a great time, especially when she starts to get older and more powerful.
Oh, I got a call from Sasha. I'll be right back. She walks off. She still doesn't know Lorelai fucking ripped your face off, sucked your face off, does she?
No, she does not, and she will never know that, will she, Nicole?
I'm not talking. Shaking her head.
Julius just starts laughing as he shakes his head.
Out here, this guy, arms up, out forward, pleading with Ash. Listen to me, Valorius. Let's just talk this over, okay? I know things, potentially important things, that if you off me, you're not gonna get out of me.
I'm sure. He's gonna look above the guy and see that there's snow up here.
I'm surrendering. He puts his gun down. You're the good guy. The good. Aren't you a good man? That's what EarthGov's all about. Putting his hands higher. You don't shoot unarmed combatants. I remember that. I came from the Marine Corps. Part of the doctrine. We don't shoot unarmed combatants. You get into Strat, maybe it's a different story, but is what it is, right? Shrugging.
Right, I don't. He is going to shoot the ice up here with a fire bullet, causing it to melt, and then as it goes over the guy's head, he's going to shoot it with an ice bullet, encasing his head and upper body in a block of ice.
Oh, he starts writhing around, falls over on the ground.
I didn't shoot you, and he's going to start walking towards them, leaving the guy to suffocate.
And he will suffocate. As here, this guy arms out. Wait! As Sam picks him up, tucking her head under, and impaling him on a spike. He's reaching for her, screaming. JJ can hear him crying, impaled through his stomach.
JJ just sort of grimaces as he looks at Saris and then back at Sam, then back at Saris. I always thought I had a pretty tough stomach, but Jesus.
Yeah, just like her goddamn mother. No mercy. Pulling out a knife and starts stabbing him in the face with it. God damn it. She puts her fingers in her mouth, lets out a sharp whistle, and she'll continue to stab him in the face.
JJ's gonna walk up to her, put a hand on her lower back and then a hand around her wrist.
That's enough. Taking the knife from her slowly. You've got the magic touch.
JJ nods, and thank God I do. I do have the magic touch, don't I, love?
Starts squeezing his eyeballs into his head. Oh god.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, he puts both hands on her arms. He's dead. He's gone. He shakes his head.
Pops the eyeballs. They didn't show Benny mercy. Starts violently shaking. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're done for the day. Walking over here, lighting a cigarette.
JJ nods. Yes, we are. He starts
You know,
to...
we're never gonna find... We've only been out here 15 hours. And if you count travel time, Samantha, we've technically only been at it 5 hours. Coming all the way out here to bumfuck nowhere. And you have these mental breakdowns and we're done for the day. We're never gonna find him if you keep this up. She looks at JJ sadly.
I mean, it's true, love. When you do stuff like this, I'm worried about you, and I won't go anywhere until I know you're okay, and because I'm not going anywhere, you're not going anywhere, and neither are Laz and Oz.
We were covering more ground effectively, me, Kaz, and Ash. I'm sorry. Looking at her, then JJ.
JJ nods. I know you want revenge, love. I do too. He looks down at the soldier and then back at her. But we have to keep ourselves under a bit of control and save our anger and our rage for the people who truly deserve it. He puts his hand on her cheek and then moves some hair out of her face. That's Spinda and Ripper, yes?
She'll nod slightly and kiss JJ on the lips.
He returns the kiss as he wraps his arm around her waist and pulls her in close.
You have to learn to control yourself, because the second Ash sees this, we're done. Shrugging.
Done for the day, and then most likely back home so you can recover mentally, love.
This job just took it out of me.
I know.
The whole thing, everything took it out of me. Carter, those kids. Nothing's been the same since the oil rig, and I'll be damned, I still have nightmares about that big bug picking Carter and Ricky up. I screamed. I couldn't do anything but point and scream. I felt useless. Oh, Carter. Rolling her eyes.
JJ just sighs, lets out a quick and heavy sigh, and shakes his head.
We're referring to the time Carter and my son ignored everybody's advice, right?
JJ nods. Correct. They stayed back and fought, and then I believe it was Ricky. He got his back hurt, and then Carter got his leg broken, or do I have that mixed up?
Backwards. Ricky got his leg broken because it tossed Ricky into a wall, feet first. Carter got his back fucked up because it tossed him back first into the windshield of the pilot's seat of our gunship.
Right.
Ash will be sure to deliver a beating to Ricky whenever we're finally home for a steady amount of time, whenever that may be.
JJ nods. And I'm still going to make good on my beating on Carter. He's managed to escape it thus far, but I'm still going to make good on it.
Isn't Clive enough?
No, I wouldn't say it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Crossing her arms, looking at the sky. Can you believe my son was, like, devastated that the unit declared him an enemy? I was like, you should be proud.
Honestly, yeah, he should be proud. He looks down at Samantha. He's an enemy of the Nazis, which is a good thing to be.
It means he's a good friend of Carter's. Yeah, pretty much. I'm sure they hate Colt. They do. They call my brother a paraplegic fuck.
Even though he's been walking around for like 5 months at this point.
But they haven't been really insulting anybody as of late. You know, they've just been murdering people. Walking over here! Huh? Sam looking over his shoulder? Nothing.
JJ clears his throat and shakes his head. Yeah, no. I mean, Oz is always the one who says it, but whenever they get quiet, it always gets pretty worrying, and to my knowledge, as of late, they have been pretty quiet.
Well, out here, we don't have to worry about them. Or what happened to your family. Your family, too. Poking the big stick.
JJ looks down at her and gently pokes her cheek. Yes, ma'am, your family as well.
I'm just kind of afraid if we don't find this guy, I'll get kicked out. Lighting another cigarette. Oh my god. Oh boy, man, you should have just talked to her that day you met her at her basic. Yeah, you should have. Looking at JJ.
You think I don't regret that every day? He looks down at Sam. You're not going to get kicked out. He puts both hands on her cheeks. I will personally see to it. If I must argue with my father, I will. And let me tell you something. I will win that argument. Because I'm doing it for you.
For all the dog shit Davine Rainfall gets, she's a very reasonable woman. And Hunk's always been reasonable. Nobody's getting kicked out. Maybe people need to move on. That's a different story, though.
That I agree with. People do need to move on. He closes his eyes and shakes his head. It's not good for any member of the family not moving on, and we just need that opportunity to do so.
You being one of them, Samantha. You have to get ready to live your life after all this, which sooner or later it'll all end.
And
winning Oscars, watching JJ give speeches, making the crowd scream when I say how hot I am. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, that's it. He takes both of her hands and kisses each of them. That's exactly what'll be going on, darling.
Spending time around the lane, having fun, going to cookouts, carrying She stops immediately. Oh.
JJ sighs. He looks at Sam. You don't need to carry him when we get home. And in fact, I won't allow it. I
He's
just
autistic. How can you do that to him? Here we go with that autism discussion again. Looking up at the sky.
Ceres, you don't even know. You don't even know. He is 110% autistic.
I mean, I've been around him a fair bit, but I don't see anything that makes me think he's autistic.
Just look at how much he focuses on people who look like my wife. It doesn't even need to be Samantha. Look at Sasha. Look at Sam. It's right there. He's hyper-focused on them. And he seems to be also very hyper-focused on mechanical things. And he seems to be very intelligent or gathering information about them.
Well, maybe you're right. I don't know a lot about autism. She shrugs. If he is, I'm sure the family's up to helping him through it. He'll probably be hanging off me till he's like 24.
He points at Sam. That we're not going to allow to happen. I personally won't allow any man over the age of 15 to hang off of you or hug you for a suspicious amount of time.
Well, unless it's your son, right? We don't want sons. Shaking your head. Why? He's Hunk Rainfall's son. Carter has turned me off of the idea of having a boy. No. Sarah starts laughing.
Yeah, JJ nods. Plus, just imagine it. Like, 4 or 5 more little Sams and Sashas while running around the lane having a good time. I do like the thought of that.
Yeah, me too. No boys.
JJ chuckles. He looks down at Sam and puts his nose on hers. No boys at all.
I'm pretty sure your boys would not turn out to be anything like Carter. No. Carter, no. They say Carter scars most people around him for life. That's my scar from Carter. Besides the mental anguish.
JJ just sighs heavily. And whatever scar my wife has gained, I have gained as well. So Carter has also scarred me.
Alright, fine, no boys. Just think it's such a waste of handsomeness. Looking JJ up and down, then coming over here. Fair point. But Carter.
But Carter indeed. He just grimaces a bit. Man, I really want to punch him in the face when we get home. Can I?
Sure. She looks up at JJ and smiles. It would probably make me happy.
Oh, if it'll make you happy, love, then I'm basically obligated to do it. I have to now.
What a way to round out your Sunday, assuming we go home tonight. Carter caps off his Sunday by getting socked in the face. She laughs and walks over here.
Oh, it's not like it hasn't happened to him before, as he'll pick up Sam and start walking along with Ceres.
Oz's gun barrel smoking, standing outside the tent. Laz going through the tent, sees this trooper that Oz shot from outside the tent, his hand reaching over to something covered by a blanket.
She looks over and will walk over and just stomp on his face, uncover the blanket and look at what he was trying to reach for.
It's a powered-on laptop that is not a blank home screen.
Oh shit. Oswald?
What? As coming in, is he still alive?
Well, he was, but I think I killed him. She gets down on her knees and picks up the laptop, turns it around, and shows the screen to Oz.
Jackpot. Flexing his hand in the air. Oh my goodness. Gingerly taking the laptop.
It's on. It isn't wiped, right?
It's got the chat app still installed and everything. Clicking the chat box button. Transmission from Eagle 1. Maintain current position. Engage Major Valorius and cohorts on site.
Eagle 1, that has to be Old Smoky, right?
Major! Ash! Kazan! Oz both saying at the same time.
He'll calmly walk in. Yes, what's going on?
I've got something for you, sir. Hand it to him. Gently.
Laz will gently take the laptop and hand it over towards Ash.
Bingo? Sam's eyes go wide.
He's gonna take it and start reading while she talks.
Laz looks over at Sam and nods. I'm pretty sure it's a bingo.
Yeah, straight flush. I think, right, Ash?
He takes his helmet off and he's just looking at it blankly. Children, I think we may have just hit diamonds.
The chat's still open with the guy. We could chat to him if we wanted. Not that we want to, but
Can you run a trace on this?
A trace can be run, but I wouldn't leave it up to me. I'd take it to, well, the expert towns.
Well, children, I believe that is it for today.
You're serious? The chat's still open? JJ coming over with her? Oh my god, her eyes go wide.
And JJ leans forward. Eagle 1, right there.
The guy was in the tent, I shot him, she went in, and I guess he was in the process of trying to wipe it, but we got to him first. Sarah starts clapping.
He is going to gently put the laptop in Sam's hands. Go ahead, take a good look at your good work.
About time, sir. Big smile on her face. This won't bring Benny back, but revenge is a dish best served cold.
They say that, but looking at you, I have a feeling that your revenge is going to be fiery and explosive.
Hell, it won't be me, I think. Shaking her head, more like the Moon Maiden. She's got the personal stake in it. Crippled my brother. Nodding his head, looking at the computer inquisitively.
I'd say you've got plenty of personal stake in it too. A lot of us do.
Somebody's gonna have to do in Rippa if Elizabeth can't pull herself together. I wouldn't mind.
JJ nods. If you would, leave it up to either me or Sam. I think she would appreciate it coming from either of us.
It was a nice shot, if I do say so myself, looking at his gun. Yeah, he sure.
Laz looks over at Oz, walks over, and gives him a very tight hug.
He hugs Laz back. Yeah, it's just about fucking. He goes in the tent.
Well done, Oswald. I'm going to write in for you to get a commendation as well. You thought quick and may have handed us our biggest bit of pay dirt yet.
Thank you kindly, sir. Oh, shit. It just dawned on me. Does this mean we'd go back to being a squad again?
It would not necessarily be up to me, but if this is what we're looking for, well, I would assume your parents would want all 4 of you on any mission to kill these fuckers.
Probably make Carter feel better.
JJ chuckles. Probably. I mean, he does go on and on about how he's lost his greatest warrior, doesn't he?
Aww, rubbing Ash's shoulder.
He knows just how good you are, Samantha. And besides, I think all 4 of you could use the therapeutic nature that being involved in that mission would bring.
Somewhat of a reunion. We've been apart for only about a month and a half or so, but it feels a lot longer. It's because you were a tight squad? It was so weird when I left the military. For me, it was like so weird. I fell into really terrible habits. Like, not brutally murdering people. Looking over at Samantha. But habits that were terrible.
It's something you're all going to have to learn when you get out. In the military, they teach you to live a certain way. It's not living that way that's the hardest part.
Damn straight. Nothing else in here, Ash. Coming out of the tent.
I don't think we need anything else, Cass. This is worth 100 of their cute little weapons. 1,000 even.
Drop me off at that lazy-eyed, who's that lazy-eyed guy? The one with who's always eating the cakes?
Tommy, yes, he could use your company right now.
Yeah, he closes the whole restaurant down just for me. He's a nice guy, walking away to the ship. What he doesn't realize is he closes the restaurant down because he's depressed. But yeah, let the bounty hunter think what he wants, children. Sam laughing.
Yes, of course. We'll let him think that Tommy really, really likes him.
Who's the lazy-eyed guy?
Doesn't even know his name!
Given the condition Tommy's in, I don't blame Kaz in this moment. And as for you four, if this is what I think it is, Samantha, I'll be giving you my card. Get treats for all of you, for you four. You deserve it if this is what I think it is.
Yes, sir. Let's get back so we can find out. Give it to Dad. Closing the laptop gingerly.
You heard her, everyone. Back to the ship. We have work to do.
Remember Anne rolling over on top of Carter, waking him up.
Carter's eyes flutter open. Oh, hello, beautiful.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carter.
He smiles at her, gives her a kiss on the cheek. Oh, I don't mind it one bit.
I guess I was having a nightmare.
He sits up a bit, resting on his elbows, and he looks at her. You want to talk about it?
It wasn't good. It wasn't a good one, Carter. It was a bad one. One where Benjamin didn't come back and Aunt Nicole died. And then your mother died. Grandfather died. And the family was never the same.
Carter reaches out and holds her hand. And he shakes his head.
And they all died before we could ever make amends for any of our mistakes.
That is a terrible dream. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Art. He puts a hand on her cheek. Are you okay, honey?
I've been having them a lot lately, Carter. Because nothing has changed here in so long.
Carter nods. He reaches over, looks at his wrist computer, and then looks back at her. Well, today's the last day of their little deal, so it's gonna change one way or the other today.
I hate to say it, but I hope so, Carter.
He nods. He pulls her in close and hugs her, gives her another kiss on the cheek. I hope so too, honey. He holds her tightly, and he sort of smiles at her. Do you want me to do anything for you? Anything that might make you feel better?
I don't want to cook. I don't feel like cooking. What time is it? It's still early in the morning.
He looks at his wrist computer. Oh, it's still early. We have basically the whole day ahead of us.
I don't want to cook, Carter.
Of course, honey. Do you want me to go to Tommy's and pick something up for us?
Grand Slam breakfast, double sausage.
Double sausage coming right up. He gives her another kiss on the cheek and he looks at her. Do you want to come with me or stay home?
Oh, just bring it back home. I don't want to go anywhere. The lane's so depressing.
Of course. He stands up, goes over, puts his shoes on, still in his sweatpants and t-shirt, and he looks back at her. If you need me at all while I'm up there, you give me a call, okay?
Just don't be gone long, Carter. This day needs to end.
He nods. 10 minutes. No more, no less. He smiles at her, and he'll give her a goodbye kiss and walk out the door.
She'll start getting dressed as Carter walks out the door. Up here. Wow, see him walking out of house.
Is that? Oh, mein Reich, it is time for our greatest achievement. He reaches out and mans the Gatling gun that's in front of him. Ready, mein Reich. Aim. Fire!
Fire! Carter!
Clive opens fire as he reaches out and takes a megaphone and he starts to yell through it. Ha Carter! You will die on this day!
Carter! Shooting down at Carter!
Frederick also picks up his gun. Carter! And starts firing off shots.
Yeah! As Clive can let out his scream as Carter's getting hit with the incoming projectile.
Carter just starts getting peppered with all the oh crap, right there, with all of the paintballs as he instinctively slams his fist down onto the ground and puts up his magic shield.
Carter! For Benjamin! Fishbowl head, motherfucker!
Get fucked, Carter! Fudwick screams out as the absolute torrent of paintballs that are firing at him causes the shields in front of him to completely break and shatter. Carter's eyes widen as he turns around and starts booking it for the house. I like to imagine in his wake, so many bullets are being shot at him that it starts to make a path following Carter, dirt and grass shooting up as he runs back into the house.
What the hell's going on out here? Rubbing her eye, trying to come out.
Carter picks her up around the waist,
Carter!
runs her back into the house, runs over, slams the door shut, and locks it.
What the hell is that? She's pointing out to the ground. Oh my god! As the window starts getting shot. Ah! Mein Führer! Fire your weapon! God! Oh God! She sees the front lawn being torn up.
Carter grabs her by the shoulder and ducks down with her as I like to imagine some of the windows start getting blown out around them from the paintballs.
Gotta kick your ass, fishbowl head!
Get fucked, fishbowl head! This is for memory Anne!
Oh, she's ducking down below the window. Don't tell me the Fourth Reich is attacking me.
Carter sighs, breathing heavily. I think it's more accurate that they're attacking me, honey.
I thought there was a truce.
Carter leans back against one of the walls and nods. I thought that too. I thought there was a truce and we were gonna ride it out until either Benny came back or, whatever happens, happens.
Never make deals with Nazis, Carter.
Well, I wasn't thinking in the right headspace at that time, but you know what? That's on me. I should have never made a deal with a Nazi.
As a paintball rocket hits the side of the house.
Holy shit! What kind of artillery do they got?
Up here in the office, Pequod sits down on Julius's lap.
Julius just sighs as he rubs his face and looks at Sasha and Towns. So any good news, bad news come out while we were gone?
No, it's been pretty quiet, all things considered. I don't know what Clive is currently doing down back at home, but he hasn't killed anybody this week. Thank God.
Well, and it's always good to hear that Clive hasn't killed someone this week. One last thing that we'll have to cover up for him.
Yeah, one less thing among many. Stolen Zeppelins and such.
Julius grimaces. Out of curiosity, just with Clive, how big is your work pile?
Too big. A potential xenomorph invasion of all of the outer colony planets, and my stack is about this big, putting his hand up, and my stack with Clive that relates to Clive is about this big, putting his hand like 8 feet in the air.
Jesus Christ. He shakes his head. I'm so sorry about this, Towns. You're the only one who could do it for us, though.
He's not in the right headspace. You know Clive wouldn't do this if certain people hadn't. It's hard to see Clive as a victim right now. I know.
But if it was normal Clive, he clicks his tongue, he would probably spit in Clive and Rommel's face or try to fight him or something like that.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I keep doing this.
Julius nods. That and not wanting to look Siletta in the face and have to tell her that I did it is the only reason I haven't killed him yet.
I mean, we've had the most normal family dinner we've had in a long time, hosted by him, albeit they just bought the food and claimed Clive cooked it, but...
Oh yeah, the traditional German dinner made by us, of course. We are very skilled chefs.
I'll never forget your son's face the day Clive walked in, dressed like that Nazi. And then Memory Ann was shaking Scar violently, and she said something like, all the men in my life either hurt me or get ruined. And your son's face was the most guilty looking face I'd ever seen.
Julie sighs. Is it bad that I think that's good? Like, he should feel guilty about this.
No, I agree. He should. He did a number to Memory Ann and Suletta.
And
And
Clive.
me! And Clive! What about me?
And
I'm
you.
his mother! And he brought a meth head into my house! A meth dealer. And a meth head.
Julius nods. Yeah, most definitely. He has affected. He just stares off into space for a couple seconds. Quite a few people.
I'm telling you, it's just, it might be the wrong way to look at things in life, but I love Memory Ann. I'll do anything for her. But Hale is a baby, and that means I'm going to know her since she was a baby. And I've known her mother for, at that point, how many years? If Thomas, I'm just saying, he twirls his fingers in a motion of tying something and then motions garroting somebody. That's what I'm saying with Thomas. Oh.
Julius points at Towns. Honestly, Towns, I agree with you. If he does something to fuck up like no one's belief, oh, let me tell you, the punishment on that boy is going to be so severe. I don't think any of you will recognize me with how angry I'm going to be.
My Thomas will not turn out like that. He's going to take after his father. Looking right at Julie.
When she says that, Julius looks down at her, then thinks about what she said for a second and grimaces extremely hard. I don't think he should take after me, honey. I'm not necessarily the best person to take after.
I think Thomas should spend a lot of time around his Uncle JJ, Oz, Uncle Towns, Granddad Hunk. That's all I'm gonna say. All great influences, putting her hands up.
Julius points towards Sasha. I agree. And I definitely think I'm going to punish him way more than I ever did Carter. I think that's just baseline. That's what's needed.
I agree. Looking right at Julius, just telling you, just piano wire. We buy it by the dozen. We buy the spools by the dozen at SIS. Trust me, we get a good price on them.
Julius nods. I mean, it's not a bad idea. We should probably keep it in our back pocket just in case.
I always carry some around, pulling some out. Oh, Sasha grimacing, seeing Hunk, David, and Suletta.
Julius looks at her. What's wrong? He looks behind himself. Oh, God.
What the hell are they doing up on my station on a Sunday afternoon? What do you think?
Think about what day it is and what deal was put in place.
Oh, what? Wow. Her eyes go wide. I forgot. The week went by without her doing drugs and screaming and throwing temper tantrums in there. The week went by so quick. Her coke-fueled rage.
Very quickly. Julius scratches his chin. He bites his bottom lip and looks towards the room where Icy is in right now, and he looks back at them. No matter what, we can't let them go in there. We can't let them distract her today. She told me that there's a chance that she'll be able to find him today if she doesn't have any distractions. We have to not let them distract her.
She squints at Julius. Do you see those dents in the wall over there that your father made? He got, oh.
Julius looks behind himself to the dents, and then back at Sasha. Do you know how hard of a hit I can take?
I'm not going to get between your mother or your father and their, let's be honest, favored daughter. Okay?
We all know she's the favorite, but still. He sighs. If all she needs is time, and anything like that, I haven't been able to do shit about this situation other than comfort people and comfort her as much as I possibly could. I have a chance to do something here. I'm gonna do it.
Well, something tells me they brought that food for her Pequod, I already fed her. She ate her whole plate. As they come in. Oh, the hooligan.
Julius turns around, smiles at them. Aunt Suletta, Mom, Dad, what do we owe the pleasure?
You know what you owe the pleasure for, son. Here's some lamb, eggs, avocado, and pita. Sasha will happily take it. Giving one to Tao.
Davine walks over, smiling at all of them, looks at all of them. Is Istrom in her room?
Yeah, she is. Yeah. Pequod gestures to the room. She is. She's working right now.
Oh, right. Well, she's probably been working far too much. I should give her this food. Actually, I'll set this down. I wouldn't want to contaminate that room or anything.
We just got here, Mom. And I already fed her, I promise you.
Oh, well, that is very sweet of you, darling, but I would like to inspect the room just in case, though. She
Sharply
smiles.
elbows Julius. Keep going.
Julius stands up and puts his hands out. I don't think that's a great idea today, guys. She's on the cusp, on the cusp of figuring it all out. We should probably just give her today with no distractions or checking on her or anything like that, and just allow her to be for today. Yeah.
Gotta do at least a minor drug sweep in that room.
I
agree.
At least a minor drug sweep.
And I am going to slap her when this is all over, one way or another, for indulging in drugs. A very hard slap. Make it 2. One from her mother.
Davy nods. I will slap her, actually. Julius puts his hands up. I deserve a slap as well. So if you want, you can slap me and get your anger out that way.
Nope! Sitting down right next to Julius!
Right. Just don't inspect the room, okay? That's all I'm asking. Davine tilts her head, looks at Mark, sits down on his lap. Okay. I won't inspect the room. But you know what you will do for me, Julius, Pequod. She turns to look her head at Sasha and then at Towns. You two count in this as well. You are part of the family currently, and basically as good as my children as head of the family. You will get her out here to eat this food that her father made for her. Is that understood?
Julius, I order you to go get her out of the room right now. Towns awkwardly eating a spoon.
Julius's ears, his elvish ears, have gone completely backwards and his head recoiled. Yes, ma'am. I'll go get her now. He
awkwardly drinking water like the Breaking Bad scene.
He stands up, sets Pequod back down on the table, and will awkwardly leave the room and go and knock on Icy's door.
A slight groan. What? The door opened! Blue aura around her from channeling.
I'm sorry, Nicole. I know. Mom just mom-voiced me to get you in there, and to get you to eat something.
But I
And
already
Sasha-
ate.
We tried to tell her that, but I don't think she's gonna listen.
Alright, I'll come out. Fixing your collar.
Julius nods. He does a quick check in the room. There are no drugs in there, right?
No, I'm trying to resurrect the kid.
I know, but they're gonna do a drug sweep of the room. At least an initial drug sweep is what Dad said.
Oh, joy. Joy. Coming out smiling. I'm here.
Yeah, see? She's doing A-okay, isn't that right, Icy? He pats her on the back and we'll go over and sit back down with Pequod.
Sleeves up, check her for track marks, dear. Icy will put up her sleeve.
Davine stands up, starts checking her arms and anywhere else that she could feasibly inject, like the ankle or the calf muscle or anywhere like that.
Shoes off, because you can inject into the veins in your foot. I watched a video on this, Nicole. Jesus!
Davine points to a chair nearby, gets down on one knee and takes off her shoe and her sock and looks at her veins. She's clean. Positively clean.
I swear, putting her arms up. Check. Here you go. Handing Davine a breathalyzer gun. Oh my god.
Davy takes the breathalyzer. Open up and breathe as long as I tell you to.
Ready?
She puts it in her mouth. Breathe, breathe, breathe. It beeps a couple times and she takes it out of her mouth and checks her blood alcohol content.
No alcohol in me since we made the deal last Friday.
Good. Very good, darling. She leans forward and gives her a kiss on the nose.
Now slap her. Wait, what? She looks over at Hoglin back at Davy.
Davy slaps her.
Ow!
She puts both hands on her shoulders. I never want to see you doing any kind of drug paraphernalia that, you know what? If your auntie won't do it with you, I don't want you doing it at all. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am, cowering.
Good. And if I ever see you doing it again, well, just a simple slap isn't what's going to happen. I'll put you over my knee myself and start spanking you. Is that what you want, Nicole?
She might not have brought you into the world, but she's been your mother. She can take you out. Yes, sir. Cowering with her arm above her.
Good. She pulls her in close for a hug. Now go over to your auntie. She wants to say something to you.
Oh, God. She walks over, leading with her face. Slap! Awkwardly drink.
Julius just clears his throat a couple times, looks up at the ceiling. Damn, Towns, you ever notice these lights?
Yeah, they're pretty fluorescent, aren't they? Slap! Ow!
For sure. Davy smiles and nods, looks at Suletta. Feel better, Suletta?
Much better. Sit and eat the food prepared by your father. I ate already. Make her eat, dear.
Nicole, eat the breakfast.
I'm sitting. She sits right down.
Julius shakes his head. He leans down and whispers to Pequod, man, the only person who could tell the time deity what to do.
Must be fucking nice. Glaring at the side of Davine's head.
Julius nods. I agree. It must be nice. As Davine, pointedly is just staring at Icy, smiling at her. Not in a creepy or angry way, just making sure she knows that she's keeping an eye on her.
He cleaned the whole plate. Yeah. Woe was me for wanting to try Coke.
Davine blinks a couple times. Yes, darling, where is you for wanting to try Coke? She shakes her head. You shouldn't want to try Coke like that.
Technically speaking, it's Lorelai's fault, because she taught me the spell that you can just, like, get all of it out of your body after you get the high. Blaming others.
Davine shakes her head. Yes, darling, she might have taught you that spell, but who was the one who put it into practice?
Not Lorelai, ma'am. Eating her egg! Good.
Yes.
Very good. Clap.
Very good. It was you, darling. You made that decision. She points at Julius and at Sasha. I'm also not happy with the two of you for providing her with those drugs. And you, Towns.
Well, at least the drugs... At least she wasn't getting a hot dose. Shut up, Towns.
Julius just clears his throat to hide a bit of a chuckle from what Towns just said.
I had them all screened. Granted, drugs are still drugs, but... Towns...
Julius looks up at him and starts doing the cut it out sign with his hand over his neck.
It will never happen again, I assure you, because we're not going to tolerate the notion of putting the pressure of the universe on one person's shoulders for somebody else's sake. At least I'm not going to.
No, none of us are, and that is the new rule within the family, as decided by, well, quite a few of us. No more resurrections, and no putting the pressure of the universe on any one given person.
Eating her food awkwardly. So your house is coming along really nice, Sasha. We were looking at it 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Time's blending together with life down on the lane right now. Not in a good way, but it's coming along. I'll have to come down and see it. It's so far out of the way on the main drag. You get down on the lane and you want to hang out with everybody. Last thing I want to do is get in a hover car and fly all the way out there.
As soon as possible, darling. We'll have a teleporter set in place so you can come down and check the process if you want to.
Plus, Carter's out that direction, and I try to distance myself from Carter, whether there's a truce or not, because I don't want. If he hits me with a paintball, I'm gonna kill him.
Fair enough, darling. I completely understand that.
Oh, yeah, we don't go too close to Carter's residence. We try to, it's a hot zone. But not much to Clive's word. I mean, he's kept his word. The truce is in place. Yeah, sure. Looking away.
But he has been quite honourable with the truce. I fully expected him to renege on it at this point, but I suppose anyone can be proven wrong.
Unless you're a tour guide at a museum or something like that, of course. Drinking or water.
Or a group of firefighters at a fire station celebrating that they just saved a whole lot of people. Anyone that they could have saved, they did save.
I do think he should have to. If Thomas and Hale bring him back to normal, I do think he should have to live with the consequences of his actions. But he is a victim. He is holding Suletta's hand, and I will apologize to you to the end of time for my son. Every day I am disappointed in Carter.
Julius nods. It's mainly my fault for not raising him correctly, Suletta, so I too apologize profusely.
Well, at least he didn't do drugs. There's that. That's correct, sir. Eating her food.
Julius smacks his lips, looks at Icy, and thinks in his head, "Yep, never living that one down."
Oh, groaning in her head. I'm not even hungry. Eating the food.
Just eat it. They're gonna get angry at us if you don't. Davina smiling at Icy, down at her food. She looks at Hunk. See, Mark, she was hungry. Don't we just know our daughter?
Yes, we do. And even if she wasn't, she needs to catch up on all the meals she skipped. Those who do hard drugs tend to lose their appetite. In case you didn't know, Sasha. Oh, I know, believe me. Hiding a laugh.
Julius nods. Yep. Yeah, no, we know, Dad, we know.
Remember when I ran for Primarch? I barely ate during my campaign. I think I had maybe 3 meals the whole time.
True, yeah. And those meals I made especially for you, just so you would eat something over that course of time.
Good days. Patting Pequod's hand, very good day.
Julius smiles and gives her a kiss on the cheek. Yeah, very good days.
I don't think there'll be a re-election campaign this time around.
Davy nods. Oh yes, no, especially with your foray onto that planet with all your troops, darling. I'm sure no need for a re-election campaign is going to come up.
For all the talk of the outer colonies, even on Palaven, they're showing their little local news is just playing the footage from Omega over and over and over. Jeez, Pequod shrugs.
Julius nods. He looks at Pequod. I mean, honey, you're an inspiration.
Lorelai's the only leader or high-ranking official to fight with troops on the front line since you, Pequod. Damn.
Goddamn right. He hugs around her waist and gives her another kiss on the cheek. That's my fucking wife right there, dude.
My shoulder's still paying for it, believe me. It's so sore.
Julius takes off her coat slightly and checks on the bandage.
Thank you, Julius. She groans as Julius is looking at it. It's on there good. Nicole healed it, Julius, but it's sore. It got in deep, and I didn't even see it coming. She shrugs. It was not standing next to me, and then 1 second it was, and right into my unlucky shoulder. Or lucky, depending on how you look at it.
Julius tilts his head.
I'm sorry, did I ask you to talk? We asked you to eat. She goes back to eating.
Julius thinks in his head, holy shit, they're serious.
Yeah. Wish I never snorted that line.
Yeah, I wish we never got it for you.
Eating! Smiling at Davine and Hunk.
Davine claps a couple times. Very good, very good. Does it taste good, kids?
Excellent. Icy nodding her head. Towns, wonderful. Amels, I can tell.
Yes, exactly. We Hunk cooked it for both me and Soletta and himself, and he decided to cook some more and bring it up to you guys.
What are your plans for today? You gonna make sure she cleans her plate, then go hang out with the grandkids? Oh, no, 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 no.
Actually, I do believe that we're going to spend the day with you children.
Oh, Peacock grinning. Well, fake smiling.
Julius also gives a fake smile. Are you sure, guys? I mean, just imagine how much Thomas and Hale miss you guys and all the other grandchildren. I'm sure Integra would like to talk with her grandfather, right, honey?
I agree, and I won't speak for Hale, but right, Nicole, she just keeps eating, not talking.
Julius just looks back at Icy and then back at Hunk. I mean, what about little Rebecca? With her little stutter, don't you think you want to be there just in case she says a new word, Dad?
No, last I checked, I wasn't a speech therapist. A professional will have to deal with that stutter.
Right. Julius scratches his cheek.
What I am is a father, concerned about both my daughters. One I can help, one does not want help. So I'm gonna help the one that I can help by staying here and counting down the hours.
Yeah, 8 p.m., right?
5.
Julius blinks a couple times, looks back at Icy. 5 p.m.
Starts eating quicker.
5 p.m., right.
All done. Showing the plate clean. Good. Sweep the room for drugs, dear. Crossing his arm.
Davy nods as she stands up, walks over to Icy. First, open your mouth.
She opens it,
Lift your tongue.
lifts it.
Good, clean. She closes her jaw and gives her another kiss on the nose as she goes into the room and starts sweeping it for drugs.
Jesus. Walking in. There's a water bottle on the table. Benny's body bag zipped up.
Davy goes over to the goes over to the water bottle, opens it up, sniffs it, and takes a swig of it.
Mom, that's for him when he comes back. He's gonna be really thirsty.
Ah. Well, I was just making sure it wasn't vodka, darling.
I hate vodka. Looking at Dave.
I just needed to make sure. She screws the cap on. I'm sure you don't like cocaine either, but you still tried that.
Fair point.
She continues her sweep of the room, just looking for any syringes, any white powdery substances, anything like that.
There's nothing here. I'm not gonna take drugs if I've only got like 7 hours left. I swear.
Good. She walks it back up to Icy, holds her hand. Very good. I will definitely hold you to that. She pulls her in close for a hug and gives her a kiss on the cheek. Just know that I will never lose you, Nicole. No matter how much you want to help Elizabeth, you are my first priority at this moment.
I appreciate it, Mom. Starts tearing up, hugs Davy. I never held anything against you. I'm just glad you accepted me.
Of course I would accept you. She leans back and smiles. Other than hags, who wouldn't accept you, you beautiful girl, you?
You ever see the footage of me? She comes over, puts her hand on the body bag. You ever see the footage of my fight with her? Clasping her hand together. I crushed her. Lorelai made me fight her to maintain my captain rank that I didn't want. But when she was like, "Oh, you're gonna fight Leslie," yes.
Davy nods. I've heard the story before of how you shot something through her stomach, but I don't think I've ever seen the footage.
You want to see it?
She smiles. Of course, darling. I would love to see it.
I'll get it from my house when we're home tonight and with him back. Putting her hand on his body bag.
She looks down at Benny, puts a gentle hand onto the body bag, and looks at Icy. Of course, darling. She gives her a kiss on the cheek. Of course, with him back.
I'll be back. Give me time. She'll sit down, Nod her head.
She nods. I'll leave you to it, though. She does one more quick scan of the room. And then we'll go ahead and go back into the office.
Hunk holding a wooden spoon. Is that to beat her with? Yeah. Just looking away.
Davine looks at Pequod. You guys never employed the spanking spoon.
No, but I think we should have, at least on Carter and Sol.
Julius nods. Oh, trust me, we're going to employ it with both Integra and Thomas if need be.
No drugs in there?
No drugs. I did a complete search of the entire room. I even tried some water, and it was not vodka.
Be quiet, laugh.
You really went deep, trying for an alcohol that she doesn't even like.
You can't be too sure with wizards. It's difficult. A bottle of vodka could clearly be... A bottle of water that is unopened could be altered to be a bottle of vodka. Smart thinking. It really is.
Davine smiles at Soletta. Thank you, Letty. My thinking exactly.
Well, you guys are gonna spend the whole day with us, huh? Yeah!
That's cool. Julius looks at Sasha. You got any paperwork you need me to do, Sasha?
I mean, if you want to help me fill out this paperwork for cracking multiple planets that I've been working on for a couple weeks. Here, I can help with that. Reaching out.
Julius puts his hand up. Only official members of the military can work on those.
Well, I mean, hey, I'll need something to keep busy.
Julius's face is just filled with disbelief. And then he puts on a fake smile and looks at Sasha. It's your call, Ranger General.
Sure. Handing Hunk a pen. I do miss being up here, the military culture. I do miss it some days. I think I'm only missing it so much now because the lane is so miserable, but yeah.
Fair enough. The lane is quite miserable, and it is far more calm up here, if that makes any sense.
Where are the rest of the kids? Any of them come up on the weekends? All the time now, yeah.
Julius nods. What we said, a few weeks back still stands. They come up to Gateway for a sense of normalcy.
You remember the first time we went out to a fast food restaurant, Julius, and you just stared at the Coke machine?
Julius nods.
I thought he was, retarded or something. I was like, what's wrong with him? Pequod, thinking back.
I'd never seen a Coke machine before.
Try Coke. Why don't you just get a little Coke? Try it. You ever heard of root beer? And he just stared at you. Yeah. And people wonder why, how do I relate to this guy? People are like, he's like your son. He can't relate to fucking men.
Julius blinks a couple times. You guys were basically speaking a Novian to me at that point. Coke, root beer, I recognized beer. Why would you ever put a root in it? My exact thought process, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry, son. I did not know you were a time traveler.
No, nobody did. Not even me, honestly. But he just puts his hands up. That was my thought process at that time.
He wasn't good at relating to men. Robbie stroking his head. He wasn't.
Julius shakes his head. That too. I was also not great at relating to men. But now I think I'm not half bad at it.
Because of Cyrus. Oh.
Julius just groans like that and rubs his face. And Davine, it's almost like she's impersonating her son, but she groans exactly the same way and rubs her face exactly the same way.
Cyrus the virus.
Hot damn, Suletta, I've never heard a more perfect way to describe that son of a bitch.
I didn't know him, but I'm just guessing.
Yeah, no, he was not great. He sighs and shakes his head. Put out cigarettes on my arms, and he blinks a couple times. Huh, I've always had injuries on my arms. That's weird.
Always had injuries in this one fucking shoulder.
Julius chuckles. Well, if you think about it, these are my unlucky arms. That's your unlucky shoulder, honey.
Definitely unlucky. Raptor bait.
Julius leans forward to her and gives her a kiss on the cheek. But I'd always protect you from those raptors. You know that, right?
When you weren't trying to kiss me, yeah.
I mean, you looked so cute, and I wasn't gonna die without kissing you, and I always had a crush on you. Of course, I was gonna kiss you. I felt like it was my last chance.
Best kiss ever. It was somewhat augmented by the fact as we were kissing, Ash blew himself up.
He did do that.
That is true. As the kiss happened, I saw Ash go flying through the sky. I was out of it. I hit myself with a morphine injector. Then I saw you guys kiss and thought, that is fucking adorable. Then heard an explosion and Ash gliding through the air.
Oh, I vaguely remember. I was kissing Pequod, and that's what my attention was on. But I felt the ground shake and a bright light behind me, and then I heard like a slight sound. But I was really focused on kissing her at that moment.
You got good hang time, that's all I'm gonna say. Slap it!
I think out of all of Alpha 9, other than the Flyers and the ODM users, he has the most airtime just given that one moment.
Why? Pequod Chugs. I don't even remember why we were there, but it was a good mission. Except for seeing Sasha get tackled off a cliff.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, that wasn't great. That was not great. He looks over at Sasha. It was for your graduation from cadet.
That's right, yeah. Yep, Lorelai wanted me to work with other military units.
Oh, God. Julius looks down and shakes his head. You notice how I've only called most, like, units and everything like that squads since the birth of the unit?
Well, the word unit's kind of losing its muster. It's the Reich now.
Oh, God, that's even worse. Luckily, I'll never have to refer to any of my soldiers or my headhunter groups as a Reich, but thank God.
Your mother and I aren't a fan of what the Reich has done, but we are a fan of... Well, it's funny, Scar just standing there with his hand up all the time. And the fact that he purposely wears a fat suit.
Julius leans back, still with his arms around Pequod's waist, and he smiles. You guys ever think about how tiring it must be to hold your hand up like that the entire day?
The one time my husband shared some of the glory with his second in command by making him first in command.
Oh, and don't forget, Auntie. He also shared some of that glory with you, Fraulein.
Well, technically speaking, in my husband's mind, I'm married to Scar. Ava was married to Adolf.
I bet you he couldn't even say Rommel's wife's name, if Rommel even had a wife.
The funniest thing is, Adolf was a dwarf. I'm sorry, Ava was a dwarf.
Oh.
I am the exact opposite of a dwarven woman. I'm tall, slender, and beautiful, not short, stout, and charming.
I actually was not aware that she was a dwarvish woman.
Look up your history sometime.
Davine, looking at her wrist computer. Oh my god, Mark, she's right.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I mean, the Nazis aren't really taught about that much anymore. At least when I was in school, we glossed over World War II and how evil they were, but details were somewhat scant, other than to say Hitler was a whack job. And it was one of the only wars ever like a true good versus evil kind of fight.
Davy nods. Yes, to my knowledge, it's still taught in schools, so the past doesn't repeat itself and all that, but somewhat glossed over to get to more important things such as the Calamity Wars and everything like that.
It's a bit off topic, but how are Laz, Oz, Sam, and JJ? We don't see our son or his wife. Pequod. Laz still smoking. Oz smoking. Sam probably afraid she's still gonna get kicked out of the family. Groaning.
Julius nods. I can't say like nearly anything bad about JJ. The boy is amazing. I just sort of wish he just went up to her and talked to her the first time he saw her.
Believe me, so do I. So do I. I wish he had just come out and said, hey, I got a crush on this girl. Because it would have squashed everybody thinking he was gay, and we could have helped him. Oh, I know her mother. Let me give her a call.
In fact, we're quite good friends with her mother, and I'm sure she would, Samantha would love to meet you, JJ. I am sure of it.
Stole a picture of her from Julia.
He did. He did. I was just talking to him about her being in the headhunter squad and how great she was, and then he just took the picture from me and went through the teleporter, and I never got that picture back.
And you never will, probably.
Oh no way. I'm sure it's still in his wallet or saved on his wrist computer or something.
You sure you guys don't want to go spend time with Thomas, Hale? I love time with Thomas and Hale, I really do. We were with them yesterday. They're with Mama Lan right now and Uncle Zap, and they're probably playing SWOTOR. And that's where they're going to stay until we come home tonight.
Julius just clicks his tongue. Right. And I suppose me bringing up Mini Julius and Mini Nicole is not going to change your mind about that.
No, they're not coming up here. I don't want Hale to see her mother stressed out like that.
No, not her coming up here. You guys going down there.
No, we're not going down there. Nope, we're staying right here. And besides, I don't want to go down there. I look at Elizabeth, and I just see a Hydra with a million heads that I have to start conquering tomorrow. Good analogy, actually.
Davy nods. A wonderful analogy. Actually, it's I know, and I know it's not a great thing to do, but as long as we can put it off, I most certainly want to put it off.
Just realistically, Mom. Not to dog on you. Be real with me. Will she ever recover on her own? You're the only one that knows the answer, because you are her, basically.
Davine sighs. She looks around. Now let's start with my example first. I think, given enough time and everything like that, I had the slightest. She pinches her fingers close together. Slightest chance to recover from Snuff on my own.
Scar! Big One starts laughing!
I'm so-
Oh, David, I'm your best friend, sister!
Damien starts to laugh. He should be mourned for at this moment, yes, but I'm sure I would recover from
He
scars.
has basically been dead for 2 years.
Exactly, yes, exactly. But I had a slight chance to recover from Snuff on my own without any of your guys' help or Mark's help. Snuff was not my lover. I just did not have that kind of connection with him. If I had a slight chance to recover from someone who was a great friend of mine, I don't think she has a chance to recover from someone who's her lover on her own.
And, oh, well, speaking from somebody who has only ever had one, your first lover is the best. She shrugs. I mean, and he was her first. Hunk agreed. Laz, no love there. This one, lot of love. Kissing Davy.
Davine kisses him back and nods. Cyrus, no love there. Mark? Oh, honey, you would be surprised how much love I have for you.
You can find close first places, but the first is the best, and it's very difficult on her, I'm sure, but my sympathy has just waned so greatly. Maybe it's just getting assaulted by the goblin. Hey, that's what I call her, looking at Suletta.
I mean, it's fitting. It's a better one than rabid raccoon.
She is kind of raccoon-like.
Yeah, she ain't a flying squirrel anymore.
You know, maybe you guys could, like, Gateway's changed a lot over the years. We got tons of new restaurants and stores. You could take Davian shopping for a while. Nope, that's fine. Doing some paperwork.
That's very sweet of you to recommend, darling, but I think this is our place that we should be right now.
What about going and visiting Tommy? You know, he's greatly depressed by Benjamin's death. He had the wedding basically planned out, and Julius found him eating the cake with his hand. We will help Mr. Wiseau as soon as we've engaged the million-headed depression hydra that is Elizabeth tomorrow.
Davy nods. Our hearts certainly go out to Mr. Wiseau, but for right now, I think this is where we need to be, and afterwards, once we have started with Elizabeth, we will most certainly help out with Mr. Wiseau as well.
Celetta crosses her legs, starts reading the news on her wrist computer. Pequod groans.
Julius sighs. It's gonna be a long fucking day.
Still hitting the house. Carter and Memrian cowering in their bedroom.
Carter peeks his head up for a split second and then goes back down. Yep, they're still shooting.
Fire! Carter!
Fire! 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 No mercy! Kill! Kill the ally! Kill the son of a bitch!
Memrian's eyes faintly turn or glow, and she slams both of her fists on the ground, and the room freezes over.
Carter looks at the frozen over room as he looks slowly over to Memrian. You okay, honey?
This is not how I want to spend my Sunday, Carter!
I understand. Of course, I understand.
Just wanted to stay home and have a quiet day.
I wanted to do just that as well, my love.
Give me a pair of your underwear. White, preferably.
Carter blinks a couple times. He scoots over to his dresser, pulls out a pair of white underwear and tosses them over to her.
And give me that piece of the wall that has been shot off by paintballs.
Carter will pick up the piece of the wall and hand it to her.
She wraps the underwear on top of the piece of wall. Plank, stay here. She'll stick the white flag out the front door, and the fire stops.
Carter's eyebrows shoot up. Holy shit, is that all we needed to do?
It's me, Carter.
He puts his hands up. Oh, that's fair enough.
They're not going to shoot me.
Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't shoot you. They wouldn't do anything to hurt you.
Now I'm going to find grandfather and your father to come deal with them. Stay here in the house. Stay.
I'm staying put, don't worry.
She'll walk out waving the underwear white flag. Wow, remember I'm coming out of house, handing Clive another minigun.
Clive takes the minigun. Ah, you're the son of a bitch. He has obviously mind-controlled my sweet daughter to... He looks out across the expanse. Go off and try to get help from him, possibly from one of his other squeezes.
Carter benutzen Fräulein Ash Scheider Child. Carter using his woman as a shield, looking down at them.
As usual, that son of a bitch.
Ma! Picking up a scoped rifle. What's that?
You will see, Herr Himmler. You will see. As Clive will take the scoped rifle, shoulder it, put the scope up to his eye so he can see through it. Get ready. We will put this plan in its place. And he pulls the trigger.
Walking with the flag, Carter looking out the window sees Memrian, a dart. She grabs her neck and legs go wobbly, wobbles over here, dropping the underwear flag. Carter falls over.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Fire!
Fire! Fire! Fire! Fire resounds out throughout the plains near their house as Carter, head ducked, rushes off towards Memory Ann. He quickly picks her up, looks at the syringe in her neck. Oh, these sons of bitches! He turns around and starts being shot at again, his back getting covered with paint as the paintballs hit him, and he rolls in through a broken window and dives into the house, protecting Memory Ann's body.
Oh, God. Her eyes flutter for a second. They close. She starts snoring.
These motherfuckers roofied my wife!
Oh, poor cat. Moving around the room a little bit. Hunk, hand me that paper over there, dear.
Davine smiles. Of course, darling, of course. She'll go over and hand him the paper as she sits back down to his lap.
Tapping her hands on the desk. Boy, this is awkward.
Julius, with his finger steepled in front of him, just looking at Sasha and Towns, then at Pequod. He puts his hands back down and starts drumming on the table, just out of pure awkwardness.
She sighs heavily. You miss doing paperwork like that, Hunk? Kind of. When I got a hot secretary like this, yeah.
Davine smiles at him, moves her hips on his lap a bit, and winks at him.
I mean, I did a lot back in the day, but I was never particularly great at it.
Julius turns around. Sort of like me, then?
Yeah, sort of like you. Yeah, for sure. Definitely better in action than behind a desk. Thankfully, Nicole was really good at paperwork. I used to dump it all on her. Pequod laughs.
Julius laughs. Jesus Christ, Dad. Are you sure I'm not your biological son? That sounds exactly like me.
I wish you were, because that means Cyrus would have never existed.
Julius sighs and nods. I find myself wishing that same exact thing too every single day, Dad.
Your mother was strolling down memory lane when we were at breakfast thinking about the time Nicole ran right to her instead of Patricia. Oh, God.
Julius immediately puts his tongue in his cheek and just shakes his head.
Sighing heavily. I've come to accept it. I was telling her over and over and over that, look, you might be powerful and scary, but we don't want you to do these drugs, and she never listened to me. I've come to accept it. At least she listens to somebody.
Davy nods. All I want to say, for that day, I just put my hands out to hug my daughter. I'm sorry, Pequod. I didn't mean to steal your thunder there.
Oh, it's fine. She always wanted a mom.
Davy nods. Thank you.
And I was never trying to be her mom, just a big sister.
Davy nods. And you did a positively wonderful job at that, darling. A positively wonderful job.
I don't know how wonderful when you're the one that okayed giving her drugs.
Julie shrugs. Don't put that on yourself. I did that.
We were scared. You guys remember back in the day when Julius would do something that pissed usually it was we as a squad would do something that would piss Lorelai off, then the whole station would violently shake. Well, imagine that times 10, because she's making it shake even harder. I understand, I do. But in that situation, you should have called Davine and me, and we would have come up and dealt with it.
We probably should have, but... He shrugs. It seemed more apt for the situation to just handle it as quickly as possible, Dad.
I mean, sure, your mother would have been distraught and devastated, and I would have been fuming angry, but we would have dealt with it. As you saw, it was dealt with there a while ago. Not only did she eat all the food on her plate, but she's been clean for a week.
Julius nods. Yes, she is. And Davine smiles. and she positively loved the food you cooked for her. We should cook for Nicole and the other kids more often, darling, don't you think?
Yeah, well, like we were talking about a while back there, it's like her favorite sausage egg McMuffin from McDonald's. Like I said, the first time I gave her one, she cried when she ate it. First one I gave to Julius, he just blankly stared at me after he looked at the goddamn McMuffin. And I was like, it's food, you want to eat it. You put it in your stomach, smell it. And he just blankly stared at me. Because I remember that.
Julius puts his hands up. What kind of name is McMuffin? It sounds like a name that I would hear on Gallia, like, "Hey there, my name's McMuffin. How are you?" And I would have been like,
Sounds
"Yeah,
like
sure."
a name from Hickson. Towns putting his finger up.
Oh my! I could definitely imagine one of those asinine centaur, just like, "Hey there, Julius. My name's McMuffin. I'm gonna try to sleep with you, just like Candy did when you're obviously not having a good time."
Well, you ate it and you liked it, didn't you? Better
You-
than anything on Gallia.
Yes, 10,000% better than anything I could get on Gallia.
I've been thinking a lot about those days recently, son. I really have, and just with everything going on. And how did we not notice it with that hag back then? Because, like I told your mother, it was me taking you guys out, not her. But do you remember every time I'd be like, the kids want to go out and eat somewhere, let's go, and she would just go down to the 3rd floor of her bunker. I'd be like, all right, it's just us then. Pequod, yeah.
Julius sighs. We were all very desperate people, Dad. For just base, we were all in a bunker together. You're bound to make connections like that. Me, I never had a true mother figure up to that point. You wanted someone, and that's completely understandable. Pequod wanted a mother. Saris and Ash, they both needed her as well. And through that, we were easily manipulated, and she sunk her fangs into us. So I'm sure there are many more things that we just can't think of that were completely obvious that we should have picked up on.
You want to take the kids to get some in and out? You're gonna go, you're going down the stairs? All right. All right. What a pathetic creature.
Julius shakes his head. God, she was such a bitch.
She truly was. Reading her news.
He points to Suletta. Do you remember the first time that we ever met, Auntie?
I remember I was visiting my sister for her birthday. We were talking back then. We went through periods where we just didn't talk. Stretches of time, I should say, but yes.
Julius nods. I remember it. You were in the aerial, and she flew me up, holding me by my ankle, and I remember she insulted me. And I said, "Screw you, Lazuli." And then I looked over at you, super... I remember I had like a scared look on my face, and I was like, "Not you, her. Not you, her."
Suletta laughing. The kids coming in. Sasha, welcome to the awkward office. You should probably go somewhere else. I'm sorry, what? Hunk looking over. Nothing. Hello, kid.
Hey, kiddos. Welcome to the office. If you want, you can make yourself at home. It's up to you guys.
Colt looking around. Oh, Grandma and Grandpa are up here today. And Auntie Suletta. Hello. Waving.
Soul smiles at them. I feel like I don't get to see you guys as much as usual, so hi! She smiles and waves at all of them.
Yeah, hey, it's good to see you guys. Carter and Marianne up here?
No, Ricky. Well, if they're not with you, I don't know where they are. We're up here, counting down the hours, if you catch my drift. Yeah, it's the last day.
Soul nods. She looks back at Colt. Honestly, I would probably be doing the same exact thing.
Here, come on, sit! Yeah, no, I would be too, but it doesn't mean I'm not gonna miss Benny.
Of course, I'm gonna miss Benny so much. He was... Soul just starts staring off into space.
Hey.
She shakes her head. Sorry about that.
Sitting down next to Ricky with Soul on his lap.
No, don't. You don't got anything to worry about. I believe in her. She's the damn time deity. Give her time for the rest of the day, and I guarantee she'll get it.
Time's ticking against even the time deity, though. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Let's just try not to talk about it, Cole. Yes, sir? Cowering behind Soul.
Soul tries to make her body bigger so he can cower it more easily.
People are trying to move on. Prepping themselves to move on. If you can't tell, they're actually kind of normal. Davine doesn't look like she hasn't slept in a month. Big one laugh!
Damn, Sasha, just give it to him straight.
Well, I'm just saying, it's nice to have a normal discussion. It doesn't revolve around the depression that's been the last 2 months.
Davine sighs. I do far more enjoy having those normal discussions, I should say, over the more depressing ones, most definitely.
We all gotta pull together. If Benjamin can't be brought back, maybe others can come down and help Elizabeth bathe. I think the Ranger General giving Elizabeth assistance would be, if she scratches me, I'd break her neck. No.
Julius nods. He lowers his shirt a bit so part of his pec can be showing, and 3 large scratch marks that look like they should be from a tiger are on his chest. And got those ones from the raccoon.
Depression, I completely understand it and sympathize, but nothing that has happened to her calls for behavior like that. I'm sorry. I agree. Shrug.
Oh, most definitely. Nothing calls for scratching other people. I honestly don't know where she gets that one from. I wouldn't have done it.
She's clawed up her own goddamn sister who's in there slaving over trying to bring Benjamin back. We talked about it. She's somewhat selfish. Somewhat? Really?
Davine nods. That's where Julius has a point, and she has rabies.
Well, rabies is fatal.
Hopefully she doesn't have rabies, but the fear of water. I was just so depressed I didn't have the energy to take a shower. Not that I was scared of taking one.
She never got out of that goddamn hoodie.
Davine shakes her head. No, I did not, and I do believe Elizabeth has not either.
I remember Nicole was like, "Can I give her the hoodie you gave me?" And I said, "Absolutely. She'd probably look good in it. Go ahead. Maybe it'll make her feel better." She's gonna take it off, right? 4 weeks later.
Davine looks at Hunk. It did feel good, because it smelled like you, and it felt like I was getting a big hug from you, so it most certainly did make me feel better.
Do you still wear it? Yes, she does, actually. Nodding his head. It's not just for depression.
Davine nods. Oh yes, no, it's a very comfortable hoodie, and I'm 110% sure that Mark enjoys seeing me wear his hoodie.
She was wearing it a lot when Mark was too busy in the gym, stressing out for 20 years, killing himself for her sake. Okay, I think things might be going back to normal. Under his breath, the Soul and Ricky.
Soul nods. Thank God, I haven't heard Suletta make a comment like that in months.
When Davine was, in fact, experimenting on him. Sasha will get up and... I have to go to the restroom, I'm sorry. Walkouts to not laugh in front of Davine.
Julius, who is taking a drink of water, slams it back down onto the table and starts coughing up the water onto the table.
Davine wasn't glaring at Cole, nodding his head, hiding back behind Soul.
Soul, with a huge smile on her face, trying to hide it, but obviously failing, as she reaches back and holds Colt's hand, forcing herself not to laugh.
Come again?
But Davine wasn't experimenting on them.
Fuck! Taps his wrist computer. He starts laughing.
Julius starts laughing even harder, hitting the table with his fist.
Okay, yeah, apparently I still have that soundbite. Mm-hmm.
The cat uses it too, sir. I don't think we can get too mad.
Oh yeah, the cat does use it. You're right, Rick. I haven't seen Mr. Snuffles much lately. He's currently living with Mama Lan and Zap too. I think that cat. Well, we know the cat's a lot smarter than we all know cats should be, but I think he's trying to escape the drama. He is.
Davine sighs. That cat is quite very smart.
It's bad when you're going to Zap and Mama Lan's house to escape drama. Think about that for a second. Pequot crosses her arms and really starts thinking. This is the guy that got his PI license to arrest Davy.
For crimes that I'm not going to do and I have never even thought of doing. Insurance money?
You a gold digger?
I guess I am. I'm sorry, Mark. I'm a gold digger, apparently.
He looks at Davy and then Sasha. You have a good laugh in there, Ranger General? Your eyeliner's running. Oh, I wasn't laughing at all. Coming in and sitting down.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, no, she just sometimes does that. Her eyes water really easily, Dad.
I'm crying. It's been a depressing couple months.
Yep. We've all tried to comfort her, and sometimes she just needs to go into the bathroom, which I completely understand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what are the three of you doing up on Gateway today on your day off? Me and Ricky working out. We were supposed to meet Carter up here, work out together, but he never showed up. Figured he's sleeping in. Memory Ann's been kind of out of it lately. Just working out, and then we were binge watching Monster Rancher. Pequot, clasping her hands together.
It's a pretty good show, honestly, although, God, poor Samuel is fucking terrifying.
Even out on the frontier, being there for his beautiful wife, helping find Spender, killing grown men, JJ finds a way to continue being the best at his job. Who would have ever... I didn't even know what Monster Rancher was. Oh, there's Clark. He's so happy.
Soul, hearing Suletta say that, purses her lips a bit, leans back. This is totally gonna backfire on me, as she will change into Cornstalk, walk up to her and put a reassuring hand onto Suletta's shoulder.
It is oddly reassuring, putting her hand on Cornstalk's hand. I mean, this is the only version of that pathetic Malcolm character that actually liked to sherry on.
Davy nods. And the only one that wasn't obsessed with me. I've told the story before, but one time I was like freaking out because he wasn't obsessed with me, and I was happy about that. And I pointed towards the two boys, and I was like, here, watch this. And I started doing jumping jacks in front of him. And he looked at me and said, I forget what he called me, but stop, Davine. You are distracting me. I must plan our next attack.
Didn't he, like, skewer a wild boar and bring it onto the ship?
Yes, he did, and that was the best we ever ate on that ship, because he gave all of us a piece of the pie.
You know, that documentary still brings in tons of money. I licensed it out to local networks on the frontier. People love that one. Cold laugh.
I don't doubt it. It's a good one. Soul will transform back and go back to sit on Colt's lap.
Almost reminded me of Clive's touch before he became a living meme. Looking at a happy Clive.
Soul just clicks her tongue. See, told you it was gonna backfire.
Well, it's okay, you tried. Rubbing her thigh. My favorite character is Kangaroo Fudwick.
Soul chuckles. I was always a fan of Scar.
He's always the woman, especially if Clive is the protagonist.
Personally, I'm a fan of buff Golem Zap.
Don't watch out, got stone skin, don't go arrest you with it.
Got my PI license just to arrest you with my stone skin.
And to think that all started because you stabbed him. And that was on me for bringing him there in the first place, but him, Snarf, Scar. and zap. But yeah, no, it's good. Yeah.
I was just trying to protect all the girls, but that does not mean I don't regret it every single day that I stab that man.
And we were truly under the impression Vamp was coming to kill Ceres. Little did we know it was that big galoot scar.
I mean, just as a silhouette, we all know that, back then and for a little while there, she scratches the back of her neck. He would never do anything to hurt any of us. But he still has a positively imposing figure about him. He can be quite intimidating when he wants to be.
Well, especially when he shines a flashlight at you, yeah. Big one
Shines a flashlight right at me and then proceeds to run across the field behind the shed.
Nice.
Oh god, she looks at Hunk. How many times, Mark, was the word nice uttered during that weekend?
25, maybe 40. He was more concerned about food. He wanted food. He's like, I want to eat today. Because I know we ended up beating up some pizza delivery kid and taking his pizza.
Joyce just sighs and looks up at Towns. Ah, God, we got pizza for the girls, and then they just beat up the pizza guy.
Personally, I kind of thought the girls' weekend thing was a dumb idea. Just shrugging, looking up at the ceiling. Like, if somebody proposed one nowadays, I would not voice opposition, but I don't like the idea.
Oh yes, no, we are never going to do a girls' weekend like that ever again. I couldn't handle being away from Mark for that long.
Well, we could do a Monster Rancher binge weekend. Ricky and Ellie can come down. They can come down, yeah, but I'm not watching that show. Looking at Clyde.
Yes, no,
Wait a minute, is Krellin like a fucking Arctic dog or something? He's a wolf with horns. Shape wolf.
Davine shakes her head. And is that just some random Mercurius unit on that last monster?
Well, JJ only has so many people to work with, and Clive refused to be a monster. He will only be the protagonist. You can't use Clive's likeness on anything but the protagonist. Be good looking at happy Clive.
Julius covers his mouth and starts laughing, looking at the poster. Right, of course, so... I mean, fair enough, I can't think of anyone who would be on that little monster other than a Mercurius unit in the family.
I cannot wait to... I personally believe in the prophecy of Thomas and Hale, even if it comes from Krellin. I cannot wait for Memrian's book to come out. The Many Faces of My Father is what she's planning to call it.
Oh, I cannot wait to read the one she's talked about.
That's gonna be I hate to sound heathenistic, but outsell the Bible, I think.
It honestly might, yeah. I can't wait to read it myself either. I hope we get like one of the first demo copies or whatever they're called. Transcripts.
If it outsells the goddamn Bible, I will be proud of her. I'll be proud of her for whatever, as long as her name is on the author, not fucking Carter. Drinking water.
Soul just clears her throat and looks down at her lap, playing with her hands.
That's getting better, right? You guys are on the squad with them. You see her more than we do, especially as of late. She's not giving credit to everything for Carter, right? Looking away from the...
Ooh, I need to work on my nails. My cuticles, they are riding up.
Yeah, we'll take you to get a manicure. We haven't got you one in a while with everything going on.
Soul looks back and smiles. Thank you, Colt.
I'm still waiting for an answer from one of the three parties over there.
She looks back. No, it hasn't gotten better.
Nah. Not at all. She credited him with doing the paperwork she did like 20 minutes earlier the other day.
She put something... The FRH in an MRE I was eating wasn't working. I was like, shit, I gotta put this in the microwave. I'm not gonna eat cold macaroni and chili. She put it in the microwave for me, and then, Carter heated this up for you, and handed me the FRA, or the bag. The food bag, the MRE. I get it, Cole.
Davine just sighs heavily and shakes her head.
Some days, I just want to get a 2x4 and hit my son over the head with it till he does not stand up again.
Julius looks at Pequod. You sure I can't do that to him? Maybe I could throw
It
another
would be
table.
way more effective if you did it.
I think I should. We have a 2x4 somewhere around here.
Can we just stop with the beating Carter and potentially garroting Thomas if he makes mistakes? No, I agree with the garroting thing, actually. Putting up his finger!
Julius gestures back to Hung. So we're not crazy!
No, because we do not need another Carter. And nobody's gonna hurt Hale.
Julius nods. I agree. And you know what, Dad? I want him to spend quite a bit of his time with you so he knows how to treat his woman. And not only that, I'm going to be punishing him myself. Don't you worry about that.
I agree. He should be punished to the upteenth degree. Even the Moon Maiden should get in on it.
Sol nods. And I will. Don't worry.
Keep going.
Him and Integra. Just because she's a girl doesn't mean I'm going to let her, get away scot-free with stuff. Even if she is my favorite.
How about we just turn on the news?
Yeah, that might be a good idea. He's been sitting there with his hands between his legs, looking between everyone talking.
She turns the news on. Walks over here. You see a helicopter POV of a large number of people in Civil War attire. But no dialogue yet, just following them up a highway.
Julius leans forward. What in the fuck is that?
Oh, it's, she turns her chair completely around. Union. United States government. Civil War, Confederacy, Diversity, Union. They're Civil War reenactors, which is still a thing. It's very popular among people. Mostly in the north. That says, Palmdale.
Julius tilts his head. Where the hell's Palmdale?
Lancaster, California. Comic shop. She tilts her head. Comic shop.
Oh, right. The town right next to Tommy's shop. Right. I forgot about that.
Where Nick works. She points her finger up. I remember that guy. He was so happy when I went down and I was like, hey, I want to use your likeness in my comic book. Please? And then he was like, sure, and I gave him a bunch of money. He was very easy to work with, unlike some people like Clyde.
Julius nods. He scratches his chin. I would call myself more familiar with the Civil War than I want to be. Malcolm, you guys know. He points towards the screen. Sasha, you would know better than I. Did a fight ever happen in Palmdale?
No, absolutely not. Putting up her finger, it was the southern United States and the eastern United States. Confederacy, southern, Malcolm, stole that general's uniform, eastern, Union. I think people were on the West Coast populating it at the time. I think there were some people out there, but not many. It was not the Mecca that it is today. No way.
Sol tilts her head. Then why are they there? Do you think it's just like a, well, we don't have anywhere else to do it, we might as well do it here type of reenactment?
Very well could be. I mean, these clubs of people that like to do this are all throughout the continental United States. Mostly nerds and geeks who were never in the actual military, but they want to reenact it because living out a fantasy they could never have. Remind you of anybody? Thinking about Clyde?
Davy nods. Oh yes, darling, the unit, most definitely.
Yeah.
Julius, he leans back in his chair just watching the news. Why is the news reporting on it then? If it's like a weird thing to do, especially in a place with no battles, why the hell is the news reporting it?
Ricky notices they're walking up a highway causing traffic jam.
I don't think that's a reenactment. Look behind him, guys. Look at the cars. Those people don't look like they're part of it. It looks like they're blocking the highway like it's a protest or something.
Definitely doesn't look like it was sanctioned to happen by the mayor of Palmdale, is what you said?
Julius looks at the screen. Oh, that's probably why. He tilts his head. Huh. That's a weird thing to do, then.
Definitely disrupting the peace. Sasha looking at the screen as the camera angle changes. They see Tess and Hecker's face, a cameraman POV walking in front of Hecker backwards, and a reporter, Ouija Yang, live reporting from Palmdale. Sir, if I may ask, what is going on here? Today is the day we murder Nick. Sasha stands.
Julius picks Pequod up while also standing up.
The 54th Regiment is marching on absolute best games, cards, and comics, once and for all, to end that autistic motherfucker. Oh my god, you're the guy from the Sean Ryan, and she drops the mic and runs away!
Oh god.
His soul
It's the
blinks.
hacker guy, dear! The guy Elizabeth didn't tell us! Oh, he's shot!
The guy that we gave money to! Oh my god, he's going to try to kill Nick! He's already in Palmdale, marching on the highway!
The guy I should have just shot in the fucking back, and all of our troubles would have been ended right there. Shaking his head!
The guy we all should have just killed when we had the chance.
Call down to Blaze. Towns what? Looks at Sasha. Tell him to bring Elizabeth up. She walks out of the room.
Soul blinks a couple times. Did I hear her right, Elizabeth?
Of the Hecker variety. Cryptic old hot tits for Julius.
Oh, Julius leans back a bit as he nods. She's gonna test her new suit on Hecker and his lackeys, it seems.
Maybe it would be good for her. Hunk shrugs. Maybe it would help her out.
Maybe it'll help her get some of that emotion that she's been building up all this time out, instead of just being catatonic to it all.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is she gonna do though? Use a suit they were constructing for her in secret because Nicole cares about her sister. To decimate Hecker and all those random fat people. Cold. Oh shit! I hope turn the news back on. Equan will turn it back on.
Yeah, no, we're gonna get a live view of it all. Don't worry, Colt.
Go get some popcorn real quick, there, Colt. Ricky.
Yeah, I think we have to. This is gonna be a nice way to spend the day, isn't it?
Pequod's staring at the screen. As out here, Clive. Wow, didn't know you were so good with that. Look, Krellin is holding the sniper rifle.
Oh, don't you know, Herr Himmler? I was the sharpshooter of my old squad before I became the general of this one.
Da! Holding up his hand.
Yeah, Skaldorf knows. The Führer, I protected him with my sniping and marksmanship skills.
Wow, so gallant of you. But now Carter hiding in his house.
Yeah. He looks across the way and nods.
A
Yeah.
victory in Europe today? Time to go home, right?
9.
9! Slaps Krellin. Ah! Falls over.
Even though Fledwick hasn't said anything, Clive backhands Fledwick and he stumbles over and falls on top of Krellin.
Ooh!
Oh, I'm sorry, Krellin!
Oh, it's okay. Why hit me? Shaking his head, disgusted.
I cannot believe you would say such a thing, Herr Himmler, and I do think I trusted you.
But already beat Carter, methinks, levitating Frederick off of him and standing up.
Do you not remember? Do you not remember how many phases of this plan that I have? We have not defeated him. He is still in there. He is just waiting for another person to come get him. What time is it, Herr Himmler?
Still early in the day. Round 1 o'clock.
Right. And how long have we been doing this? And how long has he been away from the family?
3 hours, give or take.
Don't you think someone would be suspicious and come to check on him and get him out of this situation?
Probably Julius.
Exactly. He puts his hands on his hips, walks over to a pile of the sandbags and puts his foot up onto it. I smell blood in the water. And into the water we will go. We must start the aqua assault. Get the boat ready, mein Reich.
Scar putting his hand up. Holen Shisha Desishka U-boat. U-boat? Looking confused at Scar.
Fudwick looks up at Samuel. Did he just say fucking U-boat?
Da. Didn't know you had one, Clive.
You would be surprised what the Reich can get. Himmler.
You know how to pilot one? 9. Shaking his head, neither does Clive.
Clive shakes his head. 9. No, I don't. Luckily, Von Braun over here does.
I do, actually. Coming down, shrugging.
Fudwick looks behind himself. You could have just lied and say you didn't.
All things considered, they're paintballs. This is kind of fun.
Honestly, yeah, it is sort of fun.
Carter, such fishbowl head, finally getting some comeuppance for making Memory Ann so terrible. Always giving him credit for things. Looking sorrowfully at the ground.
Clive looks off in the distance sorrowfully. He has mind controlled her to do so. Today we end this mind control. Get the U-boat ready. Von Braun.
Okay. Samuel, yes sir. Coming down here, jumping into the lake. Nah, gesturing down. Oh, seeing the U-boat underwater.
Fudwick walks up as well. How the fuck didn't we notice that before?
Oh, so strategic of you, Clive.
Oh, Donka, I do believe it is quite strategic of me. Isn't that right, Herr Groving? As he pats Fudwick on the back. Yeah, real strategic of you.
Scar, looking down, watches Samuel go in, go.
Ah, yes. He walks up towards next to Skardoff. Do you smell it, mein Führer?
Da! Making a fist, putting it up in the air.
I smell victory in the air.
But this lake. Gesturing down, how get U-boat out to river? Under Wasserhusen, Staffelfra, Zamfras, in the 9 von Carter's home. Samuel! The U-boat levitating out of the water. Underwater cave system leads to the river near Carter's house. Looking up to Krellin. Wow, clapping.
Yeah, and through that underground cave system, we will go through and into the river and unleash a torrent of hellfire onto Carter.
Macht einer Männer. Make haste, men. Putting his arms out. Okay, levitating down.
Make haste, men. Clive gets behind Fudwick and just pushes him down, and he lands onto the U-boat.
Wah! Frederick falling down. As Memory Ann, Carter, you didn't have to roofie me if you wanted me to spread my legs for you.
Carter's eyes are wide looking at her. No, I didn't roofie you, honey.
I expected no better from you, Carter. You should have just done it a long time ago.
Carter tilts his head. Honey, I didn't roofie you, though. Your father did. He shot you with a syringe.
I have no father, Carter. He died when I was a child. She's out of it because of the drugs.
Right. Uncle Clive.
Your father was kind of a father to me, but the way he treated me, I will never give him that honor. I'm sorry, Carter.
That's fine, honey. I completely understand. He puts a hand on her cheek.
Would have been better off with Ricky's fucking father. That's for sure.
I cannot argue that fact at all, Memory Ann. He smiles at her, pats her cheek a couple times, and gives her a kiss on the head.
They're spread, Carter. Do as you'd like. I'm ready. We haven't had sex since Benjamin's death.
Carter tilts his head. Honey, we had sex last night.
It's time to move on, Carter.
I know that, yes. It is time to move on, and we have started to prepare to do so after today, yes?
I've been ready for about a week, Carter. We just must carry the guilt and burden like Bash and Oki. Forever.
Carter looks down, and he looks back up at Memorian. Well, honey, you don't have to carry that burden by yourself. I'm gonna be carrying that with you every step of the way.
Ram me good, Carter.
Honey, I don't feel comfortable having sex with you right now when you're this drugged up.
Your loss.
Carter sighs. He looks at her up and down. Tilts his head a couple ways. It's sort of my loss. As he looks around. Wait, do you hear that?
What, Carter?
Carter blinks a couple times. Nothing. I don't hear anything.
It's Sunday morning, afternoon, something like that, Carter. People are hiding in their homes depressed.
Carter nods. That is most likely true, but Uncle Clive and Uncle Scar have been shooting paintball guns at us all day, honey. He
They
stands
wouldn't
up.
do that, Carter. My father would not, well, Clive, I should say, would not risk. She sits up wobbly, losing his relationship with my mother. They're still dating, Carter.
Honey, they've been married for quite some time now.
If you say so, Carter.
Carter grimaces a bit. He gives her a kiss on the head. I'm gonna go outside and check on how everything is, and then if everything's okay, we're gonna go up to Gateway and get you all healed up, okay?
Fine, Carter, but if I see you out there calling Hazel, I'm going to freeze you into a block of ice and then shatter you into a million pieces.
Carter nods. Completely understandable, my love. That's never going to happen again. Oh, Jesus. Carter stands up, roofing my fucking wife. Jesus fucking Christ. Carter goes up to the door, opens it slowly, and slowly pops his head out, looking left and right.
He sees the frost plesiosaur slowly swimming backwards.
Carter squints his eyes. Ah, shit.
Carter! As the U-boat slowly comes up from the lake.
Carter dives back into the house, crawls over to Memorian and covers her body with his, just in case, as Clive, fire, mine gentlemen! Fire! Fire! Show him the true power of the Reich!
Fire, Frederick! Frederick is manning the flak gun on the U-boat.
Open a fire on the fishbowl head! As he opens fire with the flak gun.
This wall starts exploding.
Holy shit! He tries to cover as much of Memorian's body as he possibly can with his body.
Ah! Samuel letting a torpedo loose comes flying out of the water. Carter sees it.
Oh my god! Carter tries to save the house as much as he can. He tries to put up his shields again.
Flies into the front of the house, exploding, ruining everything.
Carter starts breathing heavily, looking at the front of the house, completely ruined. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Bring Isufala! Bring Isufala! Bring Isufala! Bring him down! Bring him down! Bring him down!
Fire! Fire! As Clive himself, still carrying one of the miniguns, starts firing into Carter's house.
Oh, Carter, I think it's raining outside.
Yeah, it's raining all right, as he's just getting splattered with red and blue and yellow paints.
Fire! As another torpedo comes flying at Carter's home.
How many torpedoes do you have?
Up on Gateway, Blaze carrying Elizabeth. Are you awake, madam?
Her head slowly tilts up to Blaze and she gives a single nod.
You're still a member of the military. Whether you like it or not, you signed up for it. Correct?
She nods. Yes, sir.
And the Ranger General has called you to Gateway.
She nods and she looks around. I haven't ever seen this place before.
Not many have. Carrying her up! Yeah, she's not gonna do the whole I give up on life, hide in your arm thing in front of me. Stand at attention when I address you, Elizabeth.
She'll get out of Blaze's arms and will stand at attention looking at Sasha.
Good. She'll move out of the way so Elizabeth can see this.
Her eyes blink a couple times, and Sasha can see just the tiniest bit of life come back into her eyes, a bit of color, in fact, as she slowly walks up to it and puts her hand on the chest. What is it, ma'am?
Xenomorphs are incredibly physical creatures, and you, whether you like it or not, are an incredibly small individual. Your sister was quite concerned for you fighting them, knowing that we all knew you were going to have to fight more of them. This is your sister's old armor. Have you ever seen photos of it? The yellow armor from back in the Alpha 9 days?
She nods. I saw the Epsilon squad photo that you all took after you beat him.
This is her armor that was made from a mobile suit and put into the forge. And then we might have put it back in the forge. She laughed, and then armed it to the teeth with the latest in military technology. She wanted you to have it, to fight. Lorelei and Sylar enchanted it because your sister's busy working for you, trying to bring Benny back. It's operational and online, but needs a field test.
She sort of hugs around herself as she starts inspecting the armor. What, you want me to field test it, ma'am, on some, like, targets or such?
Tessin Hecker is making way to that goddamn comic shop where that Nick guy is. He chuckled.
Elizabeth blinks a couple times.
I don't know how he got to Earth. I don't know how he got through customs and immigration. Whoever let him through is going to be killed, I assure you. He's also appears to have radicalized a large group of over 50 to 60 people. And Bones Malone's Jones is there. That man JB, I believe his name was, I believe Gayagoth is there as well. And the Atari creep, the people involved in Heckergate that killed all those frontier colonists.
Elizabeth, as Sasha is talking, slowly lets go of her arms and stops hugging herself and puts her arms to the sides of herself. You mean I'll get to kill Heka?
Kill every last one of them.
She nods, looks at the suit, puts her hand on the chest again. No mercy, right, ma'am?
No mercy. The drop pod's already ready to go. It'll drop you right in front of the comic shop. You should intercept Hecker before he's able to attack Nick if you leave now. And then the drop pod will bring you back up here.
Elizabeth nods towards Sasha. I'll get it done, ma'am. Take care of Heka once and for all. She presses a button behind her ear and her mask flips up onto her face.
That's what I like to see. Pushing a button and the suit will open for Elizabeth as down here at the comic shop, Nick is working his normal day. One of the customers inside the comic shop. Oh my god. Nick, dude, do you see all those people out there?
No, what's going on, man? Oh my. Oh my. Get out of here now while you can.
The person runs out the back. Show yourself, Nick. You'll save a lot of lives if you do.
He's just standing there staring out the window.
Tessin Heka, man. I don't think this is such a good idea, man. Maybe he starts looking around. Maybe we should just turn ourselves in, man, you know, to EarthGov, maybe?
No, we're seeing this through till the end. You want to be a universal famous CNC enthusiast? Then you will kill this autistic fucker. Nick, I'm giving you to the count of 5. Come out and treat with me. If you do not, I will kill everyone in the Del Taco I'm currently holding hostage. Nick is at a crossroads of his existence.
He is going to slowly step outside, very afraid.
Well, well, boy. You have the courage to come out and face me for ruining my raid team.
I didn't even do anything to you.
We all know what you did. You killed Hand. Used the boombox on Rick. Oh, putting his hand on Bones' shoulder.
Gayagoth wraps his tail around Desmond Anchor's waist. It's okay, honey. He can't do nothing to hurt us now.
Oh, thank you, Gayagoth. Oh, licking the tip of the tail.
Oh, you can't be doing that to me right now, Mr. Hecker.
Bring yourself up here, Nick, and I will behead you, and this will all be over, and the nice old ladies and young men at the Del Taco shall live.
Not much you can do, idiot. From Bones, as Nick slowly starts to walk up, not having any other choice.
As Nick goes to take a step, boom! A drop pod lands,
What the fuck?
and Eliza comes out.
Eliza comes out, rolls her shoulders a bit, and looks at the basically army in front of her. She tilts her head when she realizes that these are all like fat people and very much not fighters. And she just sort of cracks her neck a couple times.
Hecker steps one forward. Nick can run away now.
Oh, he's gonna haul ass back into the building.
Nick running inside for his fucking life. Eliza.
Tessin Hecker.
As you're aware, the comic shop is behind you. We will not retreat, because I hate Nick and the comic shop.
Well, I got special orders not to let you get the comic shop, Hecker, and not get Nick.
Oh, Eliza. Where is Bernard? Did he leave you for a newer, upgraded model of sex bot? Ha 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 ha! He laughs at Eliza.
Eliza's fists start to tighten. Inside her mask, her teeth grit, almost to the point where they start to chip, and her eyes become a deadly, deadly stare right at Tessin Hecker.
At the quick step, men! Forward! Putting the saber to his shoulder. March! As he moves forward, the 54th slowly walking towards Eliza.
I'll show you the new and improved model, as she will go ahead and activate her Xenobuster suit.
Double quick time! March, men! As they lightly start jogging at Eliza now.
She sees them all start marching towards her as she'll put up her wrist, press a button on her gauntlet, and Maulers. Jesus, there it is. She's going to fire a deep impact missile into the back lines, which embeds into the ground. Ha! You missed, you little bitch! As a giant explosion causes the ground to erupt in rubble and shrapnel, killing a group of people.
Almost falling over. Enemy artillery, men!
Oh crap. Oh god. Atari creep and going down like this as he starts rushing towards Eliza.
No desertion, Bones! Deal with him! Pointing at the Atari.
Bones is gonna stumble forward drunkenly to here, raise his gun, and aim at the Atari creep. This is what you get, bitch.
No, don't do it, Bones!
Shoots him in the shoulder. What's Eliza do?
Eliza just sort of tilts her head, and she's going to shoot out a smoke grenade, a dervish smoke grenade, into the group in the front here. Boop. Uh, causing that man JJ to start choking on nothing.
Hecker, Bones, Gayagoth making it through the smoke, but JB won't leave the smoke as the Atari creep falls here. JB suffocating to death, cough.
For a moment, Eliza just stops herself. She puts her arms down. Why didn't he just move?
JB death scream. Was that it?
What's that?
For some reason, I thought in my mind that it was gonna be him. I'll do it.
JB death scream.
Oh!
Alright, he chokes to death. Keep going forward, man! Mr. Devil playing the horn.
Eliza just shakes her head as she walks up, and she's going to send a repulsion grenade right here, sending this group back, and the Atari creep back further behind her lines. And as this group gets sent back, she is then going to she's gonna go ahead and fire. Oh shit, where is it? Full auto into this group here, running up closer and shooting all of these people down with wrist-mounted Gatling guns that are fully powered because of no reloading.
Mr. Devil screamed.
Ah!
Ranks folding in. Oh, they're closing in on Eliza. Keep going forward!
She takes out her two maulers, and I like to imagine as she does, this guy right here runs up to her with his gun, bayonet pointed towards her, and she just power gauntlets him right in the face to kill him.
Screaming! Bones trying to 1v1 Eliza, drunkenly.
This is what you get, bitch.
Eliza ducks out of the first hit, ducks out of the second. The third one hits and just glances off of her armor, breaking the bayonet as she spins around her two maulers and cuts him up twice, right up the stomach.
Bones scream next. They're closing in on Eliza. Take cover behind the sand dunes, Gaga!
Why sand dunes, hecka? As he's gonna run over here to like a Prius or something, and Eliza's going to point her gun or her wrist over in that direction and fire a high-powered napalm bomb over at him.
Gaga scream next.
Oh, Mr. Hecka!
Go, go, go! As the remaining troops are closing in on Eliza.
And she's going to full auto once more into this group here, spin around with her maulers and shoot 3 times into the other group. And then once she does that, she is going to put her arm up, and on the underside of her forearm, there is a flamethrower, and she's going to use supercharged flamethrower to take out this entire group here.
Masturbating DSP death scream Nick.
Oh!
The last group, Review Tech USA leading his war band.
Eliza is going to kick on her jet boots and fly up into the air, and almost like the mercenary, I think it is, start shooting down with her maulers right down into that group.
Review Tech USA death scream Nick. And now, Eliza sees Hecker, the last man standing.
She slowly walks up to Hecker with her arm-mounted maulers and her Gatling gun starting to spin up, pointed right at him.
Eliza, backing away from her. We can talk about this, young lady. I have amassed wealth beyond your imagining.
She just tilts her head grabs the other pin on the other flamethrower and pulls it and shoots him with the supercharged flamethrower.
Blowing up all the cars around him in the parking lot, sending his body flying on fire into the air. Ultimate Dynamo Gigamax Hecker Death Scream. Nick. Silence falls over Lancaster, California. The silence is broken by the Atari creep pain in his shoulder from being shot by Bones' musket.
Atari creep. As she walks over, starts to spin up her Gatling gun pointed right at the Atari creep's face.
Wait. Coming over the radio, Sasha's voice.
Her gun stops spinning.
Bring him back alive.
She tilts her head a bit. Alive, ma'am? I thought you wanted them all dead.
Somebody has to stand trial and answer for the crimes committed, and then be executed.
She'll lower her Gatling gun, pick him up by the bad arm, yank him up onto her shoulders. Yes, ma'am. Jesus Christ, even in the suit, this guy's heavy.
Eliza leaving, entering the drop pod, and the drop pod takes off as poor Nick comes out to the parking lot.
What the fuck just happened?
Nick's car ruined!
I liked that car.
Memory Ann sits up. Carter, don't tell me my father roofied me.
Carter, with his arm resting on his knee, staring up out the window, he looks back at her and nods. Keep your head low.
Carter, keep your head low. Look at my house, Carter!
Carter nods. Oh, trust me, honey, I know.
It's going to be okay. Aunt Nicole will mend everything. Is that... Here, I think I have a pack of cigarettes in this dresser. She goes over, not crouching down, opens the dresser, finds the pack of cigarettes.
Carter, crawls over to her and, not forcefully, but, yanks her down to his level. Keep your head down.
What are you on about, Carter?
Carter sighs a bit and shakes his head. They're still out there. They're still firing on us. They still have our location trained on.
Well, clearly, yeah, I suppose, but I don't hear any gunfire, paintball fire.
Carter points over to his hard hat that he usually does for tough jobs around the house, around the lane that he helps repair. He points at it. Hand me that hard hat.
Of course. She'll hand it to Carter.
He'll go over, still crouching on the window, pick up his sword, put the helmet onto the hilt of the sword, and slowly raise it up while looking at Memory Ann.
The helmet exploding! Samuel firing his real sniper rifle! Oh my god!
Carter lowers his sword and sets it off to the side. Samuel's sniping at us.
Sniping at you, to be precise. Glaring at Carter!
Carter nods. Sniping at me, to be precise, yes.
Wow, so accurate, Samuel. Very rare to get to see you use your gun. Yeah, he shrugs. Kind of fun, isn't it?
Von Braun. He pats Samuel twice hard on the back. I am proud of you. What such a great shot that you just made. What do you think is the meters on that shot?
Oh, 1/2 mile, sir. Shrugging! Thank you, he's proud of himself.
1/2 mile! He puts both hands on onto Samuel's shoulders. I could not have trained you any better myself. God damn! A natural skill you have for this, son.
You nodding at Clyde?
Very good, very good. He puts his hands on his hips. You just shot Carter in the head, right?
Oh no, it was just what do you call that? A hard hat he had up on his sword. He's too smart to poke his head out. Weasel instincts?
Weasel instincts, indeed. A burrowing creature, no doubt. He puts his hands on his hips and shakes his head. You know how you deal with a burrowing creature, mein Reich.
How?
You deal with a burrowing creature by smoking them out, yeah?
Da! 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 Putting a fist in the air.
He walks over towards Skardoff and gives him like 3 salutes in a row.
Ow! Coming over doing the same thing.
We will get the smokernet that we have prepared for this moment. And we will smoke that son of a bitch Carter right out of his little burrow hole.
Digis is nas graves. Victory is near. Coming over here.
Victory is near. Victory at any cost. Peace for the family at any cost. The family will prevail.
It's starting to dawn on Frederick. Nobody has asked how many people Clive's killed to get the U-boat.
Frederick looks up at the sky solemnly. Hey, Skardoff.
Nah! Happily turning to Frederick.
So just a real question. But how many people did you have to kill for that U-boat?
Nah! Vlidis Breisest. Vlidis Breis Ging, excuse me. 34. Oh.
Yeah. What is wrong? We have went over this in the past. Must we reiterate this conversation again and again?
Oh, just wondering. Smiling at Clive, tilting his head. Nah. Patting Himmler on the shoulder.
Yeah, just wondering. He walks up next to Samuel and whispers, just so we know how much shit we're going to get into once everything goes back to normal.
Just so we know how hard Julius is gonna deconstruct me.
Just so we know how hard Julius is going to deconstruct me.
Oh, so brave of you. Da.
Danke, Herr Himmler. I am sure, he walks over to Krellin and pats him on the shoulder, that if you were there with us, then you would have done the same thing, Himmler.
Well, nodding his head.
Good, very good. Maybe we should consider giving you a bit of a promotion, yeah? Something to consider, yeah, Skardoff?
Je würdet Eise alle sein Kurfassen dürfen bekommen. You will all be getting iron crosses for this day.
Oh, how wonderful for us.
Well, me more accolades than Julius. Da. Patting him on the shoulder.
Oh, it is something to be proud of, yeah, but not something very hard to overcome. You know what I mean, Herr Himmler?
Yeah, kind of aiming low.
Yeah. Once you have more accolades than me, or God rest his soul, Shariam Valorius, then we'll talk about something. Ho ho. Ho 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 ho, as he just looks at his hands and down to his feet.
Ash var en herd of Stalingrad. Hand over his heart. Ash was the hero of Stalingrad. I'm gonna go load the mortars. He walks away blankly.
I'm gonna go help him. I think he needs help.
Himmler, da. Right, he goes up here.
Victory is near, mein Führer.
Hail, Skardoff, putting his hand in the air.
Hail, Skardoff.
Elizabeth, returning. Have fun?
She presses the button on the back and takes the mask off as she nods, drags the Atari creep forward. Yes, ma'am. I I did have fun, man.
Good. She smiles down at Elizabeth, the Atari creep coming too.
Oh, where the fuck am I?
You're on Gateway Station. Hand me your rifle. The ranger will hand her the rifle, and you're under arrest as she slams him in the face with the butt of the rifle.
Go! Like 3 of his teeth. 3 of his remaining teeth fall out of his mouth.
Take him to the jail cells on Ring 1. Yes, ma'am. As they pick him up and take the Atari creep away to be prepped for his trial and subsequent execution.
Elizabeth's head follows him as he leaves. He's gonna be executed, right?
Oh, absolutely. They forged EarthGov documentation, said that we approve that submarine. He's gonna be executed. Don't you worry.
Good. She walks forward a bit. I don't want any of Hector's men living to tell the tale.
None of them will be. That was quite a show down there. So, did your sister do a good job on that suit for you? She picked out most of the weapons. I just provided the money and insight.
Oh, Elizabeth looks up at Sasha and nods. She did a very good job. A lot of fire. When I'm fighting bugs, I very much like fire.
I concur with that, as Elizabeth imagines Benny's hand on the suit.
She looks around.
Seeing Benny standing there, hand on the helmet, rubbing it.
She looks behind to the suit, and before she did look behind to the suit, Sasha could see just the dance of a smile on her face. And she looks behind herself, and this smile immediately falls, and all the color drains out of her eyes.
What's wrong? Looking down at...
I'm just thinking about how much Benny would have enjoyed seeing me work in that suit.
Sees Ripa behind Benny.
She starts to breathe heavily, watching Ripa behind him. And how possible it would have been to save him.
He turns to her with a hole in his stomach.
Oh God! She backs up, hand over her mouth right into Blaze. I could have saved him if I had that suit. He wouldn't have the stomach in his... Did a hole in his stomach. He wouldn't be dead. Oh God, oh God! She looks up at Blaze, turns around, and hugs him tight.
Blaze shakes his head as Sasha walks through and they disappear. I assume you don't want to come up to the office with your parents?
She shakes her head, and Blaze can feel on the metal and on his clothes the wet start to come from her tears.
She pinches the bridge of her nose. Take her back to Gateway, back home, Blaze. Straight away. Looking down sadly at Elizabeth.
She hugs tightly onto Blaze and sort of like crawls up onto him, and he can hear her just saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have walked away, I should have saved him, I could have been there to save him, I know I could have with that suit.
Flashing to the office, the news just replaying the battle over and over and over. Proud of our daughter. I hope that gives her a little pep in her step.
Did you see that missile go off? That first missile? Oh, it just completely blew up the ground, honey.
I just can't get over Hecker's... Who screams like that when burning alive, flipping through the air? Stilettos, both of her hands on her face.
The kind of dude to build Heckergate.
Yep, and the kind of dude that's now no longer a blemish on our squad's record.
So nods. Technically, Elizabeth is still part of B Squadron, so B Squadron technically gets that kill.
Oh yeah, you definitely do. Town's nodding his head. She might not be performing her duties, but she's still an active roster member of your squad, honey.
Soul smiles and nods, and she did a very damn good job. I don't think I could have done better myself.
I only wish Carter was here to see it. Where the fuck is Carter?
Julius looks at Colt. That is probably a good question to ask. Would he have probably called you by now if they were just staying home?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like I said, things have been weird lately. Memory End's been down in the dumps, to say the least. We actually had to take down the pictures of Bash and Okir in the game room because she would see them and start crying.
It was,
Uh,
it was legit getting, like, worrying for her safety.
well, perhaps my daughter isn't as resilient as her mother, but Soletta will shrug. She knew them a long time before B Squad ever came along. So.
Julius nods. Poor girl. I'll go visit her today if we haven't heard any word from them. Once we get home, I'll go visit them, I think.
Yeah, with everything that's been going on, we haven't lately. We try to visit as a squad once a month, but since we've been split up and yeah.
Especially when we are all together, even when we're not split up completely, it just sort of reminds us of what we lost being Benny and how much joy he brought to the squad.
The empty seat at the table is a lot more apparent.
Well, if it comes to it, he'll be buried right next to them, because as far as I'm concerned, he's a hero.
I would have to agree. He very much is a hero. She puts a hand on her, over her heart and just shakes her head. Very much a hero, that poor boy.
Drug sweep time, dear. Get to it. Patting her on the butt.
Of course, darling, of course. She'll stand up and go out to knock on Icy's door to do a drug sweep.
Julius.
Julius nods. I got it. He goes out, and before she gets to the door, he puts a hand on her shoulder. You already did a drug sweep today. She doesn't have anything. You should stay in there with us. We're all having a good time. Let's not focus on what's going on in there. In there. Focus on what's going on in there, okay? Davine looks at him, looks into the room, and then back at Julius. But what if she's not okay in there, Julius? I mean, come on, she's your sister. You should care just as much as I do. What if she's not okay in there? Julius closes his eyes and shakes his head. I do. I do care just as much. I also care just as much that if she gets interrupted or anything like that, it could ruin the slightest chance of getting Benny back, and that will ruin her. He looks into the room. I worry about her every single day. I'm the one who has to wake her up or carry her to bed in the goddamn Jurassic Park machine every single day. She's gonna be okay. Just ease off on the drug sweep. At least once. Just so she has enough time and enough concentration. For at least a little bit, Mom, please. Davine looks into the room, sighs, and shakes her head. The next one, I'm going in there. And if I hear anything that I find suspicious, I am going in there and taking a look around. And you can't stop me, mister. And Julius puts his hands up. I wouldn't. I wouldn't if there was a worrying sound happening. Okay? Davy nods as she'll hold Julius's hand, and he'll walk her back into the office.
Find anything?
Davine looks at Julius. She sits onto Hunk's lap and looks at Hunk and shakes her head.
Good. Makes me happy.
And Julius walks over at Pequod, sits down, sets her on his lap, and whispers to her, Jesus Christ, who knew I could be so convincing?
Good job, honey. Kissing him.
He breathes sort of heavily. That actually scared the shit out of me doing that. I thought she was going to mom voice me again.
It's for the best, Julius. If she has a chance, she should be left alone.
Well, trust me, I know that. And that's exactly what I told Mom.
Wait a minute. So who the hell's gonna tell Tommy about this? Just doesn't he own that comic shop, right? That Nick guy works for him. Oh. Be quite grimacing!
Julius clacks his teeth together. I suppose the best option would be me, right? I'm his best friend.
Yeah, we'll get him up here in a little bit. Maybe we'll go down and see him together, son, and get him up here.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Me, you, Mom, we'll go down to see him together.
Well, nothing happened to his business. All the damage is to the parking lot and the cars. Elizabeth did an excellent job seeing Sasha come back in the room. Elizabeth did an excellent job at collateral damage control. Where is she? Yeah, she ought to come here, hang out with us. Probably been a while since you've seen Ricky. She just sits down blankly.
Davine sighs and shakes her head. She did not want to come up to us, did she?
She got out of the suit, broke down in tears, started apologizing that she didn't have the suit to save Benny, and I had Blaze take her home.
Davine just sighs heavily, covers her face. Oh god, that girl is my daughter, for better or worse.
Didn't help her at all. I thought it did. She looked kind of like she had fun, for a second or two there, but...
Turned her right back into, the Goblin, as she's colloquially known.
Yeah, turned her back into the Goblin. Colt! Oh, I can't believe I'm fighting back laughter. I'm sorry.
Soul shakes her head. Don't be sorry about that. It's a sort of funny nickname.
I mean, she scratched the fuck out of my wife, thank you. Lifting up Soul's arm. Talon's, oh, God.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty damn good scratch. That one's gonna scar. Pretty damn deep, too. It's impressive.
If we knew she was gonna get physical and scratch people, we would not have asked for volunteers to help bathe her. I apologize about that. I thought better of my daughter.
Soul shakes her head. Don't apologize about it. You were just trying to take care of her, Grandpa. Don't apologize.
We'll fix it with a universal ban on their offspring from the military. It's already in place, actually. Sitting back in her chair.
Julius points to Sasha. Good. Yeah, no. Get started on that shit ASAP.
It's probably for the best, and if you didn't tell me that was from her, I would have thought one of your dogs did it.
Hey, did you see me pitching at that Yankee game a while back there, Ricky? I'm looking over at Ricky. Colt's face goes white.
Davine's face goes white at the same time.
Ricky rolls his shoulders. Yeah, I did.
You think? Perfect inning. I didn't play in any minors or anything like that. No low A to high A, then double, triple. I went right into the majors.
It's really impressive, man. Must have been, like throwing knives and shit like that. Dad can throw a pretty nasty pitch, too.
Well, I played in high school, and I was a pitcher in high school. That's where I learned all the grips on the balls to throw fastball, curveball, slider, cutter, splitter. But, well, my first outing, I have a perfect inning pitch. I've been getting calls from the Yankees, but I don't answer. I don't know what they want. Oh, no.
Davy nods. I think that's for the best. In fact, I think you should just block them number, darling Mark.
Well, it's part of... I've just not been answering because of what's been going on. I think part of returning to normal is I'll pick up the call if they call again and see what they want.
Oh, they probably just want money out of you or something like that. Get you to, I don't know, do a stupid little press conference or something like that. And I don't want you to be used by them. Am I making sense, Letty?
I think she is. They would. She looks away.
Ricky's gonna look at where he is. Look at what's going on. Look over at Colt and Soul and give them a pleading "help me" look.
He's frozen. He can't help his friend. He can't help Ricky's face is white, frozen, his eyes blinking one at a time slowly. Well, the only reason I brought it up, and I asked Ricky, is like, you saw me play. What if, part of getting back to normal is doing normal things. What if What if, your dad, your mom, you grab your girlfriend, and you come with us, and, we all go down to a game together. If they're calling me, if they want me for like a promo or something, I just want to give us box seats and we could all of us, go to I'm sure they got a box big enough for the Valoriuses and the Rainfalls.
Oh, I don't know if you'd want to do that, sir. Dad likes the Dodgers, so he'd be like in enemy territory.
Then I'll call the Dodgers. He gestures to Ricky. I like Dodger dogs. I took Nicole, Patricia, Julius, a very young Sasha, thinking back, and your mother, Saris, and your father to a Dodger game. Ask your dad about it. We weren't sitting in a private box back then, but we were we were like 5 rows up from home plate. It was home team dugout, excuse me. It was a good day. It was a good day. Julius stared at the hot dog I bought him for like 25 minutes. Be quiet, snorts out a laugh.
It looked like a dick, okay? And hot dog, it looked like a dog's dick.
But was it, what did I tell you about it? Just eat it, it's good, ignore the shape. Was it not good?
It was good. It was delicious.
Dodger dogs are really good. I don't like hot dogs. Yeah, and then Julius's face when the cotton candy guy came around. He looked so dumbfounded. Dopey motherfucker.
It looked like it was the sponge sugar was coming out of nowhere. What? Do you blame me? I thought he was a magician.
Dopey ass fucking country hick galleon. Shaking her head.
Oh, you are one to talk about being a country hick.
Well, yeah, fair is fair. See? And baseball's bringing back this normalcy. What any baseball game? I thought people liked baseball. I do. I hate baseball, Granddad, now. Oh, I didn't know.
Soul, who has been like 1,000 yards staring at the wall, shakes her head. I'm not the biggest fan of it either, Granddad.
Oh. Okay. He sits back, rubbing Davine's thigh. I thought people liked it. I used to like it. Looking away. Yeah, I hate baseball now.
Used to be a pretty big fan of it. He clicks his tongue. Not so much anymore.
Some of my fondest memories of my deceased husband, my first husband, are going to baseball games in the Frontier Leagues with him. I hate baseball. Oh, I didn't know. What spurred this on? Really, Dad? Turning around!
Is it not obvious, Dad? Come on.
I'm gonna plead the fifth here.
I don't understand what spurred this on. I really don't.
Davey,
I went and played, I pitched an inning. Is that what it was? Yes! Because scream!
Davey nods. Yes, it is, darling. You only played that inning because you were trying to get steroids to impress me because I was a bad wife and I destroyed your confidence.
Well, I did get those steroids. Mortimer was going to hand them off to me after the 9th inning, but then you guys showed up, and thank God you did.
The fact still stands that none of us necessarily like that memory or that image in our minds, honey.
Alright, fine. Maybe we could go to a football game or something. Personally, I think all sports are ruined. Besides, you're still banned from all sports and sporting events.
Davey nods. That is true, darling. You are banned from all of them.
Even golf? Even golf. Out of your head. You have your own personal golf course on your lane. You don't need to go anywhere else. God damn it.
And yes, darling, before you ask, yes, even tennis.
Alright. Whatever. I just thought maybe we could take Ash out to a sports game. We could all get together and it'd be like old times, like when I would take them out back in the day. And only this time when I hand Julius food, he would just eat it instead of stare at me like I'm trying to poison him.
Julius puts his hands up. I already made my reasoning known.
Well, maybe we could all just get together and watch a sporting event down on the lane. That would be better, I think, putting your finger up.
Julie's points, yes, I do think it would be better. Get some Dodger dogs, get some nachos, get stuff like that. Put up a big projection screen so we can all watch. Like, outside if it's a nice day, inside if it's not. You know, I think that's a great idea.
Well, how are we gonna get Dodger dogs if I can't go in the stadium? I will go in with Julius.
Julie's nuts. Yeah, me and Pequod will get them.
I think you can
Banned from every sport. Go ahead.
I think you can buy them. Buy them uncooked.
It's not the same as getting them at the park. They have a different taste at the park, you know. And I used to take these kids out to so many sporting events, and we'd have such a good time. But I guess I'll be banned from them. I feel like I didn't do anything wrong to get banned, though. You didn't. It's because of that dumb bitch. Pointing back at Davey.
Davy nods. She has a very good point, Mark. It is all my fault.
Your mom's calling Grandma a dumb bitch. Things are slowly going back to normal.
Look at her. She's even making a fist at her.
To be fair, even if it wasn't the stuff with you, sir, I think the memory of poor Clive's seething at that Mortimer dude would be enough.
Yeah, and what's the deal with that, Ricky? He gestures there. What the hell happened to that Mortimer guy? One day he just stopped answering my phone calls.
Ricky's gonna turn and look at everyone. Turn back. It's up to them to tell you. I don't feel it's my place, sir.
Clive murdered him. Oh, it's Henry Clive.
Julius nods. Drowned him in a sink.
That man was responsible for killing Clive's former wife, the one he can't remember. And I had to put away all the pictures of the poor woman, the dwarven woman. Oh, I wish he would have told me. He did.
Julius nods. Yeah, Dad, he did.
You wouldn't listen to reason because you did not want to lose the most important thing in your life. That being Davine motherfucking Galleon shithead Rainfall. Ricky caught in the middle!
He's gonna look at Sasha, too, with the same help me look.
Alright, don't speak about your mother that way, Patricia, please.
She still does have a very good point, honey.
It's not like, it wasn't that bad, looking back in hindsight. Shoving Xanaxes down his throat.
Julius blinks a couple times. I want you to repeat to yourself what you just said. Not that bad, right? And then, think of the heart attack you had, and begging to be killed by Clive.
I was not in my right state of mind, son. I was tired. My body was worn out from 20 years of barely eating and working out way too much.
Julius nods. So you're just proving my point even further?
Well, what I'm trying to say is, after all that, I got my anger out on your mother. I slapped the living shit out of her at the Oscars. And I forgave her.
That's good. That is good that you forgave her.
And we're all in this room, we're all gonna work to do the same thing.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Never gonna happen. Cool, looking at TV!
Soul shakes her head. Nope, I almost lost my granddad. That's not how I roll.
Never happening ever.
Davine shrugs. She looks at Hunk. It's very sweet of you, Mark, to keep trying, but I don't even think Nicole would forgive me.
What about the Ranger General? No. Letting Ricky sit down next to her. God damn.
Davine shakes her head. See, I told you, Mark, I told you.
Towns will forgive me, honey. Look at him. He's reasonable.
Davine looks at Towns and then at Hunk. Honey, if anyone in this room would never forgive me, other than Pequod and Suletta, it would be Towns.
Towns, look at this face. Turning Davine's beautiful face to him. Towns, he's talking to you. Towns. Oh. His helmet's muted!
Julius sighs. Well, I think that's enough of an answer on that one, Dad.
As the door opens, Sam actually happily say, "Oh, I'll KFC." What? Is Krellin here?
Davine turns around and looks at him. No, but the Colonel Sanders himself is Sherian Valorius and his nice squad are.
I'm the KFC, Mom.
And the KFC, Hunk? She smiles wide at Hunk, seeing Sam happy.
That's good. Rubbing Davine's lower back, standing up. Well, back from work, huh, Ash?
He's gonna take his helmet off, and everyone can see a legitimate smile on his face for the first time in weeks at this point. You're damn right we are.
I know that grin. Sasha looking at Ash.
I assume you do, ma'am. We, have very good news.
Julius nods. Hit us with it, come on.
We were going through a outpost, killing everyone there.
Dynamo gag on Hecker replay. Oz and Sam's and Saris's head slowly turn to the television.
JJ and Laz's heads turn at the same exact time back to the television.
Ash is gonna turn, and we... What the fuck?
Sasha turns it off. Please, I'll explain that later. Continue.
I apologize, I seem to have lost my train of thought. We're killing all of them, and our resident sharpshooter back there, he's gonna point at Oz, killed a very specific grunt at a very opportune time. Oswald? Lazuli?
That's right. Coming up behind Ash, keep going.
Oswald, Lazuli, would you, since you're the ones whom did it, I'd like you to present the prize to the General.
Sam will hand it off to Laz.
Laz will then, with Oz next to her, hand it off to the General.
Huh. She looks at the laptop, starts mousing around on it.
As you can see, it's not wiped.
Chat
Laz,
box still open, ma'am. Click there. Sasha will. Eagle 1.
Laz nods. What we all suspect to be Spender's chat name, I guess you can say?
Towns, I need you to take a look at this. Helmet muted!
JJ points to Towns as he walks over to him. Is his helmet muted?
Yeah, it's been kind of like drama-filled lately. A lot of Davine motherfucking dumbass rainfalls being thrown around.
Oh, we're going back to normal. Good. As he pats Towns on the shoulder twice and snaps in front of him.
He'll jump. Hey, JJ, reaching back for his hand.
He gives Towns a handshake. Hey, Dad, what's up? We need you to take a look at this laptop for us, please.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Where'd you guys get it? Sarah's side.
He walks back next to Sam. Oh, just had a strap base. A grunt was trying to wipe it. We got to him before he did, though.
Oh, shit. Town's fixing his seat, Sarah's. Yeah, jackpot, Town.
Biggest jackpot of your life.
I will go get some more chairs. I'll be right back. He knows where they're kept in the office for everyone. Damn. Town's looking at the computer.
We might actually have him nailed to the wall.
Engage a Sherion Valorius on site. Oh, typing on the computer.
Damn, they're giving you orders by name, Dad. Yeah, full name too. And no title. You can tell he's angry, can't you? Ma'am looks at Sasha.
I'd say so. How'd you manage to get an unwiped laptop, though? Luck. And Oz is good shooting, but looked like the dude was reaching to wipe it, but nope.
Oswald got him in time, and from my understanding, Lazuli here kept him from getting to it.
Oz coming in, setting up more chairs. Saris will point for Ash to sit. I want to take a load off these feet.
I believe that can be arranged. He is going to scoop her up and walk to the chair.
She sits down, Oz setting up a chair for Laz, Sam and JJ sitting in one. He sat down. Oh, KFC. So let it take you a piece.
Julius also taking a bite of it. He looks at Soletta, then at Pequod. She's eating KFC, honey.
We're returning back to normal. She's going back to depressed about Clive, not depressed about Benny.
Well, he looks down at the KFC. If he could have one, I guess one is better than the other.
Hunk bringing Davine over, sitting down next to Ricky. Now he's trapped again.
At this point, Ricky's kind of looking stunned with a smile on his face. We might actually have him.
Oh, I'd say definitely. Give me some time to play with this, though.
Soul's eyes start to sparkle. Of course, Dad. Yes, of course. We'll get to kill him, right? If you find his base of operations.
I promised Carter you guys would be the ones to go. You will. B Squad reunited. That should make Kata's day, I hope. Sam chuckled.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it will, Oz.
Yeah, he's gonna be stoked. Wait, this means there's no way they can know this. We've got the jump on him.
Carter doesn't need me. He did fine at the Xenomorphs without me, defending the air traffic control tower. Believe me, that boy needs you. Pequod crossing her heart.
Julius looks over at Sam, leans back a bit. It's, he needs you. I, personally, he points over to Sasha. I sort of needed you quite a few times. Like, every leader needs their rock, if you understand my meaning. Someone to lean against, know that you always have them prepared and they'll get the job done. Sasha was there for me, my dad, my mom. I had quite a few people, but I think the best example right now is your mother. I think you're that for Carter.
Besides, you started the job. Do you want to leave it unfinished, Samantha? No. Drinking your drink just kind of has been nice without Carter, you know?
Julius sighs. I'm so sorry about my son, Samantha.
It's not him, it's just the effect he has on people. No, Memory Ann handing me something that she made for me, claiming Carter made it for me. The last time she did that to me, we were in the kitchen, and the toaster popped out my, what are those things called, JJ? Pop-Tarts. And she was like, Carter warmed these up for you, honey. And you remember how I just took it blankly in my hand and it was smoking hot?
Oh, yep, no, trust me, I do. You even burned your hand a little bit.
Yeah, and then Carter was just standing there staring at her.
Yes, he was. Oh, goddamn Carter. I'm gonna kick that boy's ass someday.
You should. Nodding his head.
Yeah, the other day, she gave Colt a pack of cigarettes while he was finishing his last pack and said Carter got it for him, and Colt just put a second cigarette in his mouth without taking the half-smoked one out.
Colt coming over, sitting down here. Oh, he knows your favorite brand, Colt. He's always thinking of you. They were not the brand I smoke. He looks down at Soul's lap.
The Soul starts to laugh and shakes her head. They were actually, if you could imagine it, like the furthest away from the brand he usually smokes.
I'm not one. Sarah's putting up her finger. Ash and I aren't one to question people's decision, but I'm just shocked the Rainfall family won't pay for Memory Ann's education. I wanted to. And then Nicole said, imagine Memory Ann not going up and accepting the degree because she makes Carter do it. Then, when she gets home with the degree, it says Carter Rainfall on it, and I decided we're not paying for it. Sarah's grimaces and facepalm.
Yes, so it's not a punishment to her, it's a punishment to Carter.
It's the right decision. I mean, I feel terrible for her, but it's the right decision. I can only imagine the war that would break out on the lane if she came home with a degree that said Carter Rainfall.
JJ shakes his head. He wouldn't survive.
Yeah, I don't think I'm... My son's a lot faster than me, both of them, so I don't think I'd even get a swing in.
Julie shakes his head. No, you would not, Dad.
Oh, Carter got this degree for himself. I would I think I'd scream so long I would faint. Has anybody ever been so angry they faint? Doesn't happen often. I think that would happen to me.
Julius nods. That is a completely fair reaction to that happening, honey.
Makes sense now? Go ahead.
All I could hope is that I would be on a mission on the frontier when that happened.
Might not be your excuse for long. Looking at Towns, you might not have that excuse anymore, Towns. I don't think you will. Squinting at the screen, typing on the computer.
Oh boy. He sits back. I assumed we would have found them with it, but it feels almost surreal to finally have him. He's been... You see his hand clench very tightly. That bastard has been ahead of us the entire time. We never had him hooked, and now we do.
We've been going for 2 months straight, basically. Weekends off. Sam looking at Ash, shrugging. But it feels way fucking longer.
It does, because you've, in one form or another, been chasing that man for nearly 2 years.
Well, hopefully that chase is at an end. It very well may be. I think this guy was in contact with Spender as you guys got the jump on them, at least from what I can tell.
Oh shit, so if they were in contact with him, then wherever that thing pings is where he was at the time?
Yeah. It's like I've been saying, Towns puts his finger up. A long time ago, Ash took the ship out to Zeta Reticuli, and the Dragon took it out. Covert espionage cells operate on infrastructure. You have to have an infrastructure from which to operate. They're not like Green Berets or Marine Raiders that go out or Rangers that go out and live in the wilderness with basically zero resources. You need an infrastructure to operate effectively. Dragon took that out. There goes the majority of their infrastructure. Kids destroyed their base of operations and killed all of Dead Cell. There goes that infrastructure. He's got nothing left save for using barely encrypted communication devices. This is a civilian laptop. He shrugs, holding it up.
Believe it or not, the ability to vanish like those covert operatives do is incredibly difficult and nigh impossible without a lot of money and infrastructure behind you.
Exactly. And the second that Dragon took that ship down, the clock was ticking on the guy. That's why he came and hid it here. It's the last place we'd expect to look.
I mean, think about it. How few former Max Tech people can you think of that are still out there? I don't think there are very many at all left in the bingo book, are there, ma'am?
Last one was your buddy, who's got the exemption.
Those people, they were former Max Tech. You'd think with all of their skills they'd be able to vanish without a trace, yet we found every last one. You've put it into words, but you're right, it was most likely an eventuality once they killed their base.
How are we doing on the Benny front? Counting down the hours, apparently. That's why the heads of the family and Aunt Suletta are here. Yes, it's the final day, and Davine and Hunk wanted to be here to count down the hours.
Davy nods and holds up her wrist computer, which shows a timer to 5 p.m.
How's Elizabeth doing? Doubling back to that weird, disturbing scream. Gagoth scream, Nick?
Oh, Mr. Hecker!
Sasha turning the news back on. Everybody's head who hadn't seen it slowly turning. So if you want to know, today's somewhat of a monumentous day. Hecker has been killed in action as well.
JJ stands up and just lets out a yes!
Sam jumps on JJ's back, climbs up onto his shoulders, putting her hands in the air, cold clapping.
JJ starts running around the office in just happiness.
That motherfucker who dubbed me the Penguin finally got his just desserts. Made me think I look like a penguin.
He's dead. She puts her hands onto Oz's shoulders and sort of starts shaking him. He's finally dead.
He kisses her forehead. You do not look like a penguin, Oswald. You're quite handsome.
Yes, yes, extremely, extremely handsome, my love.
Thank you both. I just... he starts tearing up thinking about dead Hecker. We had a chance, me and Lazar, on that comic shop building. And we saw them, and we could have stopped it. And then in New York, Jacoby kissing JJ's head.
I'll never have to hear that goddamn name ever again.
Oh yeah, it's clapping loudly with Davine on his lap. It's a good moment. Knowing that we were literally shaking the guy's hand and our fucking daughter and son-in-law were standing 20 feet behind us and didn't alert us is very disappointed in those two that day.
Just to clarify, this is the one whom said that your daughter birthed my son and is also Chinese.
Yes, communist China, if you remember. But yeah, Sol Winjie.
Gave birth to Ricky because Carter impregnated me with a singular kiss.
Very ashamed she didn't invite us to the baby shower. Darius, I would have liked to have come.
Or the engagement party. What the hell, Sol?
I didn't get an invite.
I'm so sorry. We were trying to keep it, low profile. Not many people there. She just sort of shrugs. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right. I mean, it must have been a very personal occasion.
Well, I've already found out how he got through immigration as well, and I've had them arrested, and they're going to be murdered.
Good. Good, very good.
He paid them off. Yeah, he paid them off to get through. Apparently he rallied, as you can see, Sasha gesturing to the news, seeing all the people. He rallied those people by paying them with the blood money of the people he killed, in the submarine ash. He rallied these people, paid them, and charged the comic shop. So, doubling back to the Elizabeth question, I sent Elizabeth out in the suit that Nicole and I were... It's ready to go. Nicole might be busy, but Lorelai and Sylar picked up the enchanting job on the suit because Nicole's busy. I sent her down to field test her Xenobuster Mark II. As you can see, she's doing a magnificent job. Bones Bones Jones scream. Then she got back to Gateway and crumbled into a crying mess, and Blaze took her back home.
Well, I shall say she did quite an excellent job of field testing it. What I would have given to have that along our side some of these days, Cyrus.
Yeah. Would have been, well, maybe in the past, but we had the Terminator Mark II. Gesturing to say.
That is true. It's been very delightful having you, darling.
It was an honor, and I finally got to do what I was trained to do. Because I never felt like I could actually do my job because I wanted to... It was that internal... Like I said, it wasn't just because it was my job, but I wanted to protect everyone. So I second and third guessed every move I made. You still pulled off some really cool moments. You've got the highlight reel of Beast Squad cool moments.
Glass nods. Yeah, like 90% of all cool B-Squad moments have been you, dude.
Oh, she shrugs. Go ahead.
And it's alright. The ability to question yourself is good. What mattered was you made the right decision when it was necessary to make it.
No more bloodfest. JJ having to clean you off, coming home bloody and hyperventilating. Sorry, JJ. Rubbing his head.
JJ shakes his head. Don't worry about it, love. I would do anything for you. Even cleaning you off bloody like that.
I used to do the same with your mother. I loved it.
JJ looks over at his father. When she would get all bloody, you would clean her off?
Get her all naked and clean off the blood. Okay, not in my office. Putting her hand...
Davin just shrugs. I mean, it's true. You think we're going to lie about it?
Things are returning to somewhat normal. Putting down an eaten breast and pulling out a drumstick. Go ahead, eat, Julie.
And Julius nods. He'll take out a drumstick. He looks at her. Only if you eat too.
Of course. She'll pull out a breast and clank it with Julius's.
He clanks it and starts eating his drumstick.
Honestly, the only thing that's missing is Colt getting another call from the unit.
Coat. You paraplegic, ugly mullet-having motherfucking whore.
If they call you that, right now I'm excited at the prospect of killing Hecker. I cannot promise that they would make it out unscathed.
What have you done to ever draw their ire? I have a mullet, ma'am. Smiling at Ceres. And they're jealous of my hair. Well, Clive.
And he's friends with Carter.
Ah. What do you think draws more ire, the friendship with Carter or having beautiful hair? Personally, beautiful hair. Looking over at Colt.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's the big thing they talk about with JJ.
I would like to know, how did you become an enemy of the Reich? I find that strange. Looking at Ricky.
From what I've gathered, I've been brainwashed by Carter.
He's been spending more time down at the lane because they're not always up here at the doing their military duties, and Krellin may have suggested Ricky is... She lets out a laugh. You know, Krellin likes to instigate. Ceres laugh.
Well, I will say being an enemy of the Fourth Reich is something to be proud of, my son.
No, that's a great honor. I would much rather be known as Clive's enemy than ally.
So would I. Very important to be known as the enemy instead of the ally when it comes to the Reich.
At least you didn't have to suffer the hug Uncle Führer. He just came over and shook your hand.
That's true. The only reason I was upset about it was I was worried they'd try some shit against me someday, and I was worried it might get Ellie in the crossfire. That's it.
And somehow Tommy let them broadcast live on Fox, Universal Television, that you were an enemy of fatherland with a very unflattering picture of you.
Yeah, that's how I found out.
Sam laughing, drinking your soda.
In the fucking mask.
Hug Uncle Führer? Yes, it's like whenever you see Uncle Scar and Clive together, all the girls must go up and one at a time greet the Führer and hug him. The boys, well, we maybe get a handshake from the Führer or a pat on the shoulder if he's feeling generous, but it's all about protecting the girls. He rolls his eyes.
His goddaughters, if you will.
You're not his goddaughter, though. Yes, that's right. You're right about that. He's smiling at Sarah.
Very correct. In fact, I am not his goddaughter.
Every time I think they cannot get more insane, they seem to beat me out. It's incredible.
All the girls they think are their goddaughters, including Samantha. Don't know how that happened.
No, I don't either, but you know, crazy people do crazy, insane things.
So if Clive and Scar walked in here right now, would I have to hug Uncle Führer? Yes, because you're a beautiful woman, and it's their job to protect you.
I would definitely suspect you would. And they would probably start crying because they see Ash there and they think Ash is dead.
Or they would take it as some type of elven, Anovian devilry magic and launch into an attack, which would maybe solve problems. Hunk looking away from Sulet.
Maybe they'd call it sneaky motion, sir.
Pretending to grab his eyes, imitating Clyde.
Sneaky motion.
Blood hunter shit.
He's using that blood hunter shit on me. Oh god, such a stupid day that was.
Oh! Sasha putting up her finger. One caveat that goes along with the death of Hecker. The Atari creep. He's alive. All their heads turned to Sasha.
The CNC dude?
Yes, the one with the missing teeth. Yeah, he's alive.
JJ nods. I take it that you're going to question him or something like that?
Oh, of course, at a at a trial. Yeah, we're gonna have a trial. Tribunal. Tribunal really is the word. There's military tribunals usually end in someone getting executed.
Yes, they do, and I have a sneaking suspicion that this one may be slightly preordained.
Yeah, yes, an investigatory hearing. The families of those lost during the Heckergate incident demand justice, and though they may not be EarthGov citizens, they forged EarthGov paperwork for that ridiculous sub. Therefore, it falls to us to make it right. Colt clap slightly. Hopefully, it'll be on TV. Oh, it will. Example. We're gonna make an example out of the Atari creep. Don't you worry.
Julius nods. It's all gonna be aired. Don't worry about it.
You're gonna get to see Honey looking over at Laz, and so you're gonna get to see your father up on the podium, acting as one of the judges.
Really? Laz looks over at Julius. I would have never suspected him as one of the judges.
And Ash will be the main judge. There's what?
I would like to say it's because you think I'm quite wise, but I think I know different.
Oh, you are wise. But you're also the only face that any of those families remember. You took off your helmet, you started talking to them, consoling them, helping them. They want you to be the judge. I've talked this over. I plan to have this tribunal done with Hecker. Elizabeth killed him, which I'm perfectly fine. I assumed we would nab Hecker trying to sneak back into Earth at some point. I didn't think he'd be able to pay people off to get in. But we have the Atari creep, the guy who built the sub. Second best.
For that reasoning, I am more than happy to do so, ma'am.
And I'll be up there with you guys, of course, but we'll hold an old-fashioned tribunal. And obviously, it's up to the public what happens to him, but the jury will be the families of the victims.
Oh, he's bloody fucked.
He's dead, dude. Looking at JJ.
He's deader than a doornail. Jesus Christ.
Should be a nice, clean tribunal and execution with a bullet from Ravage right to his head. In front of everybody to see, thus making an example for anybody that tries to follow in Hecker's footsteps. Sam laughed.
I think that's the perfect idea, because the last thing we need is a copycat.
Yeah, no, especially one that was standing right in front of me.
Davine just sighs. I could have reached out and just strangled him, but I didn't know who he was.
Where did they get all the Civil War gear, though? Pointing TV, Saris. Hunk, it's a good question. Saris is astute as always, but I don't know.
Maybe they, bought it with all that blood money?
They took yes. Yes. I am sure they bought it from some frontier collector, and the 54th Regiment of Atlanta marched upon the comic shop. What happened to Nick, though? He's somewhere in the comic shop, probably still hiding.
What? Samantha, correct me if I'm wrong, you're better at military history, but wasn't the 54th Atlanta an all-black regiment?
From Massachusetts, actually, yeah. The first of many. Sigh!
And Julius just looks down and starts laughing.
There's actually a very good movie called Glory that we used to watch when she was a baby. Sam, excellent movie. Nodding her head. Take cover behind the sand dunes, Gargoth! Maybe Hecker watched the movie too.
I think he did. Can you imagine Tessin Hecker as Matthew Broderick's character?
Hunk reaches for the remote, starts flipping through the channels. Oh yeah, every Fox station has this.
I mean, it's probably the most momentous thing to happen all month. Can you blame them?
But who were all those people? Sasha, I did some brief background checks on facial identification. Streamers, video gamers, most of them were like hobos and homeless people. My guess is he recruited most of them from Skid Row, which is now more like Skid Lane because there's not that many homeless left. But yeah, it's mostly drug addicts.
So any dumbass you could get to put on those uniforms.
Yeah, he was handing out large stacks of credits and the promise of more if you helped murder Nick. So
That fat gentleman got so many things shot at him as he's watching Review Tech get obliterated.
I mean, one of the guys was literally masturbating. So, goes to show you.
Davy nods. She points at the screen. One of the gentlemen just stood in the smoke and died.
Of yeah, I can't even say that word right now, but yeah. Asphyxiation. There you go.
He didn't move out of the goddamn smoke to 5 feet to either side of him, and he would have been fine.
That was Datman JB, Hecker's left hand. Gigagoth was his right hand man, I suppose. Or maybe that Bones Malone's. That guy was a pedophile, but yeah.
He's gonna point at Bones. That drunk gentleman is trying to fight that armor with a bayonet.
Very valiant attempt, I suppose.
Very valiant attempt. He actually got a hit on him, on her, but then the bayonet just snapped right in half.
I mean, I don't, I look back at mine and Ash's issues, and it was a 50-50 thing, not a 90-10 thing. It did make me feel better the day Ash brought down the good Ash mannequin, and Mom took her swings at it, and I took my swings at it. This didn't make her feel better. No. She got to kill live bad guys. Nope. Shaking her head, watching down.
That's strange. He's gonna look at the kids. You know Elizabeth better than our kids. Do you know why that might be?
Oh, Davine. Gesturing over to Davine.
The soul just starts acting like she's coughing, but her head is jostling towards Davine's direction.
You know. Gesturing over. Just say it, motherfuckers.
Davine. Grandma Davine. It's because of Grandma's Davine's blood in her, and she's too much like her goddamn mother. There, I said it!
Oh. Well, at least she got her mother's looks. 10 out of 10.
Yes, she got very lucky. She got your looks, and your combat prowess. That's good too.
Yeah, I just, mistake of parenting, and we should have not let her join the military. JJ thinks back to the discussion Hunk had many about Elizabeth not being... She's very weak at her core, not strong at all.
JJ scoffs. She is very weak. He looks at Hunk. Weak people shouldn't really join the military, should they?
Not if... Well, they can if they're going to be in a non-combat role, right? But if you're going to be a B-Squad Spec Force operator, whatever you want to call it, soft unit, then you're going to be in combat. She was great in combat, for what it's worth. Remember how she fought that Hydra? Thinking back, Okier tossing her up in the air.
I mean, that was pretty damn badass. He points at Sam. That is high praise from her, by the way. Her calling someone good in combat, that is high praise.
I made her the squad sergeant for a reason. She was capable, just maybe in a non-combat role.
I mean, with Elizabeth, it's like the moment, for lack of a better thing, the moment the bell rings, right? She's locked in a fight. I just don't think she's cut out for the stuff you have to deal with after the fight, sir.
No, I agree. I mean, I don't like thinking about it too much, but one of the problems we faced back in the day with these Void guys was this grudge with Tewaz and your father and Julius and Pequod and Nicole and them, well, mostly your father, Julius, went back long before the Void shit and me coming back into the military. But what I'm trying to say is, oftentimes in combat, they would use the fact that, oh, Ceres is Ash's wife against us. Ceres, I can attest to that. Yeah, nodding her.
More than a few occasions they did, and it was a clever move on their part, even if I hated seeing it.
I got dicked on by Raging Raven. I got dicked on multiple times. They purposely went after me. And if Pequod was out on the battlefield, who do you think they would have really been going for as well, besides me? Pequod, me.
Julius nods. Yes, they would have. They would have gone for Pequod, and that would have been a clever, if not stupid, move on their part.
And see, we had to face that almost every time going in. Needless to say, you guys weren't facing enemies that were singling Benjamin out up until recently. And all it takes is that one time. So.
Julius nods. If there's one thing I can give towards fighting xenomorphs, it's that they don't necessarily target anyone. Or anyone that seems, special to another
just
person.
Round robin. They're just going after all of you.
Exactly.
I can attest to that. Nodding his head.
It's one of the only nice thing about fighting them. They aren't preferential in their targets.
They knew me and Ash were a couple from Globnock, the guy who stowed away and blah blah, killed the real Gurok, Bone Crusher. And every time we went into combat, I got utterly dicked on. I'm sure that was orders from Tewaz because he knew, and everything was personal with that guy between Ash and Julius.
I believe it was, and you can see he kind of closes his eyes and pinches his nose. It was heart-wrenching any time I had to see it happen. I barely could keep control of myself in those moments. It was not fun.
And then this guy wanted to make it personal. That's why in that interrogation, I'm sure he showed Carter for a reason, because he's a sicko, but all it takes is that one time. And it was that one time with Benny. And now my daughter will claw your face off if you try to get her to get into a shower.
It's kind of like when Mom told me not to play in the street as a kid, and I told her I've never gotten hurt. She told me it only takes once for you to die.
Big damn straight. Pequod shaking her head. Unfortunately, yeah. Looking over his shoulder into the blacked out room.
It only takes one misstep for somebody not to come home. Believe me, I've seen it more than my fair share.
Maybe we could take some KFC into Nicole. Julius.
Julius shakes his head. She's fine. She had 2 breakfasts, Dad. She's not hungry, trust me.
She's not a hobbit. She doesn't need second breakfast and noonsies and Uncle Ash.
She's alright. Just give her some more time. If we interrupt now, it's not gonna be great, trust me.
Alright, whatever you say. Flashing off here. Fire! As mortars start raining down on Carter, Clive seeing it.
Clive clapping as loudly as he can. Yeah! More! Von Braun, fire again!
Firing as 5 different mortars fire off at once, Krelling using kinesis to load them, help load them with Frederick and Sam.
Yes. I could taste it. My Führer. He walks over to Scar and puts his hands on his shoulders and shakes him slightly. Mein Führer, we will finally kill Carter. We are his god. You are his god, and I am your humble servant, ready to strike down and smite him to death. Are you ready?
A tear rolling out of Scar Dolph's eyes. For Scheibe and Sturb Carter. Eat shit and die, Carter. Boom! As a mortar goes off.
Eat shit and die, Carter. Yeah!
Alright, making any headway, Ash? Or Towns? No. Towns! Fucking Tommy not here yet. Towns! No, not yet. And the more you ask, the more is no.
Julius nods. Give him time to work. These things require patience. It's not a snap of your fingers type thing.
Right, son.
Davy nods. Of course, darling, yes. We apologize, Towns. Take as much time as you need.
All right, well, about time for another drug test. Drug check, I should say. Julius, for God's sakes, it's been like 5 minutes.
Julius stands up. There wasn't any drugs 10 minutes ago. There's not going to be any drugs now. She's fine in there. Are you sure, though, darling? She could have conjured them up, or maybe they were invisible in there, and now she's using them. She's not. He walks forward a bit and just gestures towards the darkened room. She's not. She's fine in there. You don't need to worry about her. She is just focusing and channeling in onto Benny, okay? There's no need to worry about her. She is fine.
Sasha puts up her finger. Actually, if you want to stay busy and give me, I could use a hand. This is the Ranger General asking you for help. Civilians, I could use a hand. Somebody has to go find Mr. Wiseau. I'm sure he's at the restaurant. Bring him up here, and we need to, if he's not aware of what happened, he needs to be made aware. And somebody needs to have a discussion with him about all the damage we caused to the parking lot, all the cars, civilian cars we blew up, and maybe closing that place down. Sasha looks up at us. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, he needs to close it down. It's honestly costing him more money than he's probably making. And
Close it down? That comic shop is amazing. She slams her hands on the table. Have you been inside? The selection and the curation that Nick guy has there is fucking insane.
Laz stands up calmly with her hands clasped together. Mother, how many times in the past 22 years has that comic shop been attacked?
Once by Lord Namaste. And why was he attacking it? Well, because he was angry at Nick. I don't know why. Okay. And then the second time, well, when you guys let him get away. Hecker attacked. They were planning to draw and quarter Nick, I believe it's called. Keep going, honey. Squeezing Laz's hand.
And because of Nick, right? In this third time, why was it attacked, Mom?
Because of Nick's... I don't know. Nick! Okay, fine. Because this Hecker guy hates Nick. Three times... God, I don't want to say this. I'm trying to think of any other way to put it. 3 strikes, you're out! Baseball! I'm looking over at him.
Julius just sighs as Davine shakes her head.
What do you think about going to a baseball game, Ash? All the rainfalls in Valorius, Sarah... I'm crapping her neck!
Come on, Hunk, you know that your family's not going to go for that.
Yeah, I already tried. They don't want me to go to any sporting... Anyway, Pequod, but that comic shop, everything in there, well, fine, if it's going to get closed down, we get first dibs on going and picking stuff out to buy. We'll pay for it. We will not take it. Yes, I would like to as well. But yeah.
Yeah, same here.
Julius nods. Yeah, sure. We can all go and pick out what we want and stuff. But I do agree, it's a good idea to shit can that place.
Yeah, you could take Ellie, make a day out of it. Everybody can go and buy what you want. A closeout sale, I believe they call it. Sasha, yes. Yeah. That place needs to go. We've all been intimately involved in defending it 3 times, whether we were doing it, the defending, there for the defending, or ordering people to go defend it.
I mean, ma'am, you might want it around now, but how are you going to feel in 20 years when it gets attacked again?
How many people could Nick piss off, theoretically? Speaking, I mean, twice it was Hecker. Think about that.
Julius puts his hands in his pockets and slowly walks up towards Pequod. Once is happened.
That place has good memories for us. Looking back at Julius.
I know, sweetie, but think of it this way. Once is happenstance. Twice is a coincidence.
They're bullies. They're bullying an autistic guy. And they're just jealous he's successful.
Julius leans down towards her. 3 times is a pattern, honey.
Well, it's not my place to say. It's Tommy's business, but fine, whatever. She puts her hands up. Yeah, we'll go get Tommy. I think we need to get to the bottom of this deal. That place has got to go. I do not want gesturing over to JJ and Sam kissing. I don't want their child to be defending the comic shop 20 years from now.
Oh, that sounds positively terrible. Yes, we need to go.
I'm sure Tommy can find another job for Nick. We'll be right back, guys. He walks out.
Imagine you having to send Thomas out to save his shop, Pequod.
Well, I mean, it would almost be kind of like a tradition at that point. 3 fucking generations worth, yeah.
Julius nods. He sits down with Pequod. It would be a tradition. Is that a tradition we necessarily want to put on to our children?
I would not. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. I would not want to see Rebecca, if she joins, the military or something, standing in, or Thomas, or Hale. Yeah, no. Colt shaking his head. Sol and I have actually went back to that comic shop multiple times. She takes me and lets me buy whatever I want. After the first time we went and defended it. It does have a great selection and cool stuff, and every time we spend money there, but we could just buy that stuff offline. Pequod, all I'm saying is we had good memories there. Remember the way that guy, when I shot the cannon? So seriously, yeah.
Julius smiles and nods. We did have quite a few good memories there, yes. He leans forward to her. I definitely see your point, honey.
Namaste flipped off that horse and fell, like feet up into the air, into the burning van.
And then simply just made the noise like, ugh.
She starts laughing.
Like he wasn't even enthused about his death.
You remember? He grabbed the shopping cart and just walked up past them in full military attire and then cracked Big O's neck.
They didn't even question it. They saw that he had a shopping cart and they were just like, let him pass. He's fine. He's just a civilian. Well, he had a gas mask on.
The fat one nearly overheating to death before he could make it to me.
I think that's what he was saying when you put him out of his misery.
I mean, at that point, I felt like I was killing like a rabid puppy. It had to be done.
I have nothing but good memories from the place. Me and Sasha and Davine went shopping while you guys defended. She'll air quote the comic shop. I've never been there, but the place is causing problems, not the person running it. Get rid of it.
Laz nods. I agree with Aunt Suletta.
I mean, I'm sure the people of Palmdale would appreciate it.
Think about all those cars. Those vehicles were either people shopping at that shopping center or people that work there. We gotta pay that back. Oh.
And possibly, we're going to have to deal... Well, the officials in the city are also going to have to deal with all of the issues that come from them blocking a highway all afternoon.
Which we'll also have to pay back if there's fender benders and stuff like that, because Hecker was a wanted EarthGov criminal. He was our number 1, since Spender, we don't have his face up on number 1, but yeah, it was classified.
It's worse than just that, ma'am. There's a hospital just down the road from that comic shop, so they were blocking off the highway to the hospital as well.
Well, the 54th Regiment marched its last. Sam laughed.
Somehow, Oz, I think that's an understatement.
Yeah, I mean, I have a good memory from going there. I had a great time with the shopping and meeting the Nick. I just can't get over that guy's face. He looks horrified.
I mean, wouldn't you in that situation?
Sarah's, wait, whose face? Which one? Hecker when he blows up? No, Nick, here. She'll pull it up!
I mean... I think that's about how I would look in that moment, darling.
My face when I saw the first... Colt, excuse me. My face the first time I saw a Xenomorph.
Julius starts laughing. His soul leans back into him, holding her hand over her gut, laughing.
That was my-
Carter's face the first time he saw JJ angry at
JJ starts laughing. Carter the first time he got called a cracker.
Oh, Sam cackle.
My face when Benny crotch chopped our parents.
Oh, don't remind me. Cracking her knuckle. No, that is legitimately your face. I remember your face that day, Ricky. I remember.
Julius nods. I'm gonna hit you all with the one that really goes deep. My face when Lorelai was about to pistol whip me.
Ooh, peak one. Ooh, grimacing.
That's
Siletta clapping.
Oh my god. Yeah, he looks like he just... I'd say a ghost. It looks like he just saw fucking Nevermore.
My face anytime Lorelai walked into the apartment, basically, back in the day.
My face...
She was either coming up to gawk at Julius or scream at him.
My face when I heard she was coming up when Zap and Scar had those bloody posters of her up.
God, poor guy.
And we had to take them all down as quickly as possible.
Carter's face when Scar was dressed as Adolf, gesturing back here. No, excuse me. Carter's face when the power loader was left at Woodbury.
Carter's face when he saw Yolanda.
I hate to admit it, but that was his face when he saw you.
All he saw was Yuri in drag coming up towards him to sit on his lap. I would be just as scared, honestly.
Pequod's face anytime she saw Davine in the gym.
Well, I'm missing the beads of sweat and a twitching eyelid, or maybe a snarl, but yeah, basically.
Any of the kids, whenever they see Zap or Mama Land coming towards them to hug them.
My face when I saw the RC assassin, for real. Pointing at the picture.
My face when I saw the first Xenomorph coming down the hall at me.
Damn straight. Colt nodding, like, what the fuck is that thing and what are we gonna do? I mean,
My
look at
fa-
this poor guy, he's terrified.
My face when we walked out of that relay station and saw the army of synths waiting to shoot us.
My face when I found out my pregnant wife was on the oil rig. Sam cracks her knuckles looking at Soul.
Ooh, Jesus
It's just
Christ.
the truth. It's just the truth. I'm sorry, honey.
No, it's okay. That's fair. I'm sure that was all your guys' faces.
Towns puts his finger up to say something and puts it back down.
Julius looks over. No, go ahead, Towns, go for it.
My face as I felt your daughter's fat vibrations through the panels of the floor on the oil rig as she was stalking me invisible.
Julius actually has to stand up and walk around for a second. He's laughing so hard.
Sam falls off JJ's lap laughing. Oh God!
Towns, I was going to say that it's your face when the lightning count turned to Pequod.
No, yeah, that too. But in terms of recent memory, it was feeling very heavy vibrations in the floor panels, and I'd turn around and the vibrations would pick up because she was scurrying into the nearest hiding hole, looking back and
Soul has a grimace on her face and she sort of shrugs. I'm sorry.
Is that how you knew somebody was Yes, sir.
You know, it's good senses. Oh, if only you'd found her earlier.
Well, even that big magic made her pretty fast. Sam rolling on the ground.
JJ, basically laying flat on the chair that he's sitting on, laughing his ass off.
You okay, Julius? Pequod looking over at Julius.
Julius is bent over with his hands on his knees. He looks over and he's crying from laughing.
Ricky's trying to stay on the chair. He's laughing so hard.
Yeah, I'd say I'd say I win the prize for that one. You do, sir.
You got it. You got it. So easily, Uncle Towns.
She was in the hover chair, would have been a lot easier to spot her. Cold kissing her on the cheek.
Hearing that makes Julius drop to his knees and wheeze even harder as he puts a hand on his chest.
I mean, if
You would have heard the faint the hover chair.
You would have heard a curtain of ice cream opening up and someone scarfing it down.
Would have smelled her goddamn feet.
would have vaguely heard Frederick yelling, Fada Stuido.
Would have heard a book opening up and its pages being flipped through.
The burping always got me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, honey, but you belched quite often back then.
No, it's okay. I did belch quite a bit.
What the fuck is this? Coming in with Uncle Davy? Why is my employee's face all up on here? Why are you making fun of him? He's autistic. Have some compassion. We haven't told him what happened.
Julius stands up, wiping tears away from his eyes. We're not making fun of him, Tommy. We're making fun of ourselves.
Sit, Julius.
Julius sits down with her.
Okay, well, what's this? Nick just trying his best, you know?
I know. Okay, Tommy. I'm just gonna give it to you straight, okay?
Yes, of course. I'm trying to move on from Benny. We found him eating another cake. Look at his hand.
Julius looks down at his hands. Oh, chocolate this time, was it?
Yes, well, Elizabeth and Benny liked the chocolate cake idea, but he is dead.
Yes, sadly he is. Julius sighs. What happened today was Tessin Hecker and his 54th Battalion invaded the comic shop, Tommy.
What? Sasha will leave it muted, but play back the footage of Elizabeth decimating them.
And that armor right there, that's being piloted by our very own Rabid Raccoon, Elizabeth.
Oh, she was doing better then.
Julius shakes his head. No, she got out killed a bit, and we think that made her feel better for a couple seconds, but then she just broke down as soon as she got back up on Gateway.
Oh, I am sorry. Putting his hand on Davine's shoulder and then one on Ash. You know, I have much money and influence, but I cannot bring the dead back.
Davine pats Tommy's hand twice. It's okay, darling. I still appreciate everything you've done and are still currently doing for this family.
Well, you know, this is good news in dark times. Hacker is dead. Therefore, Nick finally free of him.
Laz nods. That is true.
Nick's face now up on the news. An interview comes up, Sasha. Oh, I gotta hear what this poor guy has to say. Unmutes the TV.
Yeah, you're asking me what I did. I don't know what I did to the guy. I played SWOTOR with him for a while, and then somebody left the raid team, and the guy decided I'd ruined it. I don't know.
The reporter coming into frame. Does the term stand in melee range ring a bell to you, sir?
Yeah, it does. We were doing a Toth and Zorn, and I was playing a ranged class in that game, and he told me to stand in melee range, and then a couple pulls later screamed at me for it.
Sasha muting the TV. As you can see, Nick is a victim.
Yes, he is, Laz nodding.
I will not have my employees victimized. Holding up his finger.
Of course not, Tommy. She puts her hands together. Might I make a suggestion, Mr. Wiseau?
Anything from the greatest child of Julius.
She smiles at him, tilts her head in a very sweet way, and nods. My suggestion would be to shut down the comic shop.
Oh, he puts his hands in his pockets and looks up at Nick giving the interview. It's time.
The comic shop has caused more problems than it has good revenue over the past 20 years, hasn't it?
He was just doing what he was asked to do. Stand in melee range, I mean.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
Yes, Tommy, but this is the third time he's been victimized in this manner.
Twice of which by the same person. That's what I said. She puts her hands up.
How would you tolerate this for any other people if it had happened twice in 20 years?
Well, he looks up at the screen. Nick is a good employee. I am not going to let him go unemployed. Maybe he can. You know what? Nick can be head of marketing at Coke with Sean Ryan. How about that?
Julius nods. I think that's a wonderful idea. I think since he's worked in retail pretty much all his life at the comic shop, he'll be very good at marketing for Coca-Cola.
I know how to place people in positions where they will be successful. Putting his arms up to Nick. Speak one. Yeah, John Kevin, the CEO of a fucking car company. Under her breath, so only the people around her. Ash, there's Julius Hunt Davine heard.
Julius nods, also in that same tone of voice. Yep, and Sean Ryan, the man who probably hasn't drinking a can of Coke in forever. The head of fucking Coca-Cola.
Wasn't John the most attempted assassinated CEO of all time? Yes. Looking back at Sarah.
He's one of the most attempted assassinated humans of all time.
Greta Thunberg. Stroking Julius's cheek.
Julius nods. Sent that bitch into the stratosphere. He starts to laugh.
And proud of you, son.
Julius points over to Hunk. Honestly, for that one, I have no idea why, but I'm proud of myself.
Well, I own that whole strip mall, actually, and if the comic shop go, the whole strip mall have to go. That comic shop is the centerpiece of the strip mall. It is what brings all business.
Julius sighs. He scratches his chin. Well, the entire strip mall. He had a Del Taco. The Del Taco held hostage, Tommy.
I'm seeing, he's watching the people being freed from the Del Taco by the police. Sam sitting back on JJ's lap, kissing him. Maybe tear the whole thing down and build like a monument to, the people that have defended the good people of Lancaster. Pequod, Julius, Asherion, so on and so forth. Yeah, very, very, very smart. I expect nothing less from the dollar of the Ranger General.
Very smart indeed. A wonderful idea, Samantha.
All right, fine. I will be right back. Give me a few minutes. He walks out of the room.
Ricky.
I'm glad we came to that conclusion. Go ahead.
Ricky's been sitting patiently, and he just blinks. So is Coke just where those who mess up it with Tommy get condemned to?
Well, Pequod shrugging. It's better than going to Cadillac.
I'm shocked Cadillac is still around after John Kevin ran it. It's
not very fair to say, I guess, but John Kevin took over Cadillac when Escalades. Escalades were the most in-demand car. The price of them skyrocketed because of a music video Malcolm made, well, multiple. So everybody wanted Escalades. Problem was, there was so much of a demand they couldn't keep up with production. So the prices went up dramatically, and as that was happening, John Kevin took over, and then John became the most attempted assassinated CEO and or gesturing to Ash person of all time, like Ash was saying. Jesus.
I believe they've recorded 538 attempts on his life, but he claims over 1,000.
Her grandmother actually used to collect the Time magazine covers, Ricarda. Looking over at Ricky, and she would often let me read them and share them with me. My favorite was the one where the guy literally walked up to the podium and put a gun to his head, and John Kevin just stood there shocked. Thankfully, the authorities apprehended the guy before he could pull the trigger, but yes.
Laz just groans loudly.
It's one of the highest selling Time magazine covers of all time, as Suletta looks over at Laz.
Won't dodge a moose, won't dodge a fucking gun. What will this man dodge? Sorry, I apologize.
The man literally walked up on stage brandishing the whip.
I think my favorite from her collection that she showed me was the one of the kid giving him the double birds.
Yes, it was, if memory serves, it was like this internet hacker group that hacked in and crashed the Cadillac servers, slowing production of Escalades even more. Selena blankly stares at the wall.
You know, it's funny. Any other CEO at that time would have been considered a very big success because the actual share price of Cadillac like quadrupled under his watch.
He got pulling this. Apparently, remember, this is what Hecker claimed happened to my handsome fucking husband after being exposed to the boombox.
Julius just has his lips pursed as he tilts his head. I don't even think I could feasibly make my face look like that. Like, he like curls his upper lip up and then he tilts his head. Nope, I can't do it. Jesus Christ, he's ugly.
And please don't. Pequod stroking Julius's cheek, please don't. It's like putting your hand in front of your face.
Soul dear, please do not turn into that right now.
She was waving her hand, casting a polymorph spell on herself before she stopped.
Colt grabbing her hand and putting it down. No.
Sorry, whenever I see a weird guy like that, I just want to transform into him and then impersonate him.
You're a lot like your aunt. Sarah's nodding her head. It's a fun little trick to have up your sleeve, but not that guy, please. Arnaki is one thing. Cornstalk is one thing. That guy, what the fuck?
Imagine if your poor husband suddenly had that sitting on his lap.
I mean, I have woken up to Arnaki every once in a while. Let's just leave it at that.
Soul nods. Sometimes you just look so peaceful, and I just think in the back of my mind, man, it would be really funny if Arnaki was here.
And believe me, I've found it. Not so funny. Cold kissing her hand he's holding.
Soul kisses him back. I'm sorry, honey.
Do it to Carter somehow. Maybe not lying in bed next to Carter, but you catch my drift.
Oh no, I'll even get Memory Ann in on it. Like, ask if I could come early in the morning one day and then lay next to Carter as Arnaki and see his reaction.
Do it at night. Have her tell him to like take out the trash or some shit, and you're just that thing standing in the darkness.
Look at that guy. Who even is that guy?
Julius shakes his head. I know we've been calling Elizabeth this a lot, but I think that is legitimately like the species of goblin. Legitimately, I think it is.
Sasha shaking her head. My guess, that is probably somebody from Hecker's past. One of these SWOTOR players that were, part of his little raid team.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, I don't doubt that for a second. It seems he gathered a lot of, how do I put this?
Eclectic.
No, eclectic people onto his raid team.
Sarah's retarded people. Looking at Julius. Sasha, eclectic is the politically correct. I'm trying to keep Julius politically correct because one day I'll get to promote him to general if his son ever allows.
Julius sighs. I'm sure he will, if I've raised him at least a minute level correctly.
To be honest, that man does not look evolved enough to play SWOTOR.
No, he doesn't.
And then I get compared to him by Tessin fucking Hacker.
He did when we were watching it live, Pequod gesturing up to the TV, but he did mention Rick and being exposed to the boombox, and that's what made me think to pull it.
That was the day I heard Sasha yell, the general, sorry ma'am, yell, Mortis across the station.
Bad day to be a member of B Squad. Sasha looking up at the screen. Very bad day.
I was terrified for my life that day.
It was like a week before we had that discussion of like, let's clear the air of Hecker and all this. You guys got rid of him, right? And then they lied to me.
Yep. Yes, we did.
No,
Bold-faced lie.
never lie to any of your parents, but especially not a Browse.
I'm sorry, not Saris. Suletta, too many S's. Ah, here they are. Here are some of them right now. And I agree, never lie to a browse, but look, these were the Time magazine cover. The Saints' history comes to...
Julius gestures towards it. Yes, the precursor to the Saint documentary that's been recently released.
Pequod, so Tommy promoted the Saint to CEO. Then people started digging into his past and they found out about him fighting his son, his multiple arrests before he became the Saint, and yeah.
Davine just shakes her head. A very, strange man to promote to the head of Cadillac, most certainly. Oh, God.
Hunk starts immediately laughing. There he is, the man of the fucking hour!
I remember that one. I got that one for Mum because I saw it on an actual newsstand.
The new fucking marketing director of Coke holding the line.
Julius shaking his head. Flippin' Nemezov. I couldn't have done it any better than myself.
There's the goddamn mannequin they turned into the original Good Ash, too.
Oh my gods, it is. Oh, that thing. That poor thing.
Pequod, technically speaking, I am to blame for Good Ash, and then Mother Good Ash, and Father Good Scar, because when we defended the comic shop, I was like, alright, look, Nick, and there was another guy working there, I said, we defended your comic shop, I am taking that Frankenstein statue, and Nick said, go ahead. So that's how Frankenstein ended up in the Alpha Niner apartment.
You didn't know what you were unleashing onto the world.
No, I didn't. And I'm sorry I did, but yeah. I wanted it. It was great. I never thought a fucking alien would come in and turn it into Good Ash.
That was the first domino that caused Sasha to have to pin a medal to a mannequin on live television.
Thanks for that, by the way. Clearing a peak.
Julius gives her a finger gun. You're welcome.
One of your grandmother and mine's personal favorite. The Saint faces a new...
Look at his fucking face!
Oh, God, look at that little bitch. Greta fucking Thunberg.
She was I believe, the head, if memory serves, of the little hacker group that was targeting the Saint due to his, checkered history. Let's just leave it at that.
Don't think you'd appreciate that, ma'am. There's a little too much black on a checkerboard.
That's true. Yeah, unless it's black to paint your miniatures in the color of the Third Reich.
Laz just looks blankly forward for a second and shakes her head. I still can't believe he just had... He had them on, full display. Expertly painted models, just so you know, but all of them looked like goddamn Nazis.
And his piss was still on the fucking floor.
I almost stepped in the goddamn piss.
I wouldn't let that happen to you, kissing her.
She kisses him back, and I thank you every day for that, honey.
Probably for the best that he's dead, because if he wasn't, he'd be out with the Fourth Reich right now.
You mentioned the one about the kid flipping the Saint the double birds. So let him pulls it up.
There it is, the dude with the fucking flannel.
Yep, there he is. He was... Well, I don't think he was actually ever quite identified, but he was one of the... Probably one of the many hackers that Greta... was under Greta Thunberg.
Oh, I bet he thought he was so cool when he took that picture.
Geez, that's a young man who, hey, he knows what side of history he stands on. He's not gonna stand for a CEO that has multiple peeping Tom charges.
Honestly, he was technically in the right. I just remember us cackling about that. Was it in the kitchen all those years ago?
His fucking Nirvana shirt.
Nirvana shirt with a flannel around his waist, flipping the double birds.
Saris, that one's my favorite, Suletta. Yep, a week later she was launched into the stratosphere. Greta Thunberg ramps up efforts to end the Saint.
Julius starts laughing. Oh God, I hate her so much. Whenever I see her face, I'm happy that I sent her into the stratosphere.
She was quite annoying. Things were ramping up quickly. The Saint was under duress, and Tommy came to his good friend Julius to end end the Saint's problems once and for all.
Julius nods. I was always sort of Tommy's like hitman. Like, you remember the time where he made me throw a football through absolute best steak and potatoes window?
And I believe the football went into Lorelai's spaghetti bowl, right? Going,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, it did. Oh, did I see my life flash before my eyes?
Oh, here it is. Selena, she's getting very excited. This should be a good reaction. Turning the wrist computer to Laz.
Laz sees it, and it looks like her face actually turns red for a second in anger as she grits her teeth. That dumbass just looks surprised. Well, let me guess, he lit up a cigarette and saw the guy walking towards him with the fucking gun and was like, yep, that's a gun, and then took a long drag off of it.
He essentially, Selena chuckles.
Breathe, Lazuli, breathe. You're going to faint.
She just lets out a, You know what? I'm going to add that to Moose Dodging 101.
Yes, please send me a copy of that, Auntie. Of course. Sending it to Oz's wrist computer.
That really does get to you, doesn't it, dear?
Oh, how could you? How could you not like this one, though? Hunk starts gagging. That one was my favorite. I remember Integra handing that one to me and being like, here's some reading. What did she say? Here you go. Here's some reading while you sleep out in the hall because you're not willing to confront that man-child. Talking about Julius.
Julius nods. Yep.
I sat out there and just stared at this fucking cover for hours. The Saint prepares for another final stare.
Why are his eyes scribbled white?
I have no clue. I never actually read it. I just stared at the cover for hours.
Julius shakes his head. Maybe he's powering up. Who knows?
Battle Greta.
With his fucking baseball bat, and for some reason the Chevrolet logo on his goddamn front door.
Sam points and starts laughing. Sasha, that was my favorite. Is this the end for Cadillac? The Saint resorts to cross-dressing. It got so bad he was trying to pretend to be a woman. So people wouldn't try to murk him.
He truly believed it would work even though he refused to shave his mustache.
Many a times he came into the apartment dressed like that to ask Julius how he was doing.
The worst was the day he came in the pencil skirt.
How you doing, Julius? Alright, see you later.
Julius shakes his head. Yeah, I'm never getting that image out of my mind.
If you still have the original copies of those magazines your grandmother collected, Ricardo, I suggest framing them in one of those shadow things and keeping them. They will be worth, well, they're already worth ridiculous money because nobody thought to save any of these. But you had to be quite intelligent to think this would be worth something in a long time.
Oh yeah, I've been thinking about getting them like graded and then hung up in the flower shop.
They would be, they would be a nice little nest egg to buy multiple homes, I assure you. Especially this one. People love this one.
I mean, it's a work of art.
I could definitely see why they would love that one. He really think cross-dressing was going to save him.
I'll never forget, we were in the gym, me and the wife, and I was probably gawking at her breasts, and she looked up at me and she was like, well, Mark, what's wrong, hunk? It was before she would call me Mark, and I just saw him walk by the gym. He looked right at me, and I was like, he better not be eyeing her up. She's mine. I don't care if I'm married. And then he turned and looked and walked off, and I saw him walking right into the kitchen where fucking Julius was.
Oh my god, I remember that. I remember that happening.
It's like, what didn't you see in that goddamn...
Julius shakes his head. One of my greatest fears was him coming up dressed like that to say hi. How are you, Julius? While Lorelai was up there.
eating the breakfast you made. How you doing, Lorelai?
Julius shakes his head. I don't think that one would have ended well for him.
Well, it's a sad day. Tommy coming in with Nick. Nick doesn't understand why he's here.
Tommy, where am I?
You are fired. Sarah starts laughing.
Oh, I'm fired?
Yes, the comic shop. The powers to be suggest the comic shop is to be closed down. And I want them to look you in the eye and tell you that. Be quiet. For the record, I think it should have been kept open. But I rest my case. It's a democracy. People kind of voted. Towns, who's that guy? Looks up and goes back to work.
Julius looks at Nick. We're closing down the comic shop because it's just caused far too many problems over the past 20 years, Nick. First the attack where we had to defend you, then the second one where the kids had to defend you, and then the third one where Elizabeth had to defend you. It's just too many problems, Nick. So we're going to close down the entire strip mall, tear it down, and build a monument to the people who has defended the strip mall over the years.
Wipes a tear from her eye with her scarf.
Okay, I guess that's fair, sir. Thanks for the compliment, Miss Primark.
It's okay, Nick. It's okay. No problem. Here's the thing. I have a natural talent for putting people where they are best suited to succeed. You will be joining Sean Ryan at Coke as the new head of marketing. You know much about marketing. Putting his arm around Nick.
Yeah, I know a lot about marketing, Tommy.
Peace out, nerd. Sam waving at him as Tommy. I will see you all later. Keep me informed on the Elizabeth situation. I'm going to take Nick down to see his new office. You have the corner office right next to Sean Ryan. Leave me. That poor kid.
That poor kid. Jesus.
That guy's fucked.
Well, sink or swim. He'll if John fucking Kevin can successfully be the Cadillac CEO for like 8 years, I think it was even longer, right? I'm pretty sure that guy will. Plus, Sean Ryan will probably help.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll do fine, and Tommy's putting him at Tommy's putting him at Coke. Coke's been around for almost 1,000 years. It's too big to fail.
That is fair. Pequot nodding her head. Did you have to call him a nerd? Shifting around so on his lap. He just reminded me of guys in high school that wanted to fuck me.
I don't know. Yeah, no, it was pretty funny when she called him a nerd.
Cool, the dude runs a comic store. He's a nerd.
Oh shit. Pequod runs out of the room. I'll be right back, Julius. I'm not walking away from you.
Julius blinks a couple times. I didn't think you were. He smiles, but I am thankful she made that clear to me.
It's not something that we need to make clear. Yes, it is. Shut up.
Julius nods. It did make me feel good when she suddenly started running out of the room. I did get a little bit scared there, you know, the dream, her walking into a forest.
Whipping back into the room. I just wanted to catch Tommy before they left. We get to pick over that comic shop. I have the key. She holds up the key. He said we can just take whatever we want. We don't have to leave any money. So she'll shrug. We'll pick a day, maybe next week. Maybe Elizabeth will come. She looks at the key and hands it to Julius, and all of us can go down and pick over what we want.
Julius nods as Davine leans over and gives her a kiss on the top of the head. A wonderful idea, Patricia.
Thank you. She smiles and nods her head. Yeah, that guy was totally checking you out. Oh, I know. She nods her head.
JJ shakes his head. What a fucking nerd.
Poor guy.
My dear boy, JJ, you're going to come to find that 98% of men are going to check her out.
Damn straight. It's not like I try.
JJ looks at her up and down. Honey, you don't have to try. You're just that drop-dead gorgeous.
That's smashing. Kiss me.
Positively smashing as he kisses her.
Why What the fuck? Remember, I'm looking outside. It's been a constant smoke barrage for hours.
Carter looks around. Are they just trying to smoke us out? What are they doing?
I have no fucking idea, Carter.
I don't know either. Carter scratches his cheek. He tilts his head. They gave us a way out.
Way out? She looks at the smoke. Yeah, I doubt they can really see through it. It's so thick. And one hasn't even hit the house yet. They've been firing for hours. At least an hour.
Carter nods. He puts his hand up. You stay right here. I'm gonna test something. As
Okay.
he goes out and just stands in the middle of like a smoke screen with his arms extended for a good 10 seconds.
He can faintly hear on the wind, "Fire!" as he sees more mortars coming in.
Carter runs in, slides into the house just as the mortars hit, and he looks at Memoran. They're just firing the mortars, the smoke mortars. That's all they're doing.
Well, we can't leave the cover of the smoke screen. What do you suggest?
Carter looks around, scratches his chin again, and as his face or head turns out towards the lake. That lake connects real close to the main drag, right?
Well, she looks out at the lake. Well, yeah, but it's a long swim, Carter, because we're swimming all the way around Frost Tyrant territory, but Carter, it's miles and miles and miles.
Carter shrugs. You could just stay on my back.
I wouldn't mind that. Ah! She hears that. What, is that Uncle?
Carter nods. Yeah, no, he's been calling for mortar fire every so often. Yeah.
Boom! One hits the house. Oh god.
Carter grabs her wrist and just starts booking it towards the lake.
Jumping into the lake. Memorian. Oh, wait a minute, Carter. She'll put her hand out, and the large frost plesiosaur surfaces, looking inquisitively at Carter.
Carter looks up at the frost plesiosaur. Oh, honey, I love that you're a beastmaster.
The Beastmaster, looking over his shoulder, grabbing onto its fin, it'll start flying, or gliding through the water, helping them. Ah! Good God. Looking over his shoulder.
Carter shakes his head. Never make a deal with a Nazi.
You learned a valuable lesson today, Carter.
Extremely valuable lesson.
Back up here. Hunk, get the ash token there. Hunk, leaning back in his chair. A lot like old times, dear.
Davy nods, leaning back into Hunk as she kisses his jawline. It is just like old times, isn't it? Everyone choking and staying calm and no talks of anything depressing.
Just having fun. Rubbing her thigh, listening to Julius Pequod, Ash, and them. Everybody over there talking.
Davy nods and smiles. Just like old times, as she puts a hand over her heart and smiles. It is quite nice to see everyone smile for once in a blue moon.
Haven't seen it in about 2 months. Except him, but he's just typing away on that computer. You know, this could be the end, honey. I mean, if he can find this guy, that's it.
Davian looks at Hunk and nods. Oh, trust me, darling, I know. It could very well be the end, and... Oh, God. Wouldn't it just be so nice to not have the kids be on dangerous missions like that ever again, where one of them could perish like Benjamin?
We'd only ever have to worry about Julius, Nicole, and Patricia, basically. Well, and then the rest of them, of course, too, but it'd be nice.
Davy nods, and we both know for a fact that Julius Pequod and Nicole and the rest of them, they are all very capable of handling themselves.
Yeah. He smiles, looking at everybody. Oz looking over Towns' shoulder. Not now. Towns looks up at Oz and keeps working.
Laz leans over to Oz. Do you know if he's made any progress, Ozzy?
It doesn't quite look like. I don't know. It's amazing you learned to hack and be this proficient with computers, sir. Yeah, I didn't know a damn thing about him when I first got here, but now I do.
And Julius nods. Yeah, he's like our resident hacker. If anyone ever needs anything hacked or, I don't know, system broken into or anything like that, you go to Towns, he'll get it handled for you.
What inspired you to get so good at it, sir? Lorelai told me I would die if I didn't. Be quiet,
Otherwise,
That is good.
otherwise known as the best inspiration a man or woman can have.
I worked for Dale, albeit he had a curse on my mind, but Dale was a bad guy. She told me I had a lot of making up to do.
Julius nods. And I do believe, Towns, you've made up for that and far more with all the services you've provided to us.
You really said you'd die? Uh-huh. Looking up for a second, then going back to work.
Julius shakes his head. That does not surprise me at all, actually.
I don't know, what the hell's a computer? You'll learn. There's classes you can take. Or die. Make your choice, man.
Soul nods. From what I know about Lorelai, that sounds exactly like something she would say.
Sure put the fear of God in me. Goes back to typing.
She is quite good at that.
A robot coming in with a blueberry pie. Sasha ordered. It sets it down, walks out.
Julius looks down at the blueberry pie and then up at Sasha.
Stress eating. Gesturing to the laptop. Because if he can't track him down from this laptop, then we're back to square one. So.
Julius nods. Then have at it. Go ahead. I don't blame you at all. It's a stressful situation.
I could use some. She cuts herself a piece. Go ahead.
Julius smiles, looking at them. He looks over his shoulder to Hunk and Davine. You guys want a slice of blueberry pie?
Save one for your sister. No, I do not want one.
Okay, yeah. He looks at Sasha. Yeah, save one for Nicole, definitely.
I'll buy her her own goddamn pie for all the stress the family put her under. Sam coming over insisting JJ get her a piece.
Of course, love. He gives her a kiss on the side of the head and will reach over, cut her a piece, and put it on a plate and hand it to her.
Sasha will hand Laz a piece. You deserve it for helping secure the laptop.
Oh, thank you. She smiles as she'll cut a piece off and put it up to Oz's mouth.
He'll take a bite. Time for Soul to have a piece. Colt, bring her over.
Soul smiles. May I, ma'am?
Yeah, come on.
Thank you. She smiles. And as she is about to reach out to get a piece, she looks back at Colt. Are you sure it's not going to make me fat?
Eat the damn pie.
Okay. She'll reach out, take the pie, and start eating it.
She'll turn the pie plate to Ricky. Eat.
Thank you, man.
Life goes on.
No, I appreciate it. Just wasn't gonna grab. I mean, it is yours. He'll take a piece.
Oh, it's for everybody. That's why I ordered the extra large. It comes from Mr. Wiseau's absolute best pies, steak, and potatoes. He bought them up and turned it into his own restaurant. He just added pies in front of steak and potatoes.
He set off fireworks the day he bought that place.
I don't even remember how that grudge started. I do. They were buying desserts from him and then selling them at a higher price, and thus started the restaurant grudge of Gateway Station, which concluded in a, well, we mentioned it before, but a doofus throwing a football through their window.
And I threw that football hard, dude. It was when I said I saw my life flash before my eyes, that was not an understatement. I saw all of it.
Gilletta handing Ash a piece of pie. Was it bad that every time the station shook violently back then, I just knew it had something to do with that apartment? And somebody in that apartment? No.
You ever seen that little clip from the Harry Potter movies where they go, "Why is it always you three when there's trouble?"
Yes, actually, Clive, before he went insane, enjoyed those movies. Nowadays, he says he was Harry Potter. Eating the pie! Sasha snorts out a laugh.
If Gateway were that movie, it would be Julius Pequot and I.
Yeah, yeah.
That is true. Yeah, no, we got up to a lot of shenanigans when we were younger on the station.
It's good pie. Eating it.
Oh yeah, no, it is quite delicious.
She'll get some of the blueberries on her finger and put her thumb up for JJ to suck it off.
He starts sucking on that finger, and he does not stop once the blueberries are off.
Hunk nodding his head. Yeah, I'd say she's doing better.
Davy nods. Oh, most certainly. I don't think she would have been doing that over the past week if she wasn't doing better.
So, we're gonna go back to Carter's squad. For real, for real? Yeah, yep. And then you'll be a squad for as long as it takes to, she'll gesture to the laptop, do the deed, which shouldn't take too long.
It feels weird that, like, the possibility of ending these guys is in sight.
Well, it's been a long journey for everybody here. Pequod shrugs, you kids most especially, so.
I just feel like... I don't know, I can't help but feel like he's gonna get out of it again somehow. He always does.
Not if I'm there.
JJ shakes his head. And not if I'm there, and not if the Moon Maiden has anything to say about it.
Beat me to it, nodding his head, feeding her the pie.
Yeah, still smiling up at Colt while she gets fed the pie.
Worry not.
This is why... Go ahead, Ash, you go.
Worry not, Ricardo. A cat may have 9 lives, but eventually they run out.
Exactly. And how you prevent him from getting an extra life is you plan. Even if we find him, you're not going that day. You're not going... If Towns finds him right now, you're not going right now. There's going to be surveillance done, information gathered, so on and so forth, and then you go. Towns, yeah, that's how it works. Nodding his head.
You kids are going to get the full training on how to do something like this the right way.
Can't we just go blow his fucking brains out? No, Cole, looking over his shoulder. What if he's sitting on a nuclear weapon and he has a dead man switch and, okay, Moon Maiden, you're gonna take me out, I'm gonna take you and your whole squad out. Then we have this Benny crisis times however many of you there are. Cole, yeah, fair point.
Or he manages to hold you hostage somehow, right in front of her. What can she do?
Exactly. You gather information, then you go. This is normally why you're not privy to these type of details. Soldiers are just briefed when the time comes and they go.
It's not easy, sitting and waiting.
Julius shakes his head. No, it is not, but it is an essential part of being in the military. Sit and wait until you guys are sent out on action. That's how it's gonna work.
Besides, it will be worth the wait. It'll be worth the wait. I might not have been the one to kill this guy, but there was this exoframe named Vidar back in the day, and me, Ash, Julius, Nicole watched him kill one of these kids from the sword base, one of these magic adept girls. And in the back of my mind, I still think about it at once a day, every day. I had Master Chance in my ear ordering me not to engage them. And because I listened to that scumbag, that girl got killed. And it only took my pleading daughter crying, seeing her friend die, for me to finally step up and do what I had to do. And anyway, this cocksucker turned out I killed him. I thought I killed him dead to rights. Oh, well, he was still alive. And then years later, the wife took care of him.
Davy nods. Sliced him up real good. No exoframe can withstand that many sword slices and thunder spears.
Running for his fucking life. Literally running from Davine Rainfall. Towns, yeah, pretty much.
Davy nods, and then a quick fastball special with Banksy, and Well, that was it.
It'll be worth the wait, trust me.
When it's something like this that's left that much of a mark on your soul, believe me, it'll feel sweeter than anything you've ever tasted.
I can stand to wait a couple more days. Let him stew, let him think he's still safe. Oh, I'm sure he does. I'm sure he thinks he's... And you know, the best part about it is, whatever planet he's on hiding, you know there ain't no xenomorphs there.
Soul nods. Yeah, why would he ever risk putting xenomorphs on a planet he's on?
He wouldn't. At his core, that man is a coward.
I just wish Carter was fucking here. He shrugs. Shouldn't him and Memrian be here for this? They should. I've been trying to call them. It goes to voicemail for both of them. You know, they want their space. Fine. Everybody deals with these problems their own way.
JJ's thins his lips and tilts his head. Yeah, but usually they would have at least contacted one of us, like, "Hey, I know we had plans, but we were doing yada yada yada," or something like that. It's not like them to be rude like this. As much as I'm not the biggest fan of Carter right now, he's not a rude person.
I think the Benny thing, coupled with the other deaths, is really, you know, I mentioned it, but really getting to Memrian. You guys said she can't look at a picture of Bash and Okir. Carter told us he basically not full-heartedly hides the pictures of the head. Apparently there's a picture of you, Ricky, with Okir and Carter and Memrian when they like first got together, and Bash, and Carter had to remove that from the kitchen sink, push it back behind certain things. So yeah, I think it's taken its toll on her. Among other things, Carter's taken his toll on her as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, she's not in the best way. It just, even then, you'd think he would have at least texted one of us.
She'll shrug. It's not a work day. I don't expect to hear from him.
Julius nods. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure him and Memrian have just been at the house, calmly resting together, most likely comforting each other through whatever hardships they're going through at that time.
Sarah shrugs. I mean, it's gotta be rare for poor Carter to get any peace and quiet down on the lane. There's a truce with Clive. He can actually relax in his own home completely. She'll shrug. Yeah, true. Sam, nodding her head.
I am still astounded that the only version of Clive to offer a truce is the Nazi version.
There's a loud scream from Icy and the station starts violently shaking. Sarah falls off Ash's lap. JJ's able to grab Sam so that falls backwards, her legs go up in the air.
Ash,
Ju-
you go.
Julius grabs a hold tightly of Pequod so she doesn't fall. Soul uses telekinesis to keep both her and Colt up, and Lass starts to fall off of Oz.
Oz will grab her as Sasha's bracing the laptop, and all the stuff on the wall, the pictures, the awards in the office fall off. Sasha angrily watches it.
Ash drops to his knees next to Saris, one arm in a guarding motion and the other reaching for his holstered pistol.
Oh, flashbacks to the Lorelei days!
Davine just stands up off of Hunk's lap and, with almost perfect balance, starts rushing towards the door in a fast walking motion. That is it! I'm checking on my Istrum, and this is over with!
Yeah, it's done. As the shaking subsides, Hunk will come help Ash and Saris up as Sam, fighting back laughter, helps Suletta up.
JJ also helps Suletta up. You okay, Auntie?
I'm fine. I was just leaning back in the chair, enjoying myself, and yeah, I'm okay. Is everybody else okay? Fixing her hair?
Are you okay, dear?
I'm fine. Taking Hunk's hand. I just flashbacks to Julius pissing off OGA.
And Julius chuckles. Yeah, I know, it was pretty fucking terrifying.
And you couple that with Mom screaming and somehow walking through that unfazed, it's kind of disturbing.
Yes.
Extremely disturbing.
Ricky's pie piece on his lap.
Well, that sucks.
Sasha looks down. I'm not cleaning it. Hands him a napkin.
Wouldn't expect you to, ma'am. Starts dabbing at it, trying to get it out.
Hunk will walk off to follow Davine. Alright, we're done. I'm done with this. Get in there. Let's get in there and get this over with now.
Davine tries the handle first, and I assume it's locked, so she just starts like police knocking, bam, 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 on the door over and over and over again.
Do I gotta shoot the door? He'll pull out Davine. I know where to shoot the hinges. Do I have to? I will.
You might have to. I might ask you to. If she doesn't answer in the next 10 seconds, she starts banging on the door again.
Door slides open.
She stops banging on the door. She doesn't notice at first. She says, "Nicole, are you okay?" And sees Benny and falls back fainting.
Oh! Hunk grabs her! Pulls her this way. Pequod, oh god. She'll run out.
Julia stands up and also runs out.
Stay here. She probably did drugs or something. Hey, what's up? Benny comes out.
Julius lets out a scream, like a terrified scream, that I don't think any of the kids or anyone on the squad has ever heard him let out.
What the hell's going on? Saris, Ash, go check. Fixing herself, standing up.
Yes, ma'am. He's going to unholster both of his pistols and walk out and just stand in the doorway when he sees who it is.
Benny, hey, Major, waving at Ash. Pequod's face is white.
Julius blinks a couple times. He does like a tentative step up towards Benny. Benny?
Pequod pokes him in the cheek. Yeah, it's me, waving for Ash.
I stumbles forward, awkwardly holstering his pistols, and looks him in the eye. Are you a ghost?
No. He taps his own stomach. He's got pants on, well, shorts, but that's it. Me.
Julius,
Just like Saigon Slick, ring a bell. Pequod, oh my fucking god.
Julius covers his mouth, eyes wide, and he starts to laugh. He hugs Benny real quick, and then he looks up at him up and down. Oh my god, Benny! Holy shit!
What? He looks confused at Julius.
Sarah Sasha Tons?
Ha! Sasha looks up annoyed, watching Ricky clean off the blueberry pie as everybody will start making their way out, except Towns. He will stay with the laptop. I was like, oh my god. Looking at Benny.
Benny?
What's up, guys? Waving. It's all kind of coming back to me now. I was dead, wasn't I?
Julius nods. Yes, you were, bud. He takes a step aside for all the kids to greet Benny.
Sam runs up and hugs him. Not what I expected from you.
JJ will actually do the same. He hugs him from the side.
She did it. Nodding her head, crossing her arm.
Yeah, she did. Julius rushes into the room to check on Icy.
Passed out. Completely.
Oh, Jesus. He gets down on one knee, picks her up, and will bring her outside to the rest of the people.
Holy shit. Colt looking over. Yeah, not my best look, but I think Aunt Nicole had the last bit of decency to put shorts on me.
Benny, you look better than I've ever seen you, brother.
He'll run out and start hugging everybody else. Sam still in shock. Davine coming to, Hunk lightly tapping her cheek. Pequod stunned up against the wall.
I had the most wonderful dream, Mark. Benjamin was back.
Wasn't a dream. Turning her head to see passed out Icy, and then Benny hugging Ricky.
Davine fully wakes up as soon as she sees Benny. Oh my god, Benjamin!
He's back. He's actually back.
Soul just completely crying right into Benny's shoulder as she hugs him, and she'll actually give him a kiss on the cheek and, oh god, Benny, I missed you so much.
triple hug from Ricky, Colt, and so Sasha will pat him on the head and stand out of the way so Laz and Oz can get in. Are you okay, Pequod? She's just shocked.
Yeah, Davine will stand up fully, looking over at Benny. Do a quick check on Icy just to make sure she's okay.
Is she okay? She's just passed out. I think. Sarah's coming over. Yeah, she's out of it.
Yeah, no, she's basically sleeping right now. It took a lot of energy out of her.
It's all slowly coming back. Yeah. I got shot, didn't I? By Ripa.
Yeah.
Yes, you did! Coming over, hugging him!
Never do that shit again, brother. You're not allowed
Well,
to
I
die
didn't
before-
ask for it!
Yeah, you're not allowed to die before me.
The last thing I remember was him beating you. And Carter looking like he was hopeless. And then, yeah.
Laz nods, her face or her hand covering her mouth as she gets in on the quadruple hug that's around Benny right now. Oh God, Benny.
Oh, the time deity did it. Clasping her hands together. There is such a thing as miracles for the faithful. She lets out a huff and comes over. Here. Oh, Bar. Just happy for once.
Davy nods. It certainly is a miracle, isn't it? She starts crying.
Where's Carter? Looking around. I don't know. I wish he was. I told you Carter should have been here.
He should be. He should be. He's gonna be so happy to know that you're alive. Him and Memory Ann, they took it real hard, Benny, but they're gonna be so happy to see you.
Where's Elizabeth? Looking at Ricky, looking around. She's gonna see you very soon. Trust me, son.
Davy nods. Don't you worry about that, Benjamin. She'll see you and she'll be just elated.
We gotta, ma'am, you can call Carter and make it go through, right? We gotta get him up here.
I'll try. I don't like to bother people on their days off, but I will try in this instance. She tries, Pequod. Not watching Sasha call. Holy fuck, she did it. She just slides down the wall.
Julius looks over at Pequod. He's going to, with the Icy still in his arms, walk over and also slide down on the wall next to her.
Davine thinking about Lorelai, hiya, kicking Icy in the back, telling her she has to be prepared for whatever comes.
Davine, with her lips pursed, she grabs Icy's face and gives her a big kiss on the top of the head. You truly were prepared, my Istrum.
Holy shit. Well, I am so glad I do not have to try and rebuild my daughter.
Davy nods. As am I. Oh, I was very much not looking forward to that.
He's too sweet. And Elizabeth's too sweet to have to live without him, I'd say.
Nah, even if you took him away from her memory, she'd always know something was missing, I think.
Is she still fired, though? That's my question. No. Looking at Betty!
Julius is gonna put an arm around Pequod and bring her into him.
But she's fired if she ever hurts him again.
That I cannot argue with, darling.
What's the deal? Did you guys kill Ripa? Oh, no. Sam looks away.
JJ shakes his head. No, Benjamin, I don't know how much you remember, but Ripper and Spender, they both got away from that ambush, and well, the good news is we have a very good chance of finding them at the moment.
How long have I been gone? 2 months. Too long.
Yeah, 2 months, brother.
How's Elizabeth? Yes, I remember she walked away from me.
Oh, we were sort of hoping you forgot that.
No man will ever forget that feeling. I agree. What these bitches do to you sometimes. Pequod looks shocked at us.
And Julius's eyes widen as he looks at Hunk.
You know how I said to let her feel dead to the world for a couple weeks?
Yeah, we dropped together. We were talking about it while I was poorly piloting the tank.
Yeah, multiply that by 10, and that's how she's been for the last 2 months.
Davine in the flesh. Oh crap, he rubs the back of his neck.
Laz nods. One of her favorite pastimes the past 2 months has just been staring at her own reflection in the turned off TV screen.
Clasping his hands together. I hope he slaps the fuck out of her. I really do. Don't make the same mistake I did. I should have slapped her when she walked away from me in Suletta's little cabin house. I should have slapped the fuck out of her and said, I'm too good for you. If you want this, you do not ever do this again. He looks right at Davy. I
Davy
didn't realize I was speaking aloud. Sarah starts clapping.
Davy nods. No, please, get it all out, darling, please.
I just hope he lays down the law with her.
I agree. I definitely think he should lay down the law with her.
And she killed Hecker today.
Oh wow, Hecker's dead?
JJ nods. She did a smashing job of it, let me say that much.
She's got a cool new suit built by Aunt Nicole and Aunt Sasha. And she utilized it to defeat the 54th Regiment. 54th?
It's a long story. Tess and Hecker bought a lot of Civil War gear, and well, he dressed up like a bunch of streamers, gamers, and homeless people up in it and assaulted the comic shop.
Saris, setting Icy down on the couch here with Ash and Suletta's help. There's like a, it would be described as just a beam of light comes down, hits her, light comes out of her mouth and eyes, and she starts screaming.
Whoa. He's gonna bend down and try and take one hand.
She wakes up and cracks her neck, recharge.
Davine reaches out and grabs her face. Istrom, what was that?
I don't know. She looks at Davine, smiling up at Ash. Recharged, I guess. She cracks her knuckles. My bones don't hurt. She stretches out her arms. I don't feel like a pile of shit.
Oh, that's wonderful. Good, very good. She kisses Icy on the cheek. Don't ever do that to me again. That was terrifying.
I thought I was being struck down by God or something. She looks up to the ceiling.
Yeah, I'm not even going to pretend to understand this spellcaster shit.
Me neither. She looks at Ash and smiles. Me neither. Shaking her head.
Yeah, you're looking better, little sister.
Thank you. Hugging Ash, standing up. You did it. Hugging Sarah. She's big. Wide, slender, long arms. She hugs around Ash, Icy, and Sarah. Oh, this is nice. Come on, Mom.
Davine will get in on the hug and hug them all very tightly.
Holy crap. Pequod, the pie's gone. This is a victory for today, I'd say.
Julius nods. He stands up right next to Pequod. I think it's the biggest fucking victory that we ever could have gotten.
Read him and weep, guys. Hey, Benny. Walking past him. Oh shit, he turns around seeing Benny.
Julius gestures to Benny with the thumb. Right?
Hey, Uncle Towns. Towns, almost drops the laptop.
Don't! Julius runs over and catches the laptop before it hits the ground.
Please, Sarah, send a hug. That's months of work.
Please do not drop that. I do not want to have to drag poor Sam back out there.
If you'll excuse me. He goes over to hug Benjamin. I have him. I've tracked him down. As he hugs Benny, Benny's smiling at him.
The soul smiles. So it's almost done then. We're almost out of it and we're gonna fucking kill that son of a bitch Spender.
About fucking time, and I'll be around to help. No, he won't. Looking over at
him. All the kids slowly turn their heads towards Icy and then back at Benny, or at least all the kids I play.
What?
He's not... Yeah, sure. He's not gonna go on any more missions. I'll make sure of that. Rubbing her hands again.
Julius just sort of shrugs. I mean, I get... You're not gonna go on any more missions, Benny. We're not gonna risk you after what just happened.
You serious? Looking at Julius?
Julius nods. More serious than you could ever realize, Benjamin.
He's not going, Mother.
Davine shakes her head. No, he is not. She looks at Benjamin. I'm so sorry, Benjamin, but you won't be going on the missions with them.
Alright, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. would like to see Elizabeth. I have some things I have to say to her. And Carter. I'd like to see Carter and Marianne. Is Carter and Marianne okay? Carter took it pretty bad. We all did. But maybe Carter the worst.
Soul nods. He took it real hard, Benny. He constantly blaming himself and running it through his head how he could have stopped it. There was no way he could have, but he still blamed himself for it.
Yeah, well, here's what we'll do. Let's all head down to the lane and have some fucking drinks. Except you. Points at Icy! You can have some soda. That's fine, I guess. Shrug it.
Davine smiles. Well, you can always have some Coca-Cola, darling. It's the new marketing manager is Nick.
Can I... That kid from the comic shop looks at Davey.
Oh yes, I don't think you... No, the Tessin Hecker, he invaded the comic shop with the 54th Battalion.
Her eyes go wide. Can I at least have a beer? Yeah, she can have a couple beers. How about that?
Davine smiles and nods. Of course. And you can have the beers with your mother and your sister and your brother and your father, because I'm so proud of you.
Your mother does enjoy a good beer. Pequod will close the laptop, and we'll take this down with us. Downs, we got him. Don't worry, Pequod.
Good.
I got agents on the way, drones anyway, and agents on the way to surveil.
Damn good. The sooner we can get this done, the fucking better.
As the B Squad kids hug again. Wow. Looking down through a pair of binoculars, don't see any movement.
Do not worry, Himmler. We have won. We have won, finally. Soon Carter will exit his household, and soon we will strike the final strike we need to against that son of a bitch Carter.
Frederick coming up, being handed the binoculars by Krellin. In the back of Frederick's mind, he's wondering if Carter and Marianne are even still in the cabin.
Frederick tilts his head. He looks over at Krellin. Do you think they're even in there?
He looks over at Clive as Clive comes over here embracing the Fuhrer. Reading Carter mind. He on the back of this thing called Frost Plesiosaur. He chuckled.
So he escaped food awake that was completely covered by the smoke bombs we put in place.
Or use Ramos smoke screen against him under his breath.
Frederick shakes his head. Rommel might be pretty smart strategist, but he isn't completely smart.
No, definitely not. Look at how he hugged the Fuhrer.
Clive is jumping up and down, hugging the Fuhrer around his waist, like a schoolgirl would, with his calves like bending up into the air each time he jumps.
Come, mein Grüße, General, rein trinken, Affa, Ansagen, Zeg! As Scar pulls out randomly. Where the fuck he keeping that? Up he ass. A bottle of liquor and 2 shot glasses.
When it comes to those two, I don't doubt it for a second, Quelwyn.
Setting the shot glasses down. Maybe he have some for us, as the Fuhrer pours the drinks for Clyde.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, mein Führer. We certainly deserve this, don't we? We did all the work.
Picks up his shot glass.
Down the gullet and into the gut. Watch out, here it comes.
They toast and take a shot. Oh. Carlin, a very concerned look on his face, looking down at Carter's house.
Whoa, what's wrong?
Hunk and them coming home, even bringing Ash and Saris and Ricky. Why? Bunny alive. He faints!
Frederick tries to catch Samuel, but Samuel's far too heavy for him, and Frederick just falls along with him.
Wow, very rare. Did not know Ethkai robots could faint. Squinting down to Carter's house.
I guess they can!
Time deity did it. Smiling down at the house. May know she could do it.
I didn't doubt her for a second.
Oh, wait, can you... He wakes up, helps Frederick. Can you reiterate what I just heard? Bunny alive! As he looks over his shoulder, they clang glasses together. Salud! Salud!
Salud! Salud, mein Führer! As he takes the shot.
That's great. Putting his arm around Krellin and Frederick. Yes, but also bad. How is this bad? He looks confused. Cause Hunk and them coming back here and then find out we attack Carter.
Oh shit, this is not good.
Might be time to leave. Looking over at Clive and Scar. Salute! Salute! Taking another shot!
Salud, mein Führer!
Well, going to go down and find Carter's remains. Good idea, right? Da! Da! Mwah, da, Himmler! Da!
Get out of here, Himmler, and find Carter's remains.
Need to get out of here before Hunk catch wind of this. Probably going to attack them.
Yeah, no, we need to get the fuck out.
They leave as Scar. Salud! Salud! Gumensai! Salud!
Salud, mein Führer!
Elizabeth sleeping, not hearing the party that's starting up here. Hunk at the door with Davine. Alright. Cracks her knuckles. You ready?
Davy nods. Oh, as I'll ever be.
Alright. I'll go get her. You stand here. And you open the door when she comes up.
Of course. Davine will go ahead and stand in her spot.
Elizabeth.
Her eyes flutter open as she turns her body, still laying down, to look towards her father. Yeah?
Quite the job you pulled off today, honey.
Elizabeth nods. Benny sure would have liked it.
Yeah, I think he would have a lot.
She nods. She sits up a bit, and he could see her bottom lip start to tremble.
Why don't you get up? We got guests here. We have Ricky's here. You haven't seen him in probably 2 months. Major Valorius is here. Saris is here. You know, that's Integra's daughter. Why don't you come on out with me? At least greet the guests.
She nods. I'll go ahead and greet the guests, Dad. She'll walk over to him and hold on to his arm sleeve.
Oh, jeez. He slaps himself in the forehead. There's one more guest I forgot about.
She tilts her head as Davine will open the door.
Ding. I see and Betty together holding hands.
Color flashes back into Elizabeth's eyes as she tilts her head, her arms still hugging around herself as she slowly makes her way up to the two of them. She looks at Elizabeth, or Icy, and then Benny, and she reaches out. Just a dream. Just a dream. And she pokes his chest, and she stumbles a step back when her finger actually finds purchase.
Not a dream. Benny walking forward, Icy rubbing him on the head. Beer time. She'll wink at Elizabeth and walk into the party.
Elizabeth is stunned, frozen for a good couple seconds, as her mouth is wide open. Not a dream?
Nope, picking her.
Not a dream. Not a dream. She shakes her head, being picked up by Benny. Not a dream. She starts frantically patting all of her pockets until she goes into her hoodie pocket and pulls out the engagement ring and puts it up to his face. Not a dream. Ask me, please. Ask me.
Will you marry me? And this time, will you marry me? At least give me an answer.
Yes, I will, of course. She puts the ring on him, hugs around his neck, and deeply, deeply kisses him.
Hunk smiling, clapping. Everybody in the kitchen can see, obviously.
And Davine, smiling, walks up next to Hunk with a tear in her eyes. She wipes it away and holds his hand. Carter walks in, completely soaked. He shakes his head, wipes some of the water away from his face as he looks up. Hey, Benny. Benny!
Hey, Carter! He turns around with Elizabeth in his arm.
What
You
the fuck? Carter's just frozen as he takes a step forward, looks him up and
hugs
down.
him immediately.
Hi. And he hugs Benny very tightly, and Benny can feel Carter start to cry.
Guess I was missed. Understatement. Nodding his head.
Carter leans back as he looks at Benny. I tried to save you, Benny. I'm sorry. I couldn't save you. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Carter rubbing the back of his head, and then he'll start doing it with Memory Ann, setting Elizabeth down. They had us. One of us was gonna go. I'd rather one of us go than all four of us.
Carter nods. He starts to laugh. God damn it! Why you always gotta hit us with the most heroic thing you could say?
We did fine, Carter. You're a good leader. You always have been. I definitely gave you a hard time, but...
Carter starts to laugh. Yes, you did, but Jesus Christ. You're okay though? He looks at him up and down. You're good, no injuries, nothing like that.
Mm-mm. Lifts up the shirt, the temporary shirt they gave him. Hole, no hole.
Good. He looks down at where the hole used to be, rubs his forehead slightly, and lets out a long breath. Good. Oh God, he just hugs Benny again.
Now, if you'll excuse me, he'll pat Carter on the back. You should be here for this. There's something I've got to do, though. Marianne, okay. Dripping, soaking wet.
Carter walks over, stands next to Memory Ann with his hands on his hips.
Elizabeth, look up at me, please.
Elizabeth looks right up at him.
Smacks her so hard, her body violently shakes and she falls to the ground.
She falls to the ground holding her cheek where she got slapped and is knocked sort of woozy for a second.
There's a roar of cheering coming from the living room.
All my characters are cheering. JJ's even has his fingers in his mouth whistling.
Stand up.
Elizabeth will stand up and look back up at him.
Do it again, please. I should have did it to her. I really should. Looks over at David. I'm sorry, honey.
No, it's okay. I'm glad you're getting it out.
Crack! Elizabeth again, even harder.
This time, he cracks her so hard she gets sent flying a bit and then onto the ground and she rubs her cheek.
Do it again and I am leaving you and finding somebody that will not treat me like this. Goddamn right.
Elizabeth stands up, walks up to him again and nods. I'm never leaving your side again, Benji.
But then we will be married.
She smiles, holds up the engagement ring to his face. Yes, we will. As she hugs around him again and starts kissing his cheek.
He'll carry her in. Party time, hunk. Party time. Besides, we gotta watch how many Aunt Nicole drinks.
Carter nods. Is Aunt Nicole okay? As he's still soaking wet, tracking in water.
Oh yeah, some weird shit went down up there. It was violence, screaming, shaking, and then a beam of light that... Look at her. She looks normal again.
Carter looks in. Holy crap, she does. Anovians are fucking badass, dude.
Yeah, they sure are, and I am proud of and grateful to my daughter.
As am I. I don't think a mother could be more proud of their daughter in this moment.
Drink up. Putting a bunch of shots in front of everybody. I just can't get over this one and this one. Scratching Thomas on the head.
Thomas smiles up at Saris as he leans forward to Hale and starts kissing her on the cheek.
And that one, as Hale kisses Thomas back, or that, looking down at them kissing, but she is a mini Pequod. Yes, she is. Looking over, smiling at Integra. Oz holding her.
Julius looks over at her, smiles, and she waves at her. She waves back at her father, smiling at everyone, and then up at Oz and gives him a thumbs up.
Sam pulling out the seat here for Benny to sit down. Good to have you back. Hugging Benny. Hey, Uncle Benny's not dead, dude. Looking over at...
Holy crap, would you look at him? He looks no worse for wear.
Maybe Uncle Clive didn't kill him, Jace.
Maybe not. Maybe he just had to go do something, like visit the old orphanage or something like that.
Integra looking at her aunt, realizing she's not haggard looking. She knows.
Oh. Integra looks at Icy up and down. I think Aunt Nicole's resurrected him, guys. I think he really was dead.
That's dope. Looking over at her mom. Uncle Clive can't keep her down. Eee.
No, he cannot. Tom is shaking his head. He looks at Hale. Forgive me if this is out of line, but your mom's a bad bitch, dude.
I like that term. Putting her finger to her mouth.
For sure. I mean, it perfectly describes her.
Laz chugging a beer right in front of Lazar. Oh, and smoking's over. I gave up smoking for you, so no more. Hand me over the cigarette.
Laz nods as she'll pull out the cigarettes and hand them over to him.
Welcome to the no fun police world. Icy cracking a beer open.
She crosses her arms. Is this what those two always felt like?
Icy chugging the beer. Sam, yeah, pretty much.
She purses her lips. Well, now the hall monitor is in full effect once more, so have fun with that, you two.
Take a shot with me, Asherion. She'll hold her glass up.
He'll pick his up, clank together to second chances.
They drink. Ash notices Suletta is scolding this incredibly strong whiskey where Ash is like struggling. But out of the corner of Ash's eye, he sees Carter and Memory Ann soaking fucking wet.
He actually coughs from the liquid because it goes up.
Oh, come on, don't be a lightweight. Pouring another shot.
Not that! Look at your daughter and son-in-law!
Oh, Carter! What the hell happened to you? Were you two taking a shower together? You should take your clothing off before you do that. Mother. Looking at her mom annoyed.
Carter's smiling, just super static happy. He looks over. Oh, right. This is why you don't make deals with Nazis. Guys, don't worry, Benny will explain it all. Clive attacked me. Yep. It was actually pretty worrying. If it was actually weaponry, I would be dead as a doornail. He shot so many paintballs at me that my shield, the ones that I could put up to fight against military grade weaponry, yeah, it completely just broke. Just with how many paintballs he shot at us. I think the first round was Gatling gun, get at me inside the house, and then mortar fire, aqua raid, with the U-boat. He shot at us with that. Then sniper fire.
U-boat? Sam saying loudly.
Carter nods. Yeah, they attacked us with the U-boat. Shot two torpedoes right at our house and completely destroyed the front and side of it.
Yeah, our whole house is ruined and probably on fire. I'll fix it for you, Carter. I see looking over at Carter.
Thank you, Aunt Nicole. And then he shot a bunch of smoke grenades out and covered the area in smoke, which luckily gave us a way to get out of there by riding a frost plesiosaurus all the way here.
And Julius can see, well, everybody, but Julius can see there's a very angered look on Hunk's face.
I knew they were gonna do it. Colt and I were talking about it. We knew they were gonna jump your ass, bro.
Only a matter of time. Colt taking a shot and then shaking his head.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, I never should have made it that deal, that treaty or whatever you want to call it with Herr Rommel.
Here, dear. Sit down next to your daughter. Is that okay?
Of course it is, darling.
Son, come with me. We're gonna have a talk. Where exactly were they? On the plateau, the ridgeline, east of our home, Granddad? Good. Son, you're coming with me. Not JJ, you. Pointing at Julie.
Julius sends his lips and nods. Yeah, knew this was coming.
We're supposed to be celebrating, Dad. Shut up, Patricia. Taking Julius by the arm like he's a little kid.
Julius, like, walking with him, but his feet sort of dragging just like a little kid as he waves at everyone.
Oh, that is so pathetic. Watching Julius get dragged.
His soul points towards Julius. That man destroyed armies of xenomorphs single-handedly. and then he just got dragged away by his father by the arm like a little kid.
Come here, Carter. Come sit next to your mother.
Of course, yes, Mom, of course. He goes ahead and sits down next to her.
Davine sees Icy open the second beer.
And Davine points at her. Only a couple beers, remember, Nicole?
A couple in an Ovian is 4.
And she crosses her arms. I believe it's 3. I remember reading that.
Damn it. I'll sip.
Yes, very good. She grabs Icy by the chin, shakes it a bit, and gives her a kiss on the nose. Just 3.
Just 3, Slick. Taking a shot!
You
Oh,
can,
how I miss hearing that.
you can have as many as you want, Benjamin.
Oh, good news, actually. Benny looking down at his empty shot glass. They found Spender. Wait, what? Remember yet? Father, we tried to call for help. Father apparently had some type of jamming device. I don't know where.
Yes, your hero of the day saved the day, so we know where he is. And he's gonna point at Oz.
Damn straight. Capped this bastard in his tent, and Laz finished him off. And he was, well, I guess I capped him in the process of trying to wipe a laptop, which Uncle Towns has. And he narrowed down Spenda's location. We leave now.
No, you don't.
Oh?
Davine shakes her head. No, darling, you don't leave now.
I've got surveillance already there. I can confirm he's looking at his wrist computer. He's there with Ripa. They're living in an old rundown circus, like a circus that was abandoned. The tent poles, multiple tents, animal cages, all that. He's hiding out there. We're gonna surveil him for a couple days. Make sure he doesn't have like a bomb. And then you'll all be sent in.
And I'm
B Squad's back together, Sam shrugged.
yeah.
Carter lights up even more. Jesus Christ, how much did I fucking miss?
You missed everything, Sam throwing a beer to Carter.
Carter catches it, cracks it open, and does like an air cheers with Sam.
I mean, shit, dude. The squad's back together, Benny's alive, we found Spender, and Sheik and Elizabeth killed Hecker.
Wait, what? She looks shocked.
Carter sets the beer down. Jesus Christ, of course, the one day he decides to attack us, everything fucking happens.
Ah, here you go. Hecker, Death Gag, Dynamo, go! God, you do look cool in that suit, Benny, watching Sarah's wrist computer.
Elizabeth smiling, nodding. I knew you'd like how I looked in that.
Did you get that suit was made for you? Oh shit, yes it was.
Elizabeth smiles. Out of my sissy's old armor from her Alpha 9 days.
God, that Ripa guy doesn't know what's coming. Slowly sipping her beer. Sasha, I don't think she needs the suit for that, but yeah.
Elizabeth looks at Sasha. I would like to not have the suit when I fight him, please.
Whatever you want, it's yours. It's yours. It doesn't belong to the military, it belongs to you. That was part of the deal.
Elizabeth nods. Then I'm not going to wear the suit. I want to fight Ripper, mono e mono.
So Tessin Hecker somehow gained a cult following, dressed up as some type of old world soldiers, Saris, and marched upon the comic shop, and it ended very poorly for him. Except the Atari creep. Pequod puts up her finger looking at Carter. He's still alive, and there's going to be a military tribunal very soon.
Oh, so he's being executed then.
Good instincts, Carter. Drinking her beer.
Yeah, military tribunal, especially for a civilian, usually doesn't happen unless there's a execution right after.
That guy is fucked. Sipping her beer, looking at Dave.
Oh, Istrum, more than fucked, I would have to say.
Ash is gonna be the judge. Me and your father will be asking the questions.
And
Carter.
You go.
Carter smiles and nods. Well, goddamn, I can't wait to watch that shit.
Live on Fox.
Yes, it will be. It'll be a nice thing to finally put this to bed and to put a nail in the coffin of any copycat attempts.
Yep. hiding below the sandbags. Salud! Salud! Hmm. Don't think the other ones are around here. Guess they had enough common sense to get out of here. Probably read my mind.
Julius clicks his tongue and nods. Yeah, they're not here.
Pulls out a flashbang, looks down at it. I'm getting real sick of this, son.
Oh, trust me, Dad, I am too.
No, son, I mean, I'm getting tired of this. He looks right at Julius.
Julius looks right at him. Julius nods. I understand, Dad.
Listen to me. Measures are gonna have to be taken. Your mother and I have already talked about it. Measures are gonna have to be taken if Thomas turns out to be like Carter. You understand?
Julius looks out across to Scar and Clive and then looks back. Trust me, Dad. If he turns out to be anything like Carter, he's gonna have hell to pay.
But not just that, son, but we need to get out ahead of it. We're gonna look into a way to get you sterilized to where you can't have boys.
Julius just sighs heavily as he
This is too much, son. This is too much. Your mother had a part to play in those two out there. I completely agree. Putting his hand over his heart. But your son has taken down way more people than your mother. And caused way more damage than your mother.
Julius just sighs, nods. I gotta be honest, Dad, that sort of hurts.
I don't think it's not a knock against you, son. I think it's just Galleon boys are their own breed, son. You understand?
Julius inhales heavily and then exhales.
As one of them, wouldn't you agree?
As one of them, I would wholeheartedly agree.
I think it's a little different with you because you came up with nothing. These kids coming up with everything, getting spoiled rotten.
Julius shakes his head. That's not gonna happen with Thomas.
No, I have faith in you. It's not. What I do not have faith in is your wife letting you discipline him. He looks Julius right in the eyes. I have faith you would discipline him correctly. I do, after Carter. I have no faith in your wife whatsoever. Pulling the pin off the flashbang. That's her baby boy.
Julius sighs and nods. Is it bad that I'm scared of the same thing?
That's the light of her life, Thomas and Hale. Think about it. Holding the flashbang handle still on. She isn't gonna let you do what you need to do, and it won't be on you.
Julius nods. He looks at Hunk. If he turns out to be... I'm not gonna say like Carter, but like me? That's gonna fucking suck, Dad. You realize that, right?
He hurts Hale, I'm gonna kill him.
Julius looks across at Scar and Clive and shakes his head. You won't have the chance.
Sadly, I know you're not. You're telling the truth. I know. I'm not fast enough. Fire in the hall. He chucks the flashbang. Clive sees it gliding towards him.
What in the Hellenstein is that?
As Scar falls over, thud.
I'm blinded, mein Führer.
Hunk walks over. Clean up your son's mess. Knock him out. I'll knock out Scar.
Julius cracks his neck and walks over and just karate chops him in the back of the neck.
Punches Scar right in the face. Good.
Memory.
He'll come over here, take the shot Scar just poured.
Julius walks over, takes the shot that Clive had.
Alright, I want you to limit break and destroy all this paintball crap and those mortars up there. I don't care about the helicopter, and then we're going back to celebrate. We're leaving them here. Hopefully we knock the fascists out of them.
Hopefully. Hopefully we did. Julius will go ahead and limit break and start destroying everything.
Hunk watching, taking another shot. Oh, I always knew you'd come back. He's just staring at Krellin in his Nazi gear. had faith in time, dearie, but was willing to have you erased from Elizabeth's mind.
Julius nods. That, was definitely a plan that was thrown out there.
Oh wow, that would have sucked. She wasn't recovering, Benjamin.
Davine shakes her head. No, she was, a lump. A little goblin is what we started calling her, and she was not recovering.
Yeah, your nails are kind of unkempt, Elizabeth. Holding her hand, looking at it.
She looks at her nails. Oh, shit. She looks around at everyone. I'm so sorry if I accidentally scratched you.
Lacey showing off her scars, Pequod showing off her,
Julius showing off his.
Hunk showing off his.
Soul and Laz showing off theirs.
Oh, come on, Elizabeth. Benny holding her.
I don't know what came over me. I just did not want to take a bath.
It was getting bad. The smell was starting to be replicated, and we'll leave it at that without talking about the same smell my wife may or may not have emitted.
Julius goes to open his mouth to say something about it, then closes it, thinking better, and shakes his head.
Wow. Takes a piece of chicken, starts eating it. Oh, yes, wow. Did you have fun today, Uncle Carter, Samuel, Frederick? It was a great battle.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, I bet it was great. He looks over at Samuel. I bet you had a good time sniping at me.
Oh, you better believe it. We tried to talk him out of it. Tried many times. But Clive said for glory of Reich. Seriously!
Carter nods. Yep. For the glory of the goddamn Reich. Benny, never make a deal with a Nazi.
I don't plan to. Eating some chicken. Eat, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth starts eating as soon as he offers the chicken to her.
So this wasn't an impromptu attack. It couldn't have been with the amount of firepower. Don't think so. He planned like 2 weeks, but think he be planning since the day he made truce. He tell us that day going to break it. Cold laugh!
Right.
Hit you when you least suspect.
Well, he certainly made good on that promise.
Called it to the Carter bus.
Carter just leans forward, takes his beer, and just starts chugging it.
Crazy thing too. When launch smoke grenades, he think ultimate victory. But you just use it to run away. Glad.
Carter nods, finishing the beer. I'm surprised they weren't roofie smoke grenades.
Oh yes, putting her hand up to her neck. In case anybody wonders, yes, father did in fact roofie me. So that a good God, drinking your martini. I tried to leave for help. With a white flag, I got, what did you say, Carter, 20 feet away from the cabin, and then I got sniped by father with a dart gun.
Carter nods. Honestly, with a dart gun? Pretty impressive hit. Does not mean I'm not angry about that shit.
It was it you, Samuel, or father? It was your dad, yeah. He shakes his head sadly.
Well, Carter leans forward a bit. It's official. Clive has roofied memory and more times than anyone in this room ever will.
Sarah's taking a beer from Suletta. Where is the Fuhrer and the general right now? We left them knocked unconscious up on the plateau after Julius destroyed all their equipment. Probably for the best. Maybe the end of Nazi Clive. But I just got here. Maybe not. Looking down at...
Benjamin, you don't want it to be Nazi Clive anymore. They've actually killed a lot of people.
Wait, what? Yes. Find out today, kill 36 people to get U-boat.
Yeah, he's evil outside the lane too.
Your death impacted them greatly, Benjamin. They became ruthless killers so the family would prevail. That's my psychological evaluation, anyway.
Carter nods. He leans forward to look at Benny. Think of it this way, Benny. Clive has more of a kill count when it comes to human targets than anyone on B Squad, except for maybe Samantha.
No, he's got me beat. She nods her head looking at Carter. I'm pretty sure he might now actually have me beat, which is depressing to say.
I believe we did the math, Sam. I think the 30-something would have been enough.
Yeah, the U-boat. Taking a shot, thinking about the people being killed.
Carter just groans as he cracks open another beer and starts drinking it.
Oh, damn. I didn't mean to cause this. Not your fault you'll die.
Yeah, you didn't cause it. Don't worry about it, honey. It's all fine now. Everything's okay.
Spender should be dead long ago. Ash and I always coming close, but then Carter and Soul get in the way.
Carter just sighs as he sets down the drink.
Everything happens for a reason, Krellin. It's okay. Should send Clive after Spender. Keep saying this, but all laugh at me. She just starts laughing.
Because it's a funny joke, darling. Why wouldn't we laugh at that?
Well, we know Spender's location now, and the kids are gonna go send the Skylander.
Davine shakes her head as Julius leans forward. Krellin, the Skylander is far too important to both the people of EarthGov and this family to allow us to put in harm's way like that. We're gonna send the less important people in for this one. Understood?
Is for the best. And very important to Fourth Reich. Sitting down next to Julius, Clang, you drink with me, is custom among our people. Our people? She shrugged.
Among our people. Do I say anything in particular, Krellin?
Salute.
Salud. As he clanks his shot against Krellin, and he takes it.
I didn't even, well, I mean, obviously I didn't know, but that must have sucked having the squad split. It did.
It wasn't fun. We were effectively split in 3.
Shit, I was, he turns the KFC bucket awkwardly. I was hanging out with Bash and Okir. He gets choked up thinking about it. At least those are, I have like fragments of memory from the afterlife, but,
Elizabeth's eyes widen and she leans onto him even tighter and hugs around him.
Drinking beer. He looks down at Ricky's beer. Is that where you found him? I see. Nodding her head.
Julius, his lips thin, and he nods. They doing good, Benny?
From what little I can remember, they were having a good time working on their cycle.
Carter chuckles as he starts to tear up. He puts his drink up in the air. For Bash, and Okir, and the Time Deity, for getting Benny back to us.
Agreed. She'll put her drink up.
Cheers, brother.
Everybody will cheers. Keep going.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say all my characters cheers.
As the party will continue rather late into the night, and then early the next morning. You gonna eat all that chicken, Suletta? Oh, please, it's a celebration. And I'm fucked up and hungover.
Julius nods. Yeah, you haven't drinking that much in quite some time, have you, Auntie?
Integra, a frappuccino set down in front of her. They're on the ground playing.
And she, oh my god! As she takes the frappuccino and starts drinking out of it, she looks over at Icy with like a foam mustache on her mouth.
Back to normal. As Icy winks at Integra Pequod watch.
Thank you, Auntie, as she starts to drink the frappuccino again.
You're welcome, cutie. Watching her drink it, Hunk arms wrapped around Icy. You can have a 1, hovering a Bloody Mary in front of her face.
Davine smiles at Icy and she leans forward to her. And no more, no less, Istrom. She boops her on the nose.
Yes, ma'am. She'll sip it slowly. Pequod starts crying.
And Julius hugs around her. He looks down at her. You doing okay, honey?
Just glad things are back to normal, Julian.
Oh, he looks up at the sky. Trust me, I am too.
What's the word on Spender? Still there. He ain't going anywhere, Pequod. Don't worry about it. We'll send him out in a couple days.
I'm sure that son of a bitch is in the least conspicuous spot he could possibly be in and feels the most safe he probably could at this moment.
He's using that Ripa clown to run back and forth to a small one stoplight town to get food and stuff like that, but yeah. Doesn't even leave the circus.
Julius just lets out a chuckle and shakes his head. Oh, this is not gonna end well for him, that's for sure.
Is it really just him and Ripa? Yeah. Ash and his little detachment. I think the last hit was the last base I had at least scouted out. I see. Damn.
They sure as fuck wiped Strat out right off the face of the universe.
Let's double back to that whole beam of light thing coming down from the sky. I don't know what it was. Drinking the Bloody Mary. But I feel fucking better. Because at the rate I was going, it would have taken me like 6 months to recover.
Davine places the back of her hand against her forehead. And now, how long is it going to take you to fully recover?
I'm fine now. I feel better. Look at my skin. No bags under my... I don't know what it was. The greatest lesson Lorelai ever taught me was... There are just some things you'll never understand about spellcasting, or being a spellcaster. And that, in and of itself, is the best part of being a spellcaster.
Davine smiles at her and gives her a kiss on the cheek. Well, I don't care what it was, as long as it makes you feel better.
Yeah, it's definitely a tool we could look to utilize if we could ever figure out, give me a piece of that chicken. It's cold, but it's good cold. Never thought I'd be seeing her eat KFC.
Especially cold KFC.
Well, wait a minute. What's the news on Clive? Has anybody heard from them? Did the beating you give them, Julius, knock the Nazi out of them? No. The Führer and Herr Rommel came to greet me this morning to extend their condolences for Benjamin being brought back by the power of the Reich. As Icy sips her Bloody Mary.
Julius thins his lips. I'm sorry, maybe I should have just hit them harder.
Okay. Who gives a fuck? Let them think whatever they want. Benjamin's back. Nicole is healthy and ready to go, because I do think there's combat on the horizon. I might have never fought those bugs, but I know enough about them to know.
Julius nods. It is not a fun time fighting those bugs, that's for sure.
Either way, things have returned back. Oh, well, there you go. Seeing Benny and Elizabeth walking around with a smile. Oh.
Elizabeth holding his hand, doing a little skip, looking up at him, smiling.
And she cut her nails and took a fucking shower, washed her hair. She even cut her hair, thank God.
And she washed the damn hoodie.
Good. God.
Oh, thank the Lord, as Davine looks up at the sky. And thank the time deity.
Damn straight. As Elizabeth sees everybody hanging out up here.
Yeah, Elizabeth smiling at all of them. She looks up at Benny, and they can all see her put up a finger and then point over near Icy. Davine will move out of the way for her as she runs right up to Icy and jumps into her arms, giving her a hug.
Hunk will let go. Icy will levitate her Bloody Mary and hug Elizabeth. Benny coming up, smiling. Back to work soon, huh? Maybe not military, but you know, the workshop? Yeah.
Julius...
You're not fired, Elizabeth.
She looks over at Pequod. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for not keeping me fired.
You got 2 weeks, and then I want to start seeing revenue coming back in.
She nods. Yes, ma'am. Not a problem, ma'am.
Well, when we last left off, watching Elizabeth and Icy hug, unit of unit craft's about 80% done. We'll get it done. There's time now.
Elizabeth smiles, looks at Benny and puts a hand onto his cheek. There's all the time in the world for us, honey.
Have you thanked Nicole Benjamin? I did as soon as I came back and kinda... Icy, he did, Dad, don't worry.
Elizabeth looks at Icy as she hugs her tight. Thank you for bringing back my love, sissy.
I made you a promise I would do it all over again if I had to. Hugging her tighter.
I don't doubt that for a second, I see.
Setting Elizabeth down. Watch this. Benny will stand aside. She'll chug her Bloody Mary. Nothing feels fucking better.
Elizabeth starts to laugh as Davine clicks her tongue. Okay, that's the only one you get, darling.
It's a celebration. That's fine. She'll make the glass go away.
Elizabeth starts laughing as she gives another hug to Icy and then goes back and holds Benny's hand very tightly.
Pequod pokes Julius his chin and points to Hunk's face.
Julius looks over at Hunk.
Same smile from a long time ago, looking in from the flashback 2 weeks ago.
Pequod sees Julius smiling, looking at Hunk. Tears start to form in his eyes, and a couple tears fall down his cheeks.
See, now you're crying. Sipping your Bloody Mary.
It's a happy... it's a happy moment. I cry during happy moments. What can I say?
Indeed, it is. Biting her chicken wing, and we'll cut the